Hello, everybody. Here we go. The Joshes are back. The games are back. How you doing, Josh?
Doing great. How are you?
Fantastic. So we got Scott versus Murray, Scott's already made his first play. I think once we get those rack cameras updated, we could see what two letters he kept.
Yeah.
But Hobos was Scott's opening play. Vertically, we love to see it. Are you a verti, Josh?
I change all the time.
All the time? So you're like
All the
50-50?
time. I sort of just whatever feels right in the moment.
Oh, that's cool. Anyways, we got two plays on the board. There looks like they're sorting through those rack cameras to get them refreshed. Yeah, but yeah, things started a bit earlier than expected, at least for me today. So apologies for that.
All good.
But you should be all set shortly. So we've seen both of these players before. This tournament, at the very least, we've seen Scott. I think this is Murray's first appearance on stream.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, they're both in the B tier. I was wondering about this question. So in the United States and I think also in Canada, you get grades on like school tests from like that range from A to F. Is that a thing in Australia and or New Zealand?
Yeah, it is. Our pass mark is 50. I don't know if that's the same in America. I feel like I've heard that you guys pass at 60 for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, in America, I think it's 60. But you're saying that you do use the letters.
yeah, yeah. So we'll do like A is 85 plus, B is 70 to 85, C would be was it? I don't know if it's 60 to 70 or if it's 50 to 70, and then yeah, yeah.
Because
We also
it
use
begged the
credits and
question.
distinctions.
It begged the question, like we have a bunch of divisions, right? Kind of in this nationals that go down to F.
Mm.
Like it kind of just feels like mean. Like, you're in the F tier. It's like it just made me wonder, but I don't know. Maybe it helps people progress
Yeah, I
as
think
we
it's
see
okay.
Aina come down.
I think perhaps if the first division was called S tier, then you might have a case.
Right. I wanted to mention on this turn that we just saw the play
Hmm.
of Aina. There was an amazing play available. This is a very good play, Aina keeping ENR. Murray could have played Nano Wire through the OW,
Oh
which would have
wow.
been very, very cool. As I'm catching up the scores, I noticed that. But anyways, let's talk about this game. So I think Scott is in the lead, if I'm not mistaken, or at least he was yesterday when I was following along. Or he's like probably, I feel like he's an A tier player, but
Yeah,
saw
a few
a game
people have
from
said
him
that.
yesterday. Were you watching the game yesterday against Alex?
I watched bits and pieces of it. I think I was drifting in and out of sleep.
Fair, yeah. Yeah, I heard you were doing your washing. I tried to do my washing today, but gonna have to run and switch it out on my on a break or something. I think both of these players play relatively quickly, so that shouldn't be an issue, right?
Should be all good.
So,
What are
anyways,
you liking here?
I am liking playing something with Fate. I'm liking CELT and Fate. it feels like Scott just didn't see that E hook. It feels like he would have played Celt if he or Celt, or you want to pronounce it, if he had seen that, because TEC keeping 2 L's just feels way worse than playing off one of the L's.
For sure.
But yeah, this is gonna let Murray quickly pounce into the lead with centers for 74.
Yep.
And I don't know if he would have had anything after CELT. So this could have been a pretty huge swing in Murray's favor early.
Yep.
Yeah, look at that. 3 L's now for Scott.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
So are we playing MELLS through the E and INA? Or are we trying to leave that S open and like playing through the E and centers? Like, how bad is this?
I would be playing Mel's for sure.
Oh, we see an exchange. That also makes sense. It's worth noting that you might think that centers is a word with an S, but it isn't. You cannot put an S on the front of that word. Oh no, Scott. Oh, he exchanges MLLL and draws 4 more consonants. That can happen. That can definitely happen. That is extremely unfortunate, though. Wow. I am not happy. I think, like, universally, when that happens, everybody cringes a little bit.
Yeah, that's very, very upsetting.
So when I sort of talk about potential rules of thumb strategy-wise, I like to mention when you're exchanging, what do you keep? You keep 2 consonants, 3 consonants. You keep vowels. How many? And obviously, it's all very situational, but I would say that a rule of thumb for me that I've sort of figured out recently is that you shouldn't exchange and keep 3 consonants early in a game unless there are vowels or at least 1 E to play through on the board as a floater. So that E in centers is sort of counts, but I would say that given how bad a lane that is, I would have liked to see an exchange of 5 consonants, and I'm of course saying this in hindsight based on what's just occurred, but it is something I've thought about. If you have a vowel to play through, you can keep 3 consonants. If not, you should probably stay a bit safer. Keep only 2. As Tank comes down for Murray, who didn't have great options, but maybe AUK in that same spot would have been preferable. Also a nice option of Tanukis to that S, which would have blocked this. Tanuki is a nice animal, 32.
First blank.
Yes, a blank draw as Vence comes down very quickly. Sure, Scott will want to vent about that draw. But he finally draws a couple vowels. 3 vowels. All right, Murray said a blank, but with what? Sometimes you have these blank racks that sort of feels like you have like 3 tiles to work with total.
Yeah.
Are we gonna see an
Do you play
uwu?
Zati?
Zati. Oh, I don't think so. Yeah, I want to play uwu. I always want to play uwu.
Well, yeah, naturally.
I feel like there isn't even a great spot for uwu. You could play it making UTE on the top left, play it making US on the top right, or US on the bottom right. I don't know. I don't think I'm playing Zati though, because I'm surely gonna play uwu anyway. So why not like hope to improve the Z for the next turn? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
It looks like
Yeah.
he's going for Za, which is a lot safer than Zati, who scores 10 less and keeps an extra I to go with that UUW. So unless he sees ooh, which of course was just added to the dictionary, this leave is absolutely unworkable um, for Murray Rogers. It does really take a while to sort of get used to new words, especially ones that like are not of one's generation. So we saw Scott lining up Plosion on his rack, which he can play plural through the S of centers. I'm wondering if he's either missing that possibility or he's unsure if Plosion is a word.
He found it very quickly, so you'd have to imagine he'd play it.
Sometimes, huh? No, it really feels no. That can't be. It really just feels like he was unsure, right?
He must be.
Because he's just played a very similar word through the S. So I don't know. I'm wondering. That was definitely a missed opportunity for Scott to come back into the game after being down by so much. But if you're unsure of a word, at what point are you desperate enough to play it? Plosive is a common enough word, linguistical term, but plosion,
Mm-hmm.
I think less so. I remember challenging that word once in double challenge. So yeah. All right, so now back to Murray, whose best plays are uwu, 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 and uwu.
Well, tough choice then.
So, yeah, I wonder what's gonna happen. Yeah, but again, it's a brand new word, and it feels like a too good to be true word. So yeah, we see him exchange 6. You
Makes
don't
a lot of
see the word
sense.
uwu. Yeah, perfect sense there. Keeping the lone blank. All right, back to Scott. You're down 90 points, Josh. You got a bingo.
You do.
So would you be sure enough of leg side? Play it.
Oh, for sure.
Leg side. What does
Yeah,
that
it's a
even
cricket
mean?
term.
Oh, really? That's why I don't know it. Oh my god, look at Murray drawing 4 R's. What is going on this game with these draws? Holy mackerel. So what is it? Tell me what it is. Please inform the
When
ignorant
when
American.
you're batting, I'll put it in baseball terms if that helps. You've got left field and right field. Left field being sort of to a right-hander's left. That's the leg side in cricket, whereas the other side is the offside.
Okay. And it's the leg. Whose leg?
The batter's leg.
Okay. So the left, yeah. If they're right-handed.
Correct. Yeah.
If they're left-handed, the leg side, is it still the? Yeah, this is confusing to me.
No, it's all related to the batter, so it swaps if you're left-handed.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah. Of course, it would be more inclusive in cricket. So, are we playing a mirrorer here? Is that a word? I hate it.
I couldn't try it.
I couldn't resist. Well, so we got 2 philosophies here. Mirrorer. It is not a word. Surprise,
Okay,
surprise. So am
Oh
I.
no.
Oh my goodness, Murray. You
Oh
really want to do
no.
this to yourself?
Are there
Oh,
more
this
R's
is
to draw?
yes, there's one more.
One more.
You might
Oof.
see it. You might
With the
see it.
blank, we could have a 6R rack.
Yeah, that would be one for the ages. So yeah, unfortunately, Scott missing his chances again. He had Seedling available through the N, which is common word, but hard to find. Leg side. There was also elogized through that E in centers, which is again like a really hidden spot to play. So definitely understandable misses. But I don't know how many more chances he's going to get back into this game. I mean, if Murray likes keeping 4 Rs, then maybe he will get some chances. But I think MI was just a play made to score some points and deal with the Rs later. So we see the play of Jedi, a very sensible decision, opening the left side of the board, setting up the D hook on Jin. A nice decision by Scott. And yeah, Murray with not that many options. Really, literally 3 letters to work with.
Yeah, do you play
GRR.
just GRR, or do you add the other R and play it down to the L for girl?
Yeah, you could do that too. I mean, I honestly want to play as many Rs as possible. I don't know about you.
I think I would play
But
girl.
I think so too. It blocks the most dangerous lane on the board, even though you have the blank and you're pretty likely to be able to use it. It's still nice when you have a nice lead to block. Yeah, Gory is the decision instead, keeping still 3 Rs, but scoring more points than anything else available. Because we're going to have to get those rack cams unfrozen. It was interesting. It's a very interesting time for the racks to freeze. That F was just like stuck halfway through the rack. But yeah, FEH as a response
Yeah,
from
this makes
Scott.
sense.
Yeah, getting rid of the 2 highest scorers, scoring some points, not blocking too much. And we see the second blank. Is there a playable bonus here? I am not finding it.
What about rumorer?
Rumorer. I hate it.
Let's have a look. What does Quackle say?
Okay. All right. Let's see. Rumor is a word. What? Rumorer.
How
Yeah,
good.
there's some other ones that are findable, I think, like furrower and burrower.
Torturer.
Others like torturer, procurer. So many playable bonuses. I guess I'll keep 3 Rs next time I have the chance. Doesn't really feel like that big of a deal with this rack. But yeah, good luck finding something here. It's too many options to sort
Well,
through, I
look,
think.
I think you need to look at the E. So I'd be looking at ER, and then I'd be putting the OUR together. And then from there, it's just a matter of finding something. Obviously, rumor's the first one that jumped out to me, but I think armor's findable that way.
Yeah, armor, and yeah, rumorer with 2 U's as well. Yeah, rumors and rumorer. I should
Yeah, I was
probably
thinking the 2
stop
U's
trying
because
to pronounce.
we spell things correctly here in Australia.
Yes, indeed. So we do in Canada too, okay? We
Good.
do.
Good.
As Fur comes down and Scott does not know it's coming. Well, he does not know it's not coming. He doesn't know that Murray's been sitting on these 2 blanks, but he plays blow, tries to get rid of 3 of his 4 consonants. Murray's drawn VN. Probably not too happy about that, but he does have some playable bonuses this turn as well, given that he has
Yeah,
both
the
of his
first one that
blanks.
jumps out to me is governor.
I'm glad you pronounce like all of the syllables of that one as opposed to
Governor.
yeah. Hey, we pronounce things. No, I'm just kidding. Imagine I'd say that. It's so crazy to me that GOV is not a word in the North American lexica.
Oh, it's so useful.
Yeah. But he's seeing overrun, which is what I saw.
Or
Through that
overrun
E.
or overrang. Lots of options.
Oh, I mean, yeah, there are options, I guess, to put the R, the R on fur. So that might have been actually part of Murray's plan, set up that second R with FUR. it's most basic. You can play something through the E in ogle. But yeah, he sees the nice hook.
Ogle.
Right. You say ogle?
Yeah, ogle is 2G, surely.
I mean, I'm not going to argue. So we're going to have to
It's
figure
definitely
out what
ogle.
the second blank is.
Yeah. A or U.
I imagine, yeah, A or U. I imagine it's a U. But it might be an A. Yeah, Scott's not happy with this, I'm sure. Knowing that he can no longer draw one of those blanks, and he's down by over 100 after this play. Seems close to over.
Yeah, the good thing about this play for Murray is that although it looks very dangerous position-wise, it's dangerous in 2 spots, which means that if one of them gets taken really, really, really taken advantage of by Scott, at least the other one will remain open.
All right, so we have confirmation E and U, and yes, that is a good point about having forked the scoring spots on the board. Always a good thing when you're ahead to leave multiple spots for yourself next turn. So if you're Scott, again, it's really getting the sun is setting, I would say, on your chances, but you have one last chance, and that is if you find epulides. Bonus from that E in the right center of the board. But yeah, that's a tough one. That's a real tough one. I didn't know it.
Yeah, I've never seen it. Epulides.
Just feels like with 19 letters left in the bag,
Oh, it's a sticky
chances
S.
of getting... Oh, it is. Okay. And yeah, Josh explained what a sticky S was yesterday. But for those just joining, feel free to let them know what that is again. It was a great explanation.
Yeah, a sticky S is where a word requires the S at the end of the word to be valid. So epulides, which is the word that Scott has available from the E of ogle, is only valid with the S on the end. There's no epulide, it's only epulides. And that's because the related word is epulus, E-P-U-L-I-S. And this is just an alternate form of pluralizing the word.
Yeah. Epulus. So Epulus becomes Epulides, maybe. Be an appropriate pronunciation. As Pud comes down for Scott. So, yeah, if that E stays open, he can still bonus potentially next turn, but with that draw, I don't think he is. Bonusing through that E, but it just feels like there's not enough room and not enough time now for Scott to mount a comeback. Murray's able to just keep scoring a little bit every turn. I think he'll be fine here.
Yeah, and Murray has an interest in blocking the most dangerous lane on the board, which is the E and the L, although he's not choosing to do so.
Yeah, Ari, it does block that N poison and scores well. And it's hard to feel like you're in any danger when it's your turn and you're up over 100. So
this is true.
Makes sense.
Yeah, the play that I had seen was Loyola from the L.
Nice.
Which would score quite nicely.
Yeah, that would have been my choice too. That's a fantastic play. Is there some extension of Pud, like puddle-like, or pudendus isn't pudendum?
Well, pudendum was good, but I don't know if you can extend it further.
Yeah, at this point, if I was in Scott's position, I'd be probably trying to find something that starts in Z at the top. Feels like that would be my chance back in the game. Maybe I could score over 100 with a bonus.
Yeah, I've just found an extension. You can have pudding ear.
Pudding ear. So dung ear has an extension the other way. Oh no, ding
Yeah,
ear. Sorry, not
dingier.
yeah, dingier, the dingier. Oh, that's so cool. By the way, it is not morning time for me, but I feel like I'm acting like it is. Oh man. But yeah, I don't know. There are lots of vowels left. 14 vowels, 7 consonants. So another thing that maybe Scott can hope for is that Murray just struggles with vowels for the rest of the game. That Scott draws the rest of the consonants. But even so, what are we hitting from the Z? What can we go for here?
I'm not saying anything. Maybe a double O word. Zoolitic. I don't know, something like that.
That would be nice. Yeah, back to Murray now after Mache. Nice, sort of elegant play from Scott, making a couple overlaps and balancing the rack. He does
Yep.
draw pretty nicely. But yeah, back to Murray with Deloory. And he's, I think, happily going to play Doi.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of feels like a nice symmetrical play, making YOD the DOY.
Yes. Yeah, and again, it does good things for the board. It blocks the S hook of poison, and it takes out the L for bingo lanes. So, yeah.
It appears to take out the L, but actually, Scott's bingo still fits. Deliest will make
Right.
YODS and NOT if he's able to find that. And he's close. He's got the L and the D reversed. And he'll be
Transposed.
able to find this. That'd be really nice. And really save him
There
some
we go.
trouble. Very nice. Hold on. Is he? Yeah, he's. I like it. Look at this. Look at this gamesmanship. I think that's just how he plays, actually. He just wants to count the things while he puts them down.
Yeah.
This is a nice 74. Like I said, I mean, there's still a chance. There's 8 tiles, so yeah, Scott's going to draw 7 of those 8, but he's very, very likely, if he does consider this to be a valid word and worth playing, but he is hesitant. I think he's very likely to draw a Q, a U, a G. There's 2 I's, so yeah, it doesn't really feel... Okay, this is getting challenged. And it looks like YODS might be the word getting challenged. Could be Deliest and YODS. But in either case, Scott's going to get 5 or 10 more points. We'll have confirmation from our producers. Okay, challenging both Deliest and Yuds. Both are valid. That'll bring Scott to 317, which somehow feels respectable after being down far over 100 for the majority of this game.
It's quite a quick challenge, really, given the situation. Like I'd be taking the time to do my maths and work out whether I need to challenge or what happens if the words are right. Like deciding to challenge 2 words in this case probably isn't going to hurt him, but there are situations where it could.
Yeah, definitely. For example, I mean, Scott's just going to be probably 1 letter off of QUOD through the O and overrun. And there could have been also a threat alongside the triple, the top right triple with the Q. But I think Murray's going to be safe here, but I totally agree with you that I guess given how long it took Scott to decide on the play once it hit the board, Murray did have some time to consider challenging
Mhm.
or not, but yeah. Looks like the last tile in the bag is an E, which is a little bit
Yeah.
unfortunate for Scott. But no matter, it's he wouldn't have won with any of the draws that were possible, I think. So yeah, pretty quick game one. After getting started a little bit late. Well, depending on how long Murray decides to take here. Perhaps he hasn't finished his tracking. He just obviously with one tile in the bag, you have to make absolutely sure that you're not missing some gigantic possibility from Scott. So obviously
Yeah.
Murray can take
Well,
all the time
for
he wants
example,
here.
if you've missed an S, Mario would be threatening Quasi and Doys. So things like that. You need to just make triply sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Tracking, honestly, I feel like there are lots of players that track very, very late. I couldn't possibly do that. I feel
Oh,
like
I don't get
my
it.
yeah, like my decision making relies heavily on the tiles that are left.
Hmm.
But it really does boost your thinking time and your ability to just make quick plays. So uh, it looks like Murray did or was tracking for most of this game. Uh, Otherwise, we'd be seeing him do some paperwork right now.
Yeah, we've got a few
He's
top 10 players in Australia, or maybe top 20, that play their game reasonably quickly, and then if they need to at the end, we'll just start tracking. I just don't understand how you could do that.
Yeah, it's a pretty to me it's like it's a pretty it's both a nice flex, but also it feels like I'm getting an advantage because of it. So I'm totally okay with my opponents doing it.
Sure. Yeah. No, I don't mind playing against them.
So yeah, it looks like Murray's thinking about playing Aioli, probably with DI on the top right.
Yeah, I think that just wins. Wins a lot of the time. Worst case scenario is a bingo from the Z, which isn't possible with the pool.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess the one thing to think about is what happens if the last tile in the bag is a Q. And
Yes.
what's really cool about Aioli is it not only sets up a QI spot in the top right, but if you draw the Q, you're also threatening the disconnected play of queer through the U and the E at the bottom left. So
Oh
this
wow.
feels like a clear winner to me. And I think if he draws any other letter other than the Q, he'll certainly be going out next turn with ER. But even if Murray draws the Q and doesn't leave himself with a spot for it, I think he's still up enough that he'll be able to survive. But Scott's willing
Yeah.
to do as much damage as possible in the end game, then we actually might have a longer game. But we see that Scott does have the Q, so that's not going to happen. ARIE
New
as
word.
well being considered. Yeah. Now, again, that's the one thing, right? The Q. That's the one thing you have to think about. So ARIE also sets up a spot for QI, and it also threatens QI on the top right, making DI. So this also feels like a very safe choice.
Yep.
So good job by Murray. And yeah, back to Scott with this horrendous looking set of tiles.
Yeah. Unfortunately, qua not valid yet.
QUI, yeah, the French word. So he is going to be able to score if he sees that little hook on MI at the top left. He can play Quate for 35. I think he's looking at playing QUAI at the top right. Also play QUA and AB in the top left, but all of these plays are just, after any of them, I feel like Murray's doesn't even need to go out next move. You can just like slow play it. And yeah, it's the Q is just such a horrendous endgame tile. Nothing is even close to how bad the Q is. It just really, really sets you back. You're forced to play somewhere and leave whatever you have to leave. Yeah, what to say? I feel like the Scott we saw yesterday was very, very much finding his bonuses and not making super quick decisions. Today, feels like in this game, a lot of things did not click for Scott. Many opportunities that passed him by, and yeah, he definitely got a pretty heavy side of things when it came to his draws as well.
Yep.
But,
Yep. Totally agree.
Now he's stuck with this decision. Feels like sometimes when a game just is not going your way, you're in the end game, you just like you don't even want to make a move.
Yeah.
Just like want to sit there and wallow for some time. But yeah, a nice decision of QAI keeping GIU, which might be somewhere to play that, like an open L or something. Might be to the point where Murray's just going to want to go out if he can with like TOILE or TELOI from the T in centers you can do. Also can play through the V of Overrun with Olive. But yeah, the engine's saying you're not in danger. Feel free to take your time, Murray. Suggests playing IRE through the R in Gory, keeping LO for next move, which fits nicely from the MI at the top left of the board.
Yeah.
So IRE setting up Milo, Elk, and Lido that's a very elegant endgame. You could play Milo first as well and set up IRE. It's just 1 point worse.
Yeah, you could also, I mean, another probably more findable sequence is to play Eel and Quail, keeping the OI.
Yeah, that would work as well. So we'll see if Murray wants to go out, wants to just delay, play Zol, which is 6 points behind. Pretty good endgame play. Scott gonna play GU and Mew. Got another animal on the board. We love our animals. And REI instead of IRE for Murray. All right. Final score 417 to 345. I wonder if we're gonna want to interview Murray. I feel this was like a bizarre game. It just felt like every turn, it felt like both players just wanted to end the game like as soon as possible. Do you get that feeling?
I got the impression that it wasn't really a contest quite early on. Like there didn't seem to be winning chances for one player from halfway through the game. Yeah, sort of a very strange ending. Very strange.
But yeah, Scott did manage to really, really slow down or numb the pain. He only ended up losing by 72.
Yeah.
Despite getting double blanked and despite the early 100-point deficit. So yeah, we're gonna interview Murray for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Get his thoughts on the game. and then we'll take a quick break, and we'll be ready for our next game after that. So yeah, 417 to 345. So Murray Rogers, yeah, this is a nice victory over Scott, who I think is the one to beat in this division. So remind everybody what's at stake here, Josh. It's a double round robin, so each player plays each other twice
Yeah.
in their grade, and then how many games after that?
So there's 24 games total. So in a 12-person division, it's a double round robin, so you play everyone twice. That's 22 games, and then it's 2 King of the Hill to finish.
Nice. All right. Well, hello, Murray. How's it going? Josh and Josh here. Nice victory. Congratulations.
Hello.
How you feeling? Mhm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, we really liked that play of Ari at the end there, setting up a second spot for the queue. Ioli would have done the same thing actually. It was really hard to see, but if you'd played Ioli and DI, you were setting up a queue spot in the top right, and if you drew the queue, you'd have queer through the U and the E at the bottom of the board. So that was a little bit tricky as well, but you did exactly what you needed to do in the end game to not get stuck. So we really like to see that little stroke there. So nice job. Yeah, awesome. And yeah, nice find there on overrun, and yeah, nice job maintaining your lead. So yeah, Josh, any you have any questions for Murray before we let him go?
Yeah, no real questions. Just wanted to say congratulations on the win. Um, yeah, played a lot more hours than I ever want to see in my life. So, yeah, well done. Thanks, Murray.
All right, Murray. Thanks a lot. Good luck in the next games. Okay, cool. That was Murray Rogers taking the first victory of the day. Must feel good. I always like getting that first game over with. Really feels like most of my misplays occur at the beginning of the day. So
Not for sure.
yeah. Next round we're gonna see Dylan and Howard, which is a behemoth of a matchup. So I'm really excited for that. But before then, we're going to take a short break. So
Yep.
yeah, Josh, can't wait to call that one with you, and see you guys back here in just a few. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the 2025 New Zealand Scrabble National Championship. I am Josh Sokol here with Josh Watt. Josh, I'm excited for this matchup between Dylan Early and Howard Warner. How are you feeling about this?
Oh, I couldn't be more excited. This is why I'm here. This is probably the top matchup, I'd say.
So, why would you say this is the top matchup? Can you give people that might not know too much about Dylan, Howard, or either of them a little bit of info on why this is just the matchup of the tournament?
Well, yeah, just as a brief overview, I know Dylan has a long history of tournament wins in South Africa. I believe he's a multiple-time South African champion. Now that he's here in New Zealand, he's still a world-class player. Howard has won almost 200 tournaments, I believe, here in New Zealand. I think he's something like 187. Closing in on that 200, and yeah, a very, very strong player. So I wouldn't expect many mistakes. I'm expecting a very high-scoring, dynamic game.
Yeah, same here. And if we look at the results from the end of round 8, it looks like Lewis Hawkins was in the lead, but Howard just one game behind, as well as Dylan just one game behind. So both these players vying for a top spot after the double round robin. And this is a much awaited matchup for me. Rematch from, the Masters tournament from last month, where we just saw one of the craziest comebacks I've ever seen in Scrabble. So we'll see if Howard manages to, strike back after that game. I'm sure they've played since then, but in my head, that's just the last time they met, when Dylan just
Yeah.
came back from like 150 points behind or something. So yeah, looking forward to this. We do have the full rack view for Dylan and a little bit of a sideways view for Howard. But we will be able to relay what tiles have been drawn, so there should be no issue there. And can't wait to see what comes out of the bag, Josh. That's really all that matters.
Yeah, yep. There's decades of practice and study that goes into this game, and then all that really matters from here is what comes out.
All right, so Dylan Early going first. He's going to get the early. All right, I'm not even going to finish my sentence.
Pathetic.
Yeah. Thank you. He's going to get first blood. Is there a more there must be a better way to say that. Feels like first blood is such like a brutal. Yeah. Anyways, JX immediately. Do you play both of them? Do you play JEUX?
I would.
Do you play something like Carex?
I would play JEUX. Je.
I seem to agree with that. Put the E on the star. Hope for some nice bonus to that E or through that E next turn if ever possible. Yeah, just get rid of the clunk. I think so. I'd rather not put the U on the star. Just feels like, feels like I don't want to open a double, so it's either the E on the star or the U on the star. And I'd rather put the U sandwiched between those double letter scores than the E. What about you?
Oh, yeah. I thought you were saying you wanted the E on the star.
Yeah.
Oh,
that would sandwich the U's. Why do you think Quackle would hate that? Yeah.
Because
I think it's just
Quackle doesn't like the E on the star.
Really, this is new information to me, Josh. I mean, I know there are many situations where you'd rather not do that because it isn't a very nice letter to end a word with, but I feel like in this case, I don't like the C on the star, actually. That's one thing. This sets up the J, by the way, so I don't know. This seems really good as well. Scores 8 more points. So yeah, we won't have to see which philosophy Dylan follows. We like the setup philosophy. That's like the Nigel philosophy, right?
Sure is.
So yeah, that's 44 for Dylan and Howard with Giioory. Not a great opening rack.
No.
You play Yogi, Y-E and O-X? Is that crazy?
Oh, I don't know if I could pull
Looks
the
kind of
trigger on it.
crazy. Really seems crazy. The problem is you play YOGI, that stops one short of the triple row or triple column, and a C goes there with yogic, N goes there yogin, and S for yogis. There's just so many hooks
Hmm.
that you don't have.
Yeah, maybe you
So
just
yeah,
play
it
it
would be
down to the Sea of Carex.
yeah, maybe you play yogic just like that. Seems a lot less dangerous, but what's the score difference? That's 15 yogic. Yogi is 24. Oh man, I think I'd have to take the points here. I wouldn't be happy about it though.
I don't know if you can take the points with, what's that, 6 N's, a C, and what, 4 S's unseen.
Yeah, it's tough. It really is tough. What we do know is the more pressing matter. We see that Dylan has not drawn any of those hooks either. We know that the more pressing matter is to try and inhibit that J setup
Hmm.
that Howard has no idea. You could play Carex with anything. So
Oh, for
there's
sure.
really the great thing about that play is that it really doesn't signal what Dylan's really up to. He actually had a decision to make, and he decided to opt for setting that J up. So I feel like, yeah, I feel like I would take the points normally, but I don't know. It seems
Yeah, well,
really
this is
close to
why
me.
you get your reputation, Josh.
It's true, but it feels like, yeah, I guess this is exactly the sort of play I make. Never mind.
The reason I think I'd be drawn more to Yogic, besides the defensive aspect, and as in it's not giving away a huge spot a lot of the time, is that it preserves the E, which at a deficit, I think you want floaters to be able to bingo through next turn, and keeping ORI can quite often work.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. Not only that, I mean, you're not overlapping. When you overlap an opening play, you're just getting far fewer floaters to play through. So, um, Rig is the choice. Very interesting
Mm,
by Howard. He decides to just play as defensively as he can, really not give anything back Dylan, but Dylan's gonna
jug.
stomp on this, I think, with just Jug, yeah. Jug, Jaur, and Ger. So I'm interested to hear Howard's thought process there. I mean, I really do feel strongly about like trying not to play too open. You're Howard, but keeping OOIY feels like a huge I don't know, drop in equity. I'm not sure.
Hmm.
Yeah, Jug comes down, and now this defensive play is sort of nipped Howard in the behind. I mean, what do you do now? Just exchange, right?
Yeah, I mean, or you could play IE and GERE.
Oh yeah, that works. And also GUI, I didn't notice. You could just play GUI from the GOOEY.
Yeah.
That certainly seems worth it. It's dangerous, of course, putting that O there, setting up that triple letter to double word, but I think for 18 points or OYE, this is reasonable as well. Scores 19. Does block that C, which was sort of a nice way for Howard back into this game at an early deficit, but also opens the board to the first blank for Dylan. Oh my god. I shouldn't have looked at Howard's rack. You draw 4 fouls.
That's
I mean,
that
okay.
hurts.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. Howard's got to laugh it off. He's played so much Scrabble. He's had these racks before. It's going to be an easy exchange for him regardless. But yeah, it's going to be a hard way back into this game. But this is setting the stage, Josh, for potentially a reversal of what we saw last time these two were on stream.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you can never count any of them out, can you?
Yeah, absolutely. So, looks like Dylan has spotted that nice suffix of IFY. Are you seeing any bonuses here? I'm not.
No, I'm not. I'm not even seeing any candidate plays now.
Yeah, there's just nothing great here. YU under OY or 15 is the top play on points and leave, but it is tied with playing off the blank, playing fingered through the GERE, which would play across 2 double word scores, keep the Y to maybe hook the F next turn, score 48 points. But
48.
I don't think I'm playing my blank off here.
No, not keeping a Y, I don't think.
But yeah, this
I
is
know
right.
a few
You're right that
players.
this.
I know a
Go
few
ahead.
players that would.
Yeah, I mean, scoring is a good philosophy. You do have to score more points than your opponent. But yeah, I don't think I'd like to play YU here. I saw that Dylan had duty, DUTY lined up. I might prefer that, making OY, just so that I don't leave myself with so many consonants and set up really nice spots for Howard. You play YU, you're setting up AYU, RYU, KYU, down to that bottom middle triple. And you're also setting up OYE as a possibility next turn. Little does Dylan know that no matter what he does here, Howard's going to do the exact same thing.
See, the thing is, the plays of rig and then oi, they don't signal to me that he's going to have 7 vowels. You know what I mean? Like, they just don't. It doesn't seem like he would have kept 3 vowels and played rig, and then 4 and played oi. Like it. I don't know what I'd be inferring, but it wouldn't be this.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would. It feels like in this sort of position, if my opponent exchanges, I'm just like, what? Wait, what happened? I mean, and OYE was a reasonable play. I still feel like rig was kind of awkward. But yeah, FY, the choice for Dylan. He has to not be happy with that. Opening that triple up and scoring almost nothing, but you had to make a play. And he's probably going to be happy to see what happens next. Exchange 6.
Was UOI and OYE worth considering at all?
Maybe. He did get a spot for 14. Yeah, the evaluation says it's within a point.
Okay.
Whether you keep those 2 eyes with that A or whether you just exchange. But it's true that somehow Dylan's play gave Howard a reasonable option. But yeah, that draw of NV is not so great. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think on Dylan's last turn, because I couldn't read Howard's rack, I wouldn't have wanted to open a triple like that because I don't know what he's keeping. I would have been tempted to just dump the F above the UR. So, I'm getting rid of one of my problem letters and, whatever you have, but I can't work it out and I need another turn to think.
Yeah, I mean that really does feel like one of the reasonable options. I would just be super worried about like GERES and all that stuff happening. This is a double lane. But yeah, Fundy comes down, which seems by far to be Dylan's choice of play. 30 points. Howard's drawn 2 more E's and has filled his rack up with LMNR. So
Yeah,
I'd
so
first be
real
staring
men
at that. Ooh,
doesn't play.
it did play.
Yes, it did.
It was just blocked. So if I had seen real men, I guess I would be reeling from that. Oh my god, I need to stop. I'd be looking through the I of Fundy and then maybe the D, see if there's an 8-letter word, but barring that, not really sure. What are you looking at?
Like I said, I'd be looking through those floaters, but not finding anything. I'd be looking for potential double doubles.
Yeah, it does feel like the GERE is ripe for that sort of play. We did see Dylan had one or two available a couple turns ago. There isn't a double according to the engine. And maybe the best play is Reefy to the FY for 22, opening the board a little bit.
Oh,
We haven't seen a bonus from Dylan, but he's up by 93 points. So Howard's definitely wanting to keep things open here. I don't envy this position.
no, Reefy hurts to play, I think.
I just don't know what the alternative is. I feel like NEEM, like to the left of the UNDI, that just does everything wrong. Blocking the board.
Maybe
Oh,
is German a word? Yeah.
yeah, GERMEN is definitely a reasonable play. And I guess the one thing about this board is that hook on rig is just gonna stay there for a while as we see real men being played as a 7-letter word to the end of Fundy. This also makes sense. I'd be really not happy with the REE just opening up that huge scoring spot at the top of it, and it looks like Howard's taking this back. He doesn't seem happy either. It's just really ugly here. If you're Dylan, what are you hoping for?
Another vowel.
That's not what he's gonna get. He might get some 9 possibilities after this. Howard takes it back at some point. I think Dylan's gonna know his full rack if he keeps this up. I mean, he should already know it actually. NEEM. That N was the only tile not played. So Dylan, if I were Dylan, I'd be writing down exactly what Howard had. I'm trying to base my next plays off of that a little bit if I can. It looks like
I do that all the
Dylan
time.
doesn't care.
Well, maybe he just remembers in his head. If you can, you can, right?
Yeah, maybe. So Neem coming back on the board, second time's a charm. Clock has been hit. So this is Howard's top play by equity, by points and leave value. But like we said, does not do good things to this board.
No.
Back to Dylan with CESTTV blank. And not many options. You're just playing Vent here, setting up your E. You know that Howard has another one. Vent through the EN.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I still would. REL, he's kept. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
REL.
Cent instead, CENT, because he doesn't have an S.
Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah, I like the look of that. And your letters are so potent, even with that V, the EST blank feels like you draw one vowel and you're home free.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Scent would be a really cool play here. Just basing your play on the knowledge of Howard's Rack, but Vent keeping the much stronger CEST blank. It just feels like Dylan's not going to miss, but he might have just given Howard something in some cases. What we do know is that Howard was going to play Soilier
Yeah.
no matter what. Now he's just gotten a slightly better place to play it, I guess. I don't like the placement of the S, but I think you play this with Event rather than with Rigs. Keep the board more open. And 2 O's for Dylan. He's going to have a host of options here.
Cooties.
Yeah, I guess you do want to cover that area, right? You don't want to play something. Do you want to play something like Scooted and Rigs? Those score really well.
Yeah. Potentially, because like we said, it forms that right angle with Rigs, which means that you're restricting the upper half of the board and going up a lot.
Yeah. I guess the benefit to playing something alongside Soilier, that is a huge, huge scoring spot that if Howard does hit it with anything, will open lanes on the board. So that is a one benefit, but are you ready to sort of sacrifice points? You can play Scooted in the same spot, actually, next to the SOILI, making a bunch of 2-letter words. Maybe that's worth doing. That's 79 and really doesn't open anything. And that's what he's going for. This seems like a great idea.
Yeah, I
Sacrificing
really
4
like it.
points, but annihilating the board on the left side, which was just blown open by play of Soilier. What a great decision. Love to see it. And look at the placement of that C, just completely cutting off the circulation on the top. Wow. Saw some laughing over the board. We like the camaraderie. I wish
Yeah.
I knew what was said, but it's good because Howard is trailing by 90 points here, but yeah, it's not over. There's definitely some chances here. He has ADEEKLR, so maybe looking to put that K next to the TI, like ERKOOR. This is what he's doing. This is a very nice score. 40 points. But there was an incredible play. Oh my god. Talk about double doubles. Kedgeree through the GERE was 56. Oh man, that is just
Kitchery.
impossible.
Wow.
That is just impossible to find. I don't even know where to start with that one.
I mean, he
Scrabble
did have
is
like
beautiful.
Lagered as a double.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was 36. He actually
Yeah, I
kept
think
that on his rack, so he might
true.
do that
Yes.
next turn. Back to Dylan
Benji
with AAHIORW. Yes, we see the infamous tiles in every which way. Aahorw. Now things are a little weird. The dust has settled. You're up 50, but you don't really want to do anything on this board. You like the board.
Yeah, for sure.
Engine is suggesting wasabi through the S of scooted, but even if you see
Never play
that,
that.
yeah, that opens a huge double lane. I don't think that is the right choice, but it is very cool.
It is. Oh, yeah, I don't know.
It looks like WOAH being considered making SH. WAAH as well. If he does that, it's been mentioned in the chat. Howard's going to be able to respond with leadwort, LEADWORT. So we might see, we really might see the comeback. Kind of crazy. I think that just a few turns ago, Dylan had the blank and was up 90. Now he doesn't have the blank and he's only up 50. So Wah is the choice because there are still 6 A's unseen to Dylan and only 3 O's. So we like the adjustment. It's definitely not what you would normally do. But
this
as
is
we're
why you
talking
need to
about,
track during the game.
absolutely. Yeah. So 25 points. Dylan's up by 74, but Leadwort is 76. I think I expect Howard to see this. It's definitely not the first letter you're looking through to make an 8-letter word, W, but pretty high probability word.
Hmm.
You do see Howard hesitating a little bit. He's probably just looking through the other letters on the board. Yeah, you either see this or I guess you miss it. Nothing more wise to say about it, but just one of those plays where like feels like you see it most of the time, but you might just not play through a W.
Yeah, look, I learned all my wart words just on a whim, so it's not something that I would miss this one. But yeah, it is a bit of an odd formation.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those words that like just hits you and you're like, oh wow, that fits.
Hmm.
As Dylan, while he's waiting, Howard to make a decision, has drawn the Z. So this is oh wow, this is a miss by Howard Warner. He plays OD for 16. It wasn't just Ledwort that was missed. Those double doubles through GERE still available, Rogered and Loggered. So this is a huge swing in Dylan's favor. Oops, I put OD in the wrong spot.
Yeah, especially now as we should almost definitely see Pos and Czar and shut everything down.
Yeah, pause is over 50 points. And I don't know if Howard's going to be able to recover from that. Looks like he's drawn EI. So he will be able to play tertial and loose in the lane he just set up. But that'll give back a huge score to Dylan early. So I think after the next few turns, Howard Warner is still going to be down a bonus.
Yeah.
So no hesitation there with tertial. One of those words. That's one of those words I've played in our favorite opening spot. So yeah, you wouldn't catch me dead missing that one. Howard either, it seems. So BDEIINT. And this seems pretty straightforward, right, Josh?
Bid or bide?
Yeah. So I guess we'd be looking at bid or bide in the top left, and whether we can afford to part with our E, our ever precious E. So how many vowels are
Yeah,
left?
14.
Seems on the cusp. There are only 3 E's left. I feel like with Dylan's lead, just scoring the extra points looks good.
Yeah, I mean, another consideration is that, well, there's another blank unseen, so you're turning over an extra tile. And in the lead, you do have an interest in ending the game quicker.
You do, and actually, I just noticed NIE fits inside tertial and
Oh,
pause
yeah.
and wah, making E now and Riza.
Mm-hmm.
That scores 35. I don't think it's worth it, but it's very, very nice. Seems like a nice flexing play you could make. There's no hook onto loose, right? Can't put a
No.
letter there. I'd be worried about that since I don't know my words. Dylan certainly knows his. So he's seen NIE. It
Yeah.
looks like that's really, really, really cute. It's just too bad he's like one letter off of a really nice, like mini or something in that spot, which would score like over 40.
Mm.
Yeah, you could consider keeping this D for those double doubles. Like, maybe you play bite instead and you keep INGERED. Draw lingered, you can draw fingered again, gingered. You
Yeah,
have a
I
lot
think
of double doubles.
he might be looking at bin still in the email spot.
Hmm. Yeah, that's 29. Much better than. Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
very nice.
So not as likely to draw, I think, a double double through the GERE, but still a very nice way to score some points and keep at least that scoring tile, 2-point tile, can be quite useful
Yeah.
to defend the lead. So back to Howard with DEGILPU. See anything popping out there?
No, not at all.
I guess Howard has drawn a hook to rig. Has drawn that G.
Hmm.
So it could be time to play something like gulped with that. I'm not really sure. There are 2 S's out. There's a blank out. RGG takes an S, I imagine. But
Yep.
Howard is down by 69 points, so might be time to try and do something about it. It looks like GIE instead. Nicely overlapping for 29 points, but Howard is put on the board. And regardless, Dylan early has drawn the second blank. This is looking very good for him.
Yeah.
So AADEIT blank. You see anything?
I'm not saying anything that plays.
Yeah, neither am I.
I'm drawn to
Does
the
feel like
play of maybe Taxi and Juga.
that is very nice. Yeah, I mean, I would be looking for bingos for
Oh, for
at
sure.
least
Yeah,
a
yeah.
minute here, and coming up short. There really isn't anything. But Taxi and Juga, yeah. Once I do all the work, once I just rack my brain and come up short, I don't know if I'd have the fuel to see something like that. That's a very cute play. But Howard,
Mm.
after keeping 3 consonants, has drawn DNT. So this is very, very ugly for him.
Yeah, and we're getting to the point where Dylan can sort of infer a consonant heavy rack for Howard based on the pool.
Definitely. And man, what a incredible. So like, I mean, I know Dylan's getting low on the clock, but ability to just decide there's nothing here. I don't see it. Let's
Mm.
just take some points here. The taxi comes down. This does look sort of counterintuitive in that it invites plays on that column next to the TA, but Juga only taking an L, I
Oh
think.
wow! Look at that
And
draw.
so,
IE into a
yeah.
pool with double the consonants.
Yeah, at first you get a draw like that, you're like, oh, that's not what I wanted. But then you're like, actually, it
Mm.
is.
Yeah,
As long as
100%
my
it is.
opponent isn't drawing those, I will be totally fine. So we see another exchange 6
Yeah.
on the table for Howard Warner. He's keeping the P. There's somewhere the P goes that might be useful here. I'm wondering why not keep a more bingo prone tile.
Um, I mean, P's aren't horrible.
No, certainly not. What is horrible is drawing UW. Oh my goodness.
Well, maybe upsways or something.
But yeah, I think the logic might have been just keep the P to be able to score with next turn if I don't bonus, or if I do bonus, my bonus is going to score a little bit more.
Hmm.
But yeah, seems very bad for Howard Warner. The blank is not drawable for him. He doesn't know that. Dylan has 5 of the last remaining 13 vowels. So it's not completely over, but yeah, with the 63-point lead in the blank, I would feel like I would never, if I was playing this position right, I would never lose it.
Yeah, no, you'd be confident. What what do you do now though? Do you just play 2 vowels anywhere for any amount of points?
Good question. I'm not opposed to just playing Tiki, just dropping that I.
Yeah.
I am opposed potentially to playing a Juga and Ace, just because that actually opens an S hook.
Hmm.
But we see AI instead, keeping
Yeah,
those 2
yeah, well,
E's.
that's what I was thinking. I mean, I was looking, maybe Amia, through the MI of down near Fundy, just because you have no eyes left to draw, so you're not in danger of triplicating, um, whereas there was an A left to draw, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, and that also blocks some of the most dangerous threats.
Hmm.
But Nopal feels like Howard's just like, well, UW is really bad, but 32 points. 32 points is something I need right now desperately. So this looks like a good play. Sets up the W in multiple spots, but Dylan has drawn NS. So this seems to be over now. Play anything with rigs going all the way down. Leave 5 letters in the bag. There might even be a 9-letter word now from the MI for
I think there
Dylan.
is. I haven't checked it yet, but I think I'd play it.
Oh wow. There
You have any
is
ideas what I'm
one.
thinking?
I
Oh, you've
didn't. I
looked.
had to check. I've looked. No, you
Is
owned me there.
it Mystifine? Is that's good?
Misdefine is a word. Beautifully
Yeah, okay.
done. Great find. Yeah, if Dylan finds this, um, with 3.5 minutes left on his clock, I will tip my fictional cap. But I tip my cap to you. That is a beautiful, beautiful find. Misdefine. We see seating here instead. And we also see Howard with FAWMVUS. So we pretty much know where this is heading.
Yeah, I mean, possibly left a few points on the table. Could have played Stained, SD. Either spelling, I guess, with the G or without. But I think this does what you want in putting consonants next to those premium squares, making them harder to access.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. This does set up a spot for QUA or Q. Well, there's no I. So QUA, but yeah, obviously misdefine.
Oh, what a draw.
Oh my goodness, ethanol out of the bag.
Anethol, yeah.
You're getting drunk tonight. Wow. Don't think there's a spot unless Howard decides to open something. We said 5 tiles in the bag.
Yeah, I think
There's a
you just play floor to the left of Nopal, opening the triple triple, and just hope for the best.
yeah. There is no L, but that
Oh, is it
would
not?
be
Oh, I thought.
no.
Oh, right.
There's an S. There's yeah. He's looking at fa keeping vums, but if there was a way to do that, absolutely. But it looks like here you just want to play for 55. You can play faves or faws to the right of Nopal, making jugles, which is a word that I've confidently challenged, but it is a valid word.
Jugles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, fours and jugles scores a lot.
I guess the question is, do you keep the V or the W? Yeah, but in
Maybe
either
what
case,
about just VOW, setting up the S?
yeah, you could try something like that. It really does feel blockable, but yeah, maybe if you're trying to win, I think yeah, Howard's given up, and so have I. So he plays just fa, keeping the S for later. That's definitely gonna come in handy if he draws the Q. He'll be able to play SUQ and TAWS
Yeah.
potentially. Q is still in the bag, so there's 2 in the bag, and I think it's a D and a Q that are waiting for Dylan early, who's down to 2.5 minutes. Of course, if you're new to watching Scrabble games, you don't have to worry. Even if Dylan goes overtime, he doesn't lose the game. He will lose points for every minute he goes over, but there is no flagging in Scrabble, which I find interesting. I feel like there should be. Like if you get to 0, you should just lose. becomes complicated.
Yeah. So I suppose unseen to you as Dylan is Sook and Tors as a threat.
Mhm.
Obviously, the QI and seeding is a bailout spot, so you've got to keep that open if you're Dylan, so that you have a chance to play the Q if you draw it. Trying to think,
Yeah,
because
this
a
is
player like
tricky.
Loath, Loath, scores a lot, but it just sticks you with the Q.
Right. So it's a very similar situation to the one we witnessed last game, where Murray, with a couple tiles left in the bag, wanted to make sure one tile left. Wanted to make sure he wasn't going to be stuck with his Q and with nowhere to play it. If you only have one spot open for the Q, Howard can just block. We are seeing Holt, which I don't believe leaves Dylan with the second spot. So it looks like he is
No.
actually going to get stuck after this play. So it was definitely tricky to figure out a way not to get stuck. But the point would have been to keep that I and seating open and also keep QAT available potentially with oft or somewhere else on the board.
Yeah.
That's what I would have gone for if I was Dylan. I think he's definitely going to lose some point differential over this decision, so long as Howard is willing to wade through a disgusting endgame with these tiles. Sometimes you're just like, whatever. Just play your Q. I'm just gonna go out in 2 here. But can you even go out in 2 with these
I
letters?
don't think so.
BUMVURS. There
I think you
is
just have to play Vim through the eye.
yeah, that's the question, because you also are in danger of getting stuck with your V potentially. So
Yes. Yeah.
maybe you just play that immediately. But it does feel, yeah, it does feel kind of ugly, regardless, no matter how you stretch it for Howard. But I think probably it would be optimal for him to block the only Q spot with him or something similar.
Yeah. Either way, I think we're gonna have a very slow end game, because it's gonna be a bit of cat and mouse with how many turns it takes. Howard knows that Dylan has to play it slow. I'm just thinking, for example, after Vim, the biggest threat on the board for Howard is Sub and Tors, but Dylan has the A for Tala.
Oh,
Oh wow,
Dylan. Oh, he's better than all of us.
he is. Yeah, let's all go home, I
Except
think.
liars in the chat. You noticed that? Okay, well, yeah, I'm a bad commentator. I didn't see that. That is all right. So as long as he was keeping the A, he was fine. Very nice. Adi. Blank blindness affects all of us.
If this was online, wouldn't have been an issue.
It's true. Wow, nice job, Dylan. Even under the time pressure, he's just so cool. How does he do it? So now Howard's best play is to play Bruise, BRUS, with Soft and UN at the top.
Yeah.
Scoring nice 34, which would take him, it's I think his only play that takes him over 400 points. And Dylan will just be going out with Mind or Dean or Need or a number of options that cannot be blocked. So yeah, very well played by Dylan early here. Scooted was very nice. Carrick's might have been the best play, setting up the J. It really worked out for him.
Yeah.
Definitely feels like he got the letters, but also got the positions right.
Yeah, for sure.
So Howard, under 2.5 minutes now. Yeah, probably can't be happy with this game. Had to exchange twice. He's probably drawn like 6 or 7 U's this entire game. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but yeah, he's had to exchange a U twice. So maybe he's drawn 4. It's hard to win games when that happens. But he had his one big chance with Leadwort, which would have really altered the game results.
Potentially.
Still would have been
Leadwort
difficult.
also, not that he knew this, but it gave away a big Z spot just above the O.
Mhm.
So, who's to say?
Yeah, definitely. No telling whether Howard would have won or not. Maybe feels like a
Has
little
he
bit of
mistracked it?
uncertainty or mistracking, yeah. Because yeah, you would definitely at least play the B there. But yeah, Den comes down for Dylan, totaling 493 to 393, 100-point win. So yeah, I guess we're gonna get to interview Dylan again after this monumental victory over New Zealand's for such a long time top player, Howard Warner. Yeah, he didn't even go overtime. So, as always, if there are some positions or a specific position people wanted to bring up with Dylan, I think we're gonna have a couple minutes for an interview. But yeah, very very nice win for the South African native. Yeah, I mean, for me, it just feels like everything flowed well. That FY position was the one question I had. Like,
Yeah.
it feels like that was a good play, but not sure. But yeah.
Yeah, just remind me, what did Quackle say to do in that position?
So in terms of just points and lead, it said YU, and then fingered were tied.
That's it, yeah.
But I don't think that would be what the simulation would say. So I can actually run it while we're waiting. Yuft. There's some really interesting options. That's the sort of position where, yeah, there's just so much to think about.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Dylan. Welcome back to the booth.
Thanks. How you doing?
It's Josh and Josh here.
Hey, guys.
Hello.
Always a pleasure to watch you play. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's a big relief to manage to get one over Howard.
Yeah. I mean, I remember the last time you two played. That was just fireworks.
Yeah.
This felt a little bit more controlled. Do you have any thoughts on the game as is? Any positions you're
Well, I think it's funny that we ended up in a QADI Akadi endgame, same as we did the last time. Yeah, and then I guess it was get ahead, stay ahead, keep it blocked, early blanks, so it was just regulation, trying to not make too many openings, I think. Didn't want to get stuck with a Q at the end, obviously. So I kept the A.
We thought you had.
I'd
We did not see that play. That was very, very sly.
I think Howard might have missed that as well. Yeah, so yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
It's just a lucky. I just outpicked Powered, I think, in this particular game.
Yeah, so I guess the first thing was the Carex play. We thought it was very nice to set up the J. Were you considering also JEUX in that position?
No, it didn't cross my mind, unfortunately. So I would have to. Yep, it completely slipped my mind.
You don't know, honestly. This was such a nice sly setup. It might have been worth it.
Yeah,
It was 8 more points as well. So
yeah, I had.
yeah, Josh, any questions?
Yeah, so we agonized over the turn where you played FY underneath Oi.
Yeah,
Um,
it felt weak.
what? Yeah, well, all the options sort of do. What were your candidate plays? What were you considering?
Honestly, nothing. I couldn't see anything. If it wasn't going to be a bonus, then I didn't want to burn too many letters. I also didn't want to create too many openings. I thought the F in that line would probably be taken by Howard down onto the triple, so I get some floaters I need. But no. I was just trying to keep DUIT blank. It's not the best, but it's balanced at least. Did you guys see anything there?
We didn't really see anything we liked. There was a possibility. There's so many times where both of you could have played a double-double through the GERE. That was the first time, but you would have had to burn your blank to do so.
Oh, right, like...
With fingered.
Oh, yeah.
The engine likes Turfy and Frig.
Yeah.
By keeping DIUY blank.
Oh, yep.
But that's a weird one.
Very nice.
But no, we think your reasoning for FY was very sound. We knew that Howard had just 7 vowels there, and yeah, nothing was going to really change what he did. But yeah, we liked the way you played it. We liked the scooted play, sacrificing a few points, just to really lock the board down.
Yep.
We liked the adjustment on wah instead of whoa.
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, there were a lot of A's to come.
Yeah, everything you did was great. So I think probably the best played game we've seen so far. So.
Oh, thanks, guys. That's really appreciated, and it's always nice talking to you.
Yeah, no worries. There's one more thing, Josh. What did you see that Dylan missed on the seeding
there's
turn?
always something.
Well, I'm not even sure if it would have been better, but there was a 9 available from the MI.
I was looking for those, and then I gave myself about 30 seconds because I was looking at mini and mid and also miss. Okay, what was it?
Yeah, I didn't see it.
It was a miss word. It was misdefine.
Oh yeah, okay, very nice. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Just sounded plausible to me. But yeah.
So, hey, if Josh would have played it, then kudos to him. But yeah, I think you made the right choice of playing something you were sure of. But yeah, awesome. Well played, and hope to see you again and keep it up. And always a pleasure, Dylan.
Thank you.
Very
Likewise.
much.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Dylan.
See ya.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, so that was Dylan early, taking a very nice scalp over Howard Warner, 100-point victory. We'll probably have some standings for you guys to show. But if we don't, we'll just go straight to break. But yeah, we'll be back with those standings momentarily. But yeah, no standings yet, so we'll just take a small break, and we'll be right back for the third round of the day. So don't go anywhere, everybody. welcome back, everybody, to
Hello.
the 45th New Zealand National Championship. All right, Josh, it's how many rounds have we played? What's going on? Tell us what you're thinking.
I'm thinking we're seeing some quality play. I was really looking forward to that matchup, and it didn't disappoint. We got some difficult positions and some sharp play. I'm really looking forward to our next matchup, though. Taking a bit of a detour from Grade A, but still some very strong players in Paul Richards and Jason Simpson.
Yes, indeed. So Paul Richards from your home country of Australia. Have you played him often? Is he one of your favorite opponents?
I've played him, I believe, 3 or 4 times, and I think I've lost 3 of those 4. He plays a lot of Scrabble and travels everywhere to play Scrabble, along with Karen Richards. Obviously, Karen being Alistair Richards' mother. It's Alistair's a very strong player from New Zealand, and ex-world champion. Paul knows a lot of words, possibly a bit underrated at the moment, but I'm sure we'll see a strong showing. I don't know much about Jason Simpson at all.
Yeah, so Jason lives in Whangarei. He has won a couple of tournaments in New Zealand despite being in the B grade. He loves pickleball. Oh, he's going to have a problem with me. Yeah. Oh, you too. Yeah, ranked 22 in New Zealand. Yeah, he played in the Trans-Tasman tournament, which was the first tournament that the amazing people behind this live stream have featured. So that was a great tournament in 2024, and he got the 2019 trophy, Gerald Warner Trophy, who is the most impressive newcomer. Is the Gerald Warner Trophy that related to Howard in some way? I wonder. Gerald's related to Howard.
Not sure.
But in any case, game is starting.
Yep, Jason to go first.
Yes. Let's get that sorted. Oh yeah, looking forward to this matchup.
E.
Uh-oh.
E.
Oh my gosh. Okay. 4 E's. You play I.
Yeah, you have to, surely.
Yeah, I think that's worth it over exchanging. But yeah, he's targeted that move. We like it. I don't think you'd like to play the new word yeet, but gotta keep that T. And a vertical opening. Here we go. Also worth mentioning that no direct relation to Nigel, Paul, Alistair, and Karen, all sharing the Richards last name. This is obviously a very, very common last name. I made that mistake in 2014. Nigel and Karen were having lunch in the playing room with a bunch of other players, and I assumed that there was a relation there that I will not repeat on stream. But it was quite embarrassing, and I deserved all the embarrassment for assuming. But Joe is the play by Paul. We like this play, I think. Balancing the rack, scoring 26. Not opening too much. We might see that S hook. I'm not going to even attempt to pronounce that word, SJOE.
It's sure.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a South African word, which Dylan could have helped us with last time.
Yeah, indeed. Instead of that, we're seeing Yeti, actually. Yeti comes down. Maybe slightly better to play. No, actually, that looks pretty good. Maybe I don't think you want to keep that I with the CG combination. Obviously, C and G together, not very good. But CEG is an okay leave. So there's no S hook on Joe, and back to Paul with AEEHILU. Definitely EU draw, not what he wanted, but it's not the worst thing. What do we do?
No, you could play something like Jehu.
Jehu from the J, that looks quite good. Is that from India? I think that word's from India. It's like some sort of driver. I remember somebody defining it for me and being like, "Oh, I'll try to remember that."
Okay.
Yeah, Jehu would score 14 points and keep AEIL, which could lead to a bonus somewhat often. Also doesn't really open too much in terms of counterplay. You could leave the H off, just play JEU.
True. Yeah, is there anything that
Instead, we're
scores more
just
than just
seeing.
that?
Yeah, that looks like maybe the top score in the position, 22. Problem is just, what are you hoping for? Are you just going to exchange next turn? I like the idea. It's really hard to work on this board now with that nice sort of Tetris-y shape.
Yeah, it's cool.
You ever played the game Blockus? Blokus?
No, I have not.
It's got a shape like that, but the shape is being destroyed. Potentially. Actually, Jason, he's hesitating. He wants to play cringed, but he probably doesn't want to open that huge spot that cringed would open. So instead, we're seeing Grid setting up the E-hook for Gride. Wonder if both players are going to be confident of that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
So this looks like a good play. You could play the same letters and play Grade, Greyed, for a little bit more, for one more point. But this is nice and aggressive. And if Jason does know the hook, you could get a huge score off of it. Paul's found an M. And yeah, I guess really depends on knowing Gride here.
Yeah, there's a few good plays. Something like Ulema.
Yeah, Ulema is nice. EMEU would be nice.
Even
Looks like Paul.
Yeah, even Amule.
Oh yeah. I think Paul is going to play LIEU with GU, which is a great play. Set up the M for gum, open the board a little bit, keep balanced letters. But you have to start wondering, is that a miss of that huge hook on Grid? We're going to see that hook matter come into play later. Back to Jason, ACENORV. Nice and balanced. Looks like he's one letter off. No,
Yeah,
he has
Veronica, but doesn't play.
Yeah, Veronica almost fits. He actually does have a word to the L. Extremely difficult find, though.
Maybe we'll leave it for the chat.
Yes, definitely a good idea. Good exercise. Yeah, I think I would find this, but I wouldn't find it 10 times out of 10. As Paul has drawn UU combination. Might come in handy, and might not. All right. See, someone in the chat has found Novercal, which is pretty sure is an adjective.
It is, yeah.
So kind of weird because probably Novercal. Novercal means pertaining to a stepmother.
Stepmotherly.
Doesn't feel like that wouldn't be pluralizable, that word, if you don't know what it is. but it's yeah, the uncle one is avuncular, right?
Sounds right to me.
Avuncular, novercal. Yeah. Anyways, if Jason spots this, he deserves plenty more trophies because that is a really, really tough find. So it's gonna be interesting to see either player finds Gride at any point, or if we're just gonna wait and see an S get hooked onto Grid later on in the game. But yeah, Jason taking a lot of time here. Paul's just blown the board open. All of the things that he was thinking about prior to Paul's play are no longer relevant.
Hmm.
So if you don't spot the bingo, Volar, Volar looks pretty good. Valor, name is Volar.
Yeah, I hate playing Valor with that spelling. It just seems so wrong.
All right, well, maybe Jason agrees with you. He plays Vicar, which is a universal spelling.
Yes.
Um, yeah, I love the shade being thrown.
Well, this gives Paul a good place to play his Q.
It does. Is there something that doubles it that you see?
Yeah, coin
Why
up.
not? That seems like his play. He's got it lined up with his own A, but he can use that A on the board if he wants it. I wonder if he's now seeing Bride and not seeing spot that was just opened up.
Yeah, interesting.
You missed this, you could play something like Monk, Manque, or Mark through the R in Vicar. Or you could
Yeah.
play something with Gride. But yeah, it looks like he spotted it. Boom,
Yeah.
there it goes. 48. Back to Jason with a 30-point deficit. Drawn EEDFNOW.
Hmm.
So probably
Now,
gonna see something like wound or bound here. What are you thinking?
yeah, I was thinking the same thing, just because you're so far away from being able to address the Q directly. Um, Plus, yeah, it just scores a lot. It's just whether you want to keep an F or a W.
Yeah, what's interesting is this doesn't quite address the Q. Things like Aid or UUAEIO are still gonna fit. Even Trank still fits to that Q.
It really doesn't do much, does it?
Certainly blocks some things. And what's interesting now is I feel like if you have a U, you might, if you don't have a word from the Q immediately, you might just want to keep it for later because it's sort of been protected.
Hmm. Yeah, my highest ever score was sort of a situation like this, where there was a parallel play that sort of looked like it obscured everything, but I sort of worked out that the QU whatever play still fit, and that's when I got aquifers for almost 300 because it all just sort of it was never getting blocked, so I could sort of fish for it.
Amazing. Yeah, those are the the most fun stories where it just all fits perfectly.
Hmm.
Like Tranquil would fit perfectly here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Ah,
that's getting
boo.
blocked with how do I
Nah.
pronounce Mna?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a host of terrible options for Paul. You only had that one vowel, so taking
Yep.
out that easy triple seems like it makes a lot of sense, but gonna need some help on his next draw. He's seen an O and an I. Okay. He's not quite out of the woods, but that's a decent draw for Paul Richards. Back to Jason with Aeeflno. Things are getting sharp. Gride is coming into play again. They've sort of avoided having to think about it for a few moves, but Jason looking at Foe and ME, keeping nice balance. AELN. Do you see anything better than that?
No, not immediately, but I'd be a bit wary of playing it just because it feels like you're giving away big points to the triple. I'd be looking at just Fee, Fee through the E of Quina.
Yeah, that seems pretty good as well. You're going to be able... It's one of those boards where you don't need an S to bonus, so keeping racks like AELNO doesn't seem that bad.
Yeah, I mean, wound takes an S, but it also takes a Y for woundy. So that's also a threat that's available.
I mean, doesn't it depend on how you're pronouncing it? Don't you have to like say the words you're playing? Don't you have to say like I played wound, and if opponent tries to hook an S, it's like no, I played wound, not wound.
Yeah, I often joke like, well, was that the noun or the verb? Like, what are we doing? Yeah, did you play moped or moped?
Exactly. We see OH come down, so Paul playing quite defensively, taking out that Q spot and that S hook, and maybe that Y hook. It might still be able to play like Hydromel or something later, but seems quite unlikely.
Hyoidian.
Yeah, that one seems like the most probable. And now Paul is threatening to play Nibble and EF for a huge score. So if Jason isn't careful and he doesn't overlap his play of Foe, going to get hit by a pretty high score. And yeah, if neither player spots the E hook, they keep mentioning this. They're going to be starting to miss plays.
Yeah, we saw a bit of gesticulation from Jason here. It seems to be a little unhappy with his options, which who could blame him?
Yeah, we've started to try and name these racks. I feel like calling them just sticks is a nice one. Sticks, just one pointers that don't do anything for you. Are you a fan of that terminology?
I like non-goes instead of bingos. Yeah. I don't know. I prefer not to think about them. Oh, there we go.
Oh, Gride. All right, we see Gride and Paul holds. I saw his lip. I read his lips there. So this is a good play, renal, scoring 17, keeping AE, and it's even better if you think your opponent's going to challenge the hook. And we see the drink of water. I feel like Jason's confident on this. And it looks like we have an accept.
Yeah, would you have kept
another?
Would you have kept a consonant here and played something like lean instead?
Yeah, maybe. Kind of like keeping that safe consonant with the AE, but 2 extra points. It's always close. As Nibble for 44, by far, Paul's best play comes down, and he's up 40. So, no S's, no blanks have been seen just yet. Paul's just played 6. Jason's just played 5. Good chance we're going to see one of those. Paul's drawing first, while Jason does his paperwork.
Frapped.
Oh my goodness. Frapped is on Paul's rack. No spot for it. Unless gride is somehow a verb now. And
It is.
marine G. So this is Germina. And also just breaming is available as an 8 for Jason from one of those Bs. But grided, I mean, we saw Paul Richards hold the word gride. Will he be confident enough to put a D on that? I don't think so. I've been surprised before.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Grided.
And will Jason be confident that bream, it's not just a C bream, it's also a verb itself? There is one more playable bingo for him that he might be more confident of, but it's certainly a step back in terms of value. Somebody in the chat can find that before Jason does. Okay, set up Mangier.
Mangia.
Why do I try to pronounce anything, Josh? I don't know. Yeah, none of the sevens player. So we're gonna need to see an 8 or bust. And imaginer is the other option for Jason Simpson. I always remember that that's a word just because of its anagram, migraine. It's hard to be an imaginer when you have a migraine.
I do like those pairs.
And multiple times I've seen the word reimagine come up, which is just if you add an E to imaginer. But yeah, it really feels like Jason sees breaming and is just like, oh man, how confident do I have to be to play this? I think you have to be pretty confident. Paul is almost challenged gride last turn, and I feel like once you're close to challenging a word, you're so much likelier to challenge the next one you're not sure of. But Jason's confident. He's right. Breaming is 80 points, could be 85. And it looks like Paul is holding again.
Yeah, which makes sense because a brim is just a fish here in Australia, so it's hard to imagine how it could also be a verb.
Yep. So that is gonna give Jason an extra 5 points. Did you pronounce it differently? Brim?
Yeah, I believe we say brim.
Stop. Are you're just trolling me now?
I really think it is.
Oh man, that's great. We love English here. So that is valid. So brings Jason to 232 to 187. And this is a huge moment for Paul Richards. Grided is valid. Frapped is valid. Frapped. And he's playing it. Oh,
Awesome.
man.
Lovely.
Amazing. Fantastic. And I feel like this is going to get +5 at least. Jason's looking at it. Consternation. Hold. I like this lip reading that I've been doing. Let's see if he pulls a trigger. It's 94 points, turning to 99. This is putting Paul ahead by 54, so the challenge makes perfect sense. And we don't know what Jason Simpson has drawn. 2 words.
Yeah, grided and frapped.
104. Wow. This is great for Paul.
For your edification, Josh, I've looked up the pronunciation of brim, and apparently both pronunciations are fine. England now says bream, but Australia still says brim.
Huh. So England has changed the way it pronounces the word. That feels wrong. Feels like they're no longer the top promoters of the English language if they do something like that.
I always find it really cool when pronunciations change over time, just by virtue of people reading the word and saying it phonetically, or vowels shifting over time with accents. Like I love that sort of stuff.
You heard it here first, folks. We got a fan of Newspeak. Am I right?
Oh God.
As we see Paul Richards drawing AKLOSWX, Jason taking his time, as we've seen him do before, making sure he's got all the paperwork done, the tracking, the everything, all making sure that Jason's clock is running while he's doing that work. So everything going perfectly according to the rules here.
Yeah. One tile away from klaxons.
Wow, nice. And Jason's draw AIOU U T A. Oh my God. So still no blank. We do see the first S being drawn by Paul. So these unseen letters are crazy now. So yeah, and I don't think you can quite change here. But what do you play? This is, really, really frustrating to look at. And Jason definitely low on the clock. About to go under 10 minutes. Still has a lot of time, but with those blanks out, it feels like the game stays this complicated. He's going to really need every second, this deficit.
Yeah, do you play... Oh, I don't know. Do you play Auloi? AULOI?
Yeah, although wait, for 10, keeping that other U. No.
Do you just play Umu for 10 as well? Like,
it feels like Luau might be. Oh man, but this 4S is out. So we just see exchange. This makes perfect sense to me. Just don't want to deal with that. Keep the AT together. And, fall victim to some scoring plays that are going to put Paul up over 80 points, but feels like that was a good choice. So Rewax coming down for 45.
Yeah.
Looks like a great option. There's also the option of playing BAWK from the first B of Nibble, keeping the X for next turn with multiple ways to score well with it. But this looks good as well. If you're going to float two letters out there in space from that RE, then A and an X really doesn't feel that bad. We see a blank draw. Jason Simpson, a Z. A Z. It's now not possible, but it is on Jason's rack. So he's got to be somewhat happy with that draw, somewhat unhappy with the fact that a 7-letter word does not fit, but he can actually play through the E of Breaming. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's a tough spot, isn't it?
Wow. So gazetted, all possible through that E of Breaming, but it feels super likely we're going to see something like Bez from the B scoring 50. trying to get a bonus next turn. But this would be a huge miss. It's so difficult to see playing across those letters already on the board, somehow still forming valid words. Yeah, I don't know. Jason's going to need to sort of reset his mind to find this. Could also see Za. Yeah, Za in the same spot as Bez, keeping that E, which is really, really helpful.
Yeah, and time really coming into play now as well.
Yeah, like I said, the blank really makes matters a little bit complex. You want to keep the blank with good tiles. You want to make sure you're not missing something. Every turn you miss something or you don't have anything, more time you burn. So it's going to be a tough hill ahead for Jason Simpson.
There's also 3 T's still unseen, so keeping 2 seems scary.
Definitely, yeah. So it looks like between Bez and Za, Jason's choosing Za. Never a bad choice if you're hungry for a bingo or for a Scrabble word.
Yeah, there's also 2 A's and 1 E left, so in that respect, it
Yeah,
makes sense as well.
Maybe the biggest advantage is you already have that A in Rewax to play through, and if you keep a second one, chances are so much lower. Back to Paul Richards, who has a nice lead, but there are still 2 blanks unseen to him, so he's making a great play here, Josh.
Yeah, love it.
So stalk through the A rather than through the A of Frapped. Just eliminating so much space, keeping that second S. And playing so quickly, putting the ball back in Jason's court. He was now under 7 minutes with lots of letters left unseen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and knowing Paul, he would be very aware of the time pressure aspect. Obviously, he's been around a long time. He's not going to rush his players to the point where he's missing things, but when there's a player that does the right things, he's going to play it quickly.
And especially since he's had 2-3 minutes of Jason's clock to think. Play of Za taking some time to come down. He realizes, yeah, this does exactly what I want. Jason now, another tough rack. Spotted Egotist. There's no spot for that. He's going to need to find something maybe through the L of Renal. Maybe hooking the AA. Maybe from the N of Nibble. I'm not seeing anything.
No, and have you seen what Paul's drawn?
Oh. Did he draw? I haven't seen what he has.
Yeah,
Is
it's a
it
nice
through
bingo
the
through
L?
the L. Yeah, I don't know if chat wants to have a go first.
Oh, wow. I don't know. I haven't seen it. All right. Yeah, chat. Have at it. Yeah, if Paul does spot this, I don't know how likely it is Jason Simpson to block that L. Yeah, starting to get really tough now. Under 5 minutes. You have pretty bad deficit for Jason. So yes, car loads. That is the word through the L.
Yep. Very nice.
So do you, if you're Jason, do you place something vertical next to the F of Frapped? You place something down from next to the AL? You just play Tog here. Yeah, that's a nice score. Seems pretty
what
good.
about something like Teg down to the G of Breaming?
TEGG, yeah, maybe. I kind of like, though, how that N is sort of protected It's not the best tile to start a word with, but it is there.
Hmm.
So I think I like this choice by Jason, but he's under 4 minutes now. And if he doesn't find something playable this turn, look at his gestures. He is like, really? This is what I get? Man. And so Paul, we know he has carloads available through the L in Renal. And if he's seen that, he would have played it immediately.
Yes. Yeah.
But instead, with his 16 minutes, he's just making sure he knows what's left unseen to him. And look at those unseen tiles. Oh my goodness. 11 vowels, but 5 of those are I's. 2 of them are U's. I would be like so happy here, but also really afraid of playing any number of tiles into this pool.
Yeah. The thing is the two blanks.
Yeah. You want the 2 blanks and you don't want anything else.
Yeah, and the concern is that if Jason has the 2 blanks and bingos, suddenly the rest of the deck is not going to get you through for a win most of the time.
Exactly. Yeah, Paul isn't quite up enough to be able to handle bad draws and a bonus. Jason necessarily. And question here, Jason, is he going to try a word through the L of Renal like titulize?
Yeah, I mean, well, intitule is the one that I saw that doesn't fit.
And look at that draw for Paul Richards. Wow. S blank. S-I blank.
So
That feels like perfect. Yeah. We saw Egotist, unplayable last turn, and now we see Narcissus. This is probably doomed now for Jason Simpson. But he doesn't know that. He's under 3 minutes. Got an 80-point deficit. Some nasty stuff unseen to him. He's going to want Paul to have that stuff. But yeah, time's running out. The Tweel is the play, getting rid of that precious E, scoring some points. Yeah, maybe Tituli was possible as well, but nothing looked appealing in that position. And back to Paul, who has all the time in the world to find just any bonus here to pretty much end the game on the spot.
Yeah, it looks like Paul is considering the car hook, CAA.
Yeah, and crazy enough, it doesn't look like... Oh, there might be stuff. Generate more choices. No, there's... Oh yeah, there's 2 possible 7-letter words making CAA, but they're so difficult to find. It really feels
What do you have to make the
much
blanks?
easier. Yeah, so it looks like, first of all, it looks like Paul's found Surcars.
Yep.
But yeah, you'd have to make the blank a U or a key. That is pretty crazy. But yeah, anything that Paul is sure of here, right? If you're in this position, you're up 67. The worst thing that could happen is if you play a bonus, it's not a word, Jason plays a bonus, and then it's a close game, and you somehow get outmaneuvered. So as long as Paul plays something he's sure of, it's just that The plays that he'd be sure of are harder to find. Like, yeah, narcissists and narcosis. Really not thinking of
Narcosis, yeah,
starting with
that's nice.
N. But he has
There we
all
go.
the time in the world to find any of these. And there we go. It feels like
Found
he's found both of them. And I don't really know why he would continue looking. There's 5 tiles left, so there's no chance that Jason's going to bonus twice. And 67 points ahead, Paul Richards. Is it possible he's missed that N in the top left?
Yeah, definitely. But also not, because he's just lined up both of the available bingos, which you couldn't do by chance.
Seen weirder things. Yeah, I mean, he has all the time in the world to think about this. He might want to make a play that's a little bit more defensive. Maybe he wants to block that S hook on Vicar. There's definitely considerations that would make him take a little bit longer here.
Yeah.
But it really does feel like a trying to find a term that's
Don't
New
play
Zealand,
that.
Australia friendly. Is he designating a blank? Oh no.
Scaries.
Scaries.
You could see how it could be a word.
That's incredible. That's getting challenged. Doesn't matter if Jason's challenging both the S and the bonus. I imagine he's just challenging the bonus, but this is exactly what could go wrong for Paul Richards. Wow. So this is yeah, just play something you're sure of, Paul. You really rushed this.
I've just seen the bingo.
Scaries is coming off.
Caspier. Wow.
Caspier. What is that? But it does feel like, I mean, Paul Richards is going to have more chances here to just seal the deal, but he really didn't need to do this to himself. Yeah, Scrabble's really hard. But Jason Simpson with IIOOTV blank is just like, well, my opponent has the best letters of all time. What am I going to do?
Yeah, I suppose
OI.
there's an E and an S to go get, but
He's got the S. But I don't think he's going to get to play Stotinov.
yeah.
Voterist. So back to Paul Richards, still over 10 minutes. I really feel like he just did not see that N in Nibble as a lane. It's just hidden up there in the corner. Because he saw possibility of narcissist.
Narcissist is a weird word. Like, it's not. When I learned that it was a word, I remember thinking, like, why? Why is it? Why can you spell it like this? So perhaps there's some element of doubt, but yeah.
And we never know, you know, we've seen this before on streams where players have lined what we think is a word up with a blank. We never know what the player is imagining the blank as. But it really feels like Paul saw narcissists and narcosis one after the other, and just did not see the spot up top. So SI looks like a good play, leaves one tile in the bag. It doesn't feel very easy to lose still for Paul Richards.
So what's in the bag? Is it EUI?
Yeah, EUI. So if he draws IU, that's the worst two he could draw. He's drawn IE the best two. So I mean, this is over
Yeah,
now.
the IU would still give him cuirass.
Oh yeah, I mean anything he would have drawn would have given him stuff. It's just a matter of whether he'd see it and play it. And here, he's already played scaries, so he's sure to see scarier. And the C hook on AAS. I mean, this is over. Jason's probably going to try and fish off a T, or a V. Either way, he's going to empty the bag completely and get hit for a lot. So
I suppose
yeah,
if he plays off an O, he's threatening like nativist or something?
but he isn't. Well, he is if he draws the I guess. Yeah, but not the A. He knows the A is not out there.
This is true.
So
yeah.
UT is the play. He's going to draw the U, which gives him out buys. So unless Paul Richards misdesignates a blank or does something unreasonable. And I was thinking like Paul could also have overdrawn last move and maybe lost his blank. That would be some way for Jason to win. But yeah, just I mean, there's enough plot armor here.
Yeah.
So carries.
Play
I have to
racist.
assume he's just playing a word he's totally sure of now that he's lost a turn. Yeah, it looks like an R being designated. Tilted my head there. And that's it. He's hit the clock. And Jason is going to try to make a play, and Paul's going to realize, wait, there's nothing left. So, yeah, okay. Some funny ending there. Game does not continue. As Paul gets all the letters from Jason's rack. 483 to 321 victory for the Australian Paul Richards. So yeah.
Good.
That was a fun game.
That was, yeah, very, very fun.
Yeah, Paul did a great job of this game, of just finding good plays, making them, and really just saw a little blip at the end, little imperfection there, but yeah, he kept it together. So hopefully we'll get an interview with him.
Yeah, I don't think we are. I think we're gonna head straight into a break, Josh.
Oh, okay, sure, sounds good. So we'll do that, and we'll be back with you guys. Yeah, for round 4 of the day. So yeah, stick with us. Josh, thanks so much for commentating with me. It's always a pleasure. And we'll be back in around 10 minutes. Thanks, guys.
See you guys soon.
Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Josh Sokol here with Josh Watt, all the way
Hello.
from Canada and Australia, covering the 45th New Zealand Scrabble National Championship. So we've got a really nice matchup for you guys in this round 4 of the day, round 12 of the tournament. What do you have to say about this one, Josh?
Well, it's an Aussie matchup. I know Joanne represents New Zealand in international tournaments, but spends a lot of time here in Australia. Is currently the #1 ranked player in my state. Very strong player. And Noel is from Canberra. Well, doesn't live in Canberra, but plays his Scrabble down in Canberra. Yeah, two very strong players, but I'm excited to see two people that I've played quite a lot.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, this is the first time I'm seeing Noel on stream. And yeah, Noel has a Wesper rating of 1740. I think Joanne's in 1900s right now, right?
Yeah, she'd be quite high.
So definitely Noel's game to win potentially, if he wants to create a little bit of an upset. But yeah, both extremely strong players. This is Noel's first time playing the New Zealand Nationals.
Mhm.
Joanne has played in it doesn't say how many, but probably because there are too many,
A lot.
but
Yeah.
has won 3 times prior
Yep.
to today, 2009, 2017, 2022. So yeah, QMM, first 3 tiles we see, but that blank and that eye helping out a little bit. Wow, what an interesting first rack for Noel Barrett.
Yeah, wow.
Just got to do this, but it's maybe hoping for some like swim word next turn. So yeah, QI.
Yeah, I don't think it's horrible.
You do that, and you have a blank and an S. So worst case, you can exchange and have great tiles for the turn after. And YS the draw. So over to Joanne with ADIIJTU, and with QI opening rack or opening play, excuse me. Options are limited.
Yeah, very limited. Obviously, Ahi and Jai are two standout players to begin with. Do you want to talk a bit about the differences between those two players?
Yeah, so you could play AJI with QI, or you could play it with AI for a little bit of a point sacrifice. And the differences between those two plays is it really feels like if you play with QI, that triple on the left side is going to get taken and scored on a little bit more. It feels like, yeah, scoring is going to happen a little bit more on Noel's end. But JAI in that same spot as AJI, difference being the underlaps are going to sting. So I think I like this choice by Joanne, but you probably can't feel so great about that DIT you leave. But that's what happens when QI is the opening play. Never open with QI. Obviously, facetious there, but the games tend to follow a similar pattern, just underlaps, scoring plays, and yeah, slowly but surely get out of the staircase. So Noel, what is going on here? I don't even know where to start with this rack.
I think you play. I think you play ways.
So I'm pretty sure SWAMY is a word. Yes, it is.
Oh yeah, play that then.
So
Swami.
that would play for 26.
Swami.
That's a fun word. Also playable with an I. SWAMI. Anagramming to a swim. But you could
Hindu religious
also
people.
play. Oh, nice. I'll remember that for sure. You could also play Swami and YA, burning the blank for 50. but I don't think that's quite worth it here.
Yeah, I know. So in cricket, the fans that follow each teams have their names, and England is the Barmy Army, but the Indian fans are called the Swami Army. So I probably should have known that word.
Oh, nice. So we're seeing Swy here, which is, yeah, one more point than Ways. However, leaves that A open for business, leaves that triple open for business. So maybe a little bit on the aggressive side, but it does set up those two M's for MY. But this is going to lead to a very quick unbaited, which is a valid word,
Yep.
by Joanne. So blocking that A actually would have been tons better in this particular situation. But when you have the blank early, leaving lanes open always seems to be strong. Sometimes this will happen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we spoke about Joanne being a strong player. We know she's a past World Seniors champion, as well as a multiple-time New Zealand champion, New South Wales champion. Sometimes she's just going to get the first bingo. That just happens sometimes.
Oh yeah.
and maybe the second bingo based on that draw.
Wow, yeah. I doubt that is going away. Uneared playing with YU. Might even be another available bonus for her. But Noel here to MMS blank has drawn AVE, which isn't the worst thing, but it doesn't really seem conducive to a bonus at first glance.
No, and maybe something like MM above Swy. Does that block all bingos for Joanne? Not that he knows what she has, but
Yeah, it could be that play would lead to the best result. I just feel like you have 28 for MAM, which it looks like Noel's looking at next to the ITE. It feels like scoring 19 just to keep that extra A doesn't seem quite worth it. But that might actually be a way to save yourself, as this is actually going to lead to a much higher scoring version of Uneared.
Yeah,
Right.
you could keep the A for a 4-point sacrifice and just play and UM.
Yeah, that could have been viable as well, but yeah, no hesitation for Joanne. Uneared coming down immediately. She's already up 24. This scores 83, and that's that 100-point deficit that you hate to see so early in this game. But with VES blank, it feels like Noel has great chances of clapping back for this next draw.
Yeah, one thing I'll say about Noel is that he possibly has played more games on Woogles than anyone ever. Like every time I've ever been on Woogles, he's been active and playing Hastybot. I'm sure I could pull up the numbers, but plays a lot of Scrabble. So his word knowledge is quite strong. Possibly, well, definitely beyond what his rating is.
Interesting. So, yeah, I probably know what his username is, even with the time zone difference, but no need to. You can DM me.
I'll find how many games he's played.
But that second V and that P, really, I shouldn't have jinxed it. Commentator's curse. This is not quite Pavlova's. So it looks like
that's a touchy topic with Australia and New Zealand.
Oh yeah, we had a funny discussion last time. I remember that. Well, if you need an unbiased source, and I remember the chat had something to say as well. So Van for 18 coming down. I wonder if VOBs and QIS was worth it there just to get rid of both of the Vs and score a little bit extra. I think that was maybe a missed opportunity for Noel, and maybe
Yeah.
played a bit too quickly, seeing the second V and being like, okay, get rid of it. But he's drawn into Vespine, very least. So back to
Yeah.
Joanne. CDLOPRR, but one vowel, but some decent options. What are you seeing here?
I'm seeing just maybe rook RUC, just blocking your lane up top. Look, your objectives here are not to open anything, keep your vowel, and I think RUC does that quite nicely.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think what Joanne might have been looking at was Arc from the A of Van for 27, which is 16 more points. So maybe that would be even better option, just to keep that vowel and not
Yeah.
open anything. It looks like she's looking at crop and up in that same spot, which doesn't really do what she wants. It will open some horizontal lanes for Noel. So I wonder if she's gonna choose just the cagey play and just keep those four constants, which really, yeah, not very great to keep that, but I feel like the objectives, like you mentioned, of what to do with this situation, feels like Arc does a great job at maintaining her lead.
Yeah, and I feel like if you've seen Arc, crop is just a worse version of it.
Yeah, maybe so, but she does play it. Yeah, taking 24, maybe trying to dig into the bag for a blank, something
Yeah.
of that nature. But yeah, this is going to give Noel some chances to open the board a little bit further. Like I mentioned, Vespine was something that he drew, but Prop did block that spot. Could have played it with UN and NE.
Mhm.
Seeing anything through the R here, Josh?
Not immediately. Yeah, no, I'm not.
That's where I'd be looking. And also, Vespine has an anagram. Just realized. Pensive.
Mhm.
That does fit. Top of the I of QI. But
Yeah.
yeah, there is one playable bingo, or one playable rack, I should say. Two playable bingos through the R. And he's playing one of them, but not playing through the R. So
Oh, yeah,
overspin.
wow.
So that is a little bit dangerous, right? Throwing that E right under that nice triple lane. But this does blow the board open for later. So overspin for 74 rather than for 80. So maybe played a little bit too quickly. And this is going to give Joanne not an amazing score, but definitely an amazing score for the letter she has.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. With only one vowel, getting rid of 4 consonants is it's a godsend almost. Like you couldn't have hoped for much more than what has been provided.
The anagram of overspin being Provines would have been probably Noel's best play through that R. I remember a friend playing overspun against me, and me letting that go because I knew overspin was a word. But overspin is a noun.
Yeah, it'd be
So
a
don't do
sports
that.
term, like topspin.
Mhm. Yeah. So Greater comes down as we expect. Targed was also playable, but Greater, I think, floating that G out there rather than that T. A little bit stronger for Joan, who still has a nice lead in this game.
Yeah.
Noel has drawn a K.
Oh, jeez.
5 consonants, 6 consonants, and an O saving him.
Sort
So
of.
I'm straight looking at that I and an overspin, maybe seeing if there's some overlap I can do. What about you?
Yeah, I'm looking for just for a vowel to get rid of 3 consonants, but high scoring ones, there is a chance that there is something that scores quite nicely. I mean, you've got doth over spin, but I'd have to look for longer to see if there's anything even better.
Yeah, doth not ideal. It does score 32. And I guess you could use that H for that triple letter score under the S of overspin, play something like HOD. Maybe next turn you could play something like AAF or AEF atop the IN. Take a few turns to set your S up. So it's not terrible for Noel. He's got some options, but he's also going to need some help from the tile bag.
Yeah, it looks like he's maybe considering Kif just through the eye, which it's probably one of the best leaves you can have.
And FIKH, not a valid word.
No.
You would think that with FIQH valid and similar words like
Drink.
going AH and that might be valid, but it isn't. So if is the choice that keeps the S hook for overspin, keeps the vowel, seems like a pretty good play.
Yeah.
Right, back to Joanne with AEEE ILT. So some 1-point tiles, but some options to score pretty well with them. Look at what she's lined up.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it.
You don't like playing lineate?
No.
Yeah, it does some not so great things to the board.
What about something like Liane?
Yeah. LIANE through that end wouldn't open as much. It would still open a dangerous spot for the Z. So I feel like Joanna here is just like, all right, I'm just going to power through this and score as much as I can. But yes, this does open up some threats. Maybe she's thinking with the play of Kif, Noel isn't necessarily close to being able to totally maximize these openings that were just created. But those vertical lanes going down on either side of the E feels like, yeah, definitely something I would have rather have left to Noel's daydreams rather than his realities.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, we see Noel drawing EU, but we see Joanne drawing into a natural 7-letter word, which I doubt will be blocked. There are many positions for it. Noel's found a very nice play through the T of lineate. Buto.
Yeah, very nice.
Not sure how long this has been a word in CSW lexicon, but it's a relatively new word for me. I think it's a chemistry term, but looks great.
You couldn't be more wrong, I don't think.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, you want another guess?
No.
It's a style of contemporary Japanese dance. So yeah, pretty close.
Is it Is it a one-person dance or a multiple-person dance? Because you might need some chemistry.
Oh,
It's-
yeah,
it's a
you're right.
multiple-
You're right. Yeah, you you could be more wrong. You happy?
Oh man, that's amazing. So Joanne has not alphabetized her letters. I feel like if she alphabetizes her letters, she's going to see this instantly.
Yeah.
She's got Aeolian, and there's now only one spot for it, playing
Yeah,
for
under the Y.
69 points under the Y. But the fact that she hasn't played it yet leads me to believe she hasn't seen it. And if she hasn't seen it, leads me to wonder if she will see it. If she does see it, I think she's just going to play it instantly.
Well, it does all the right things for the board. It blocks the lines from the B and from the H, and also under the Y, where she like where you'd play it, which when you're taking over a 100-point lead is great news. So
Yeah, and this is a word I imagine Joanna's played at least 5 times in her life, probably more.
probably 100. You know, you play this word so often. Well, it's is it inside the top 100 probability?
I think so.
I think it is.
And those words with tons of vowels always come up more often.
Mm.
'Cause when you're dealing with bad racks, those like 5 vowel, 7, 8-letter words, super important. And it just feels like sometimes for me at least, I don't know if it's the same for Joanna, I imagine it's similar. It feels like you start by trying to figure out what you want to do to maintain your lead and like strategically. So what am I trying to do to this board? Am I trying to play a lot of tiles, use up some space, maybe keep some good letters? And with these 1-point tiles, there's so many options to sort through. You sort of get lost in the sauce and just don't even find, the bingo that's right in front of you. So yeah, this could be a very rare miss, Joanne Craig, if she doesn't shuffle her letters in the right order.
There you
A-E,
Oh, surely.
close.
I
So
feel like
close.
if you told her there was a bingo here, she'd find it instantly.
Oh yeah, she'd find it before I even finish my sentence. Definitely. So yeah, we'll see what she does. She's got some time. Question in chat: where is Nigel? I actually have an answer to that question.
Oh.
Nigel's currently playing a tournament in Malaysia. It's the ASCI Open tournament. Tons of players from around Southeast Asia are participating. There was a youth tournament prior to the, I think, main event Open division, or at the same time, and that's where Nigel is. He also doesn't live in New Zealand anymore, so it'd be quite the trek for him to come to his native country.
Yeah, and we know he won this tournament in '97, but I'm not sure if he's played one since then.
Yeah, ever since he's moved away, maybe he doesn't feel like he should be playing the nationals if he doesn't live in the environs. So Eoin is coming down for Joanne Craig. This is a humongous miss of Aeolian, but still a very good play in its own right. Takes away space, scores points, blocks some spots. But this is giving Noel some chances where there really were none.
Yeah, and Noel was hoping for an E out in space for delights or slighted.
But now he's got a really great option
Mm,
that Joanne created.
yeah,
But
if he
he
swaps the
doesn't
H and the
have
T
it.
around.
Please don't. No, please don't. Please
Noel,
don't.
thank you.
Okay. Okay. Very nice. Fake out there. Yeah. English is hard. So wait for 42, by far his best play. And Knowles cut the deficit to around 20 points, and Joanne's draw is unbecoming of somebody who needs to add their lead in this game. Aioli with TO. Eek.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're right that considering the objectives before even the rack is something that you should be looking to do. I quite often, when I'm talking to players about what they should be considering, as we see candles drawn for Noel, is that you shouldn't be spending all your time finding words and then looking at the board to see where they play. You should be looking at the board and seeing where the best spots on the board are, and then making your rack fit.
Yeah, that's a great point. People, new players especially, lose so much time off of just trying to find words on their racks and then looking at the board and being like, oh, that doesn't fit. Finding another word, oh, that doesn't fit. So definitely, there are two worlds. One where you can find your bonuses immediately and then not have to waste too much time seeing if there's a spot, and also spend most of your time and energy first thinking about what you want to do. So the word knowledge aspect, I think, is something that you want to improve on and work on so that you don't have to think about it. So that when you have a rack like Joanne had, it's just second nature. You already know there's a 7-letter word there. And honestly, like I said, I feel like 99 times out of 100, Joanne is seeing that instantly, but just happened to be in this particular position. It didn't pop into her head, and when you've been playing Scrabble for such a long time and you've had similar racks, you basically assume you're going to see something that you have like immediately, and sometimes it just doesn't click, and you miss things, and that's when we see players like Joanne missing high probability words. So we have some discrepancy here. I think Joanne asked confirm the score, and Noel and her are discussing terms. Like, oh, I'll give you 5 if you give me 5. That's how that goes, right?
Swap you and I for a D. Yeah, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, this is a very common thing. I think a lot of over-the-board Scrabble is math as opposed to playing online. So someone like Noel, I feel like Noel is way more likely, based on what you've told me, to have the wrong score than Joanne is, given that he plays so much online.
Look,
But
maybe
could have gone either way.
Yeah, interesting to note here while we're watching is that Noel alphabetized and then hasn't shuffled at all. Whether that's giving Joanne a tell, only she could answer that, but it looked like she was considering IO, possibly to the right of wait, making GI and HO, which would just coincidentally block the bingo that Noel has. Now she's considering, I don't even know what she's considering right now. She was considering aioli, turning over tiles, going looking for that other blank, again taking up space, blocking the lines from the H. But yeah, after Scantled, if Noel finds that, we're in a very, very close game.
Definitely. And there are a couple key tiles left to draw. That Z is no longer as quite as powerful as it was before the play of Buto.
Well, after Scantled, it would be very powerful.
That's true. Yeah, Scantled would create a huge spot for the Z. Good point. I think Joanne was looking at Viola, which is interesting because if she draws an R, she gets Violator. But I think playing something like Aioli, oh man, with NA, it's just Yeah, there's so many things that can go wrong no matter what you do here. It's such a tough position. I think you have to go for something like this and hope to get something out of it. So we see
Yeah,
Ioli.
you can never block the V and the G and the T all at once. So yeah, getting rid of a problem rack, going looking for better tiles, you can't fault it.
Yeah, I guess the other thing she might not have seen is Atosia would have fit through the C and the A up top, which would have scored a little bit more, but would have done a little bit less to help Joanne's case. So Scantled has been found by Noel Barrett, and if he
Very
plays
nice.
this, he's going to take a almost 30-point lead, and Joanne's draw.
Oh,
Oh
wow.
no. Where did that come from? Holy moly. Ooeru to TO. So now she's in terrible shape, actually. Still got chances, but I think you have to play above that ED, as you mentioned. There's a huge spot now. If Joanne had just simply drawn an F, W, a Y, doesn't even need to draw the Z. She would have been able to score on the comeback here, but man, it's just horrendous.
I don't even know what you play here. Do you play Roue just so you can keep a T?
I don't think so. I think there are two T's left from her perspective. I think maybe you play outro and
The S is still
OD.
unseen.
Oh man, yeah, that's true. I mean, okay, OUTER is definitely one of those leaves that is either good or terrible. So it's possible that just OO, yeah, that's what she's thinking. And she's playing quickly. She's starting to get a little bit low on time. This is definitely her best play by equity, but she's going to need some help now. As Xylogen Loxygen, drawn
Mm.
out of the bag for Noel Barrett, does not have a spot for either of those, but that is quite the draw to see. And he's going to have some nice options here. What do you see?
Well, I'm sorry, I was distracted by the Z that has turned up on Joanne's rack. Looking for ways to either play the X or set it up. Yeah, very close to a lot of things, close to like Zilil through the L.
You're almost there, Josh. There's one
Oh,
amazing
Zilol.
play here. Yes.
There we go. Oh, yeah, I would
Zilol.
have got that.
Xylol. As we see a fly. Oh my god, we see a fly on the board. I've never seen that actually appear on stream. We saw Noel swatting at it. Got some drama in the playing room. But Xylol, those are the 4 tiles on the edge of his rack just happen to be there. If he knows this word, which I mean, I feel like you study these words pretty frequently or soon when you are getting into Scrabble, the 5-letter X words. Xylol, 60 plus points available for Noel.
Yeah, that's killer.
He doesn't see that. Can play Ox, OX, IO and OX
Hmm.
under the IO of Ioli, but that's a huge drop and will give Joanne far more chances, especially only playing 2 tiles with that blank still unseen.
Yeah, yeah. Not that it's a good play, but Klaxon available again through the CA.
Nice. Yeah, that'd be great if
Yeah. Well,
you had the
there we
Z
go.
maybe.
Oh, he has it lined up.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Awesome. Lovely.
Amazing. Gorgeous. Brilliant find by Noel Barrett. This is giving him by far the best chances in this game. Wow. That's great. So Joanne now in some trouble.
Play
Has gotten a
Ooze.
spot to play Ooze, but that keeps TRUT. She's going to need one of those E's, potentially an S, most likely a blank to win this game now. But let's see what Noel draws once he gets his... Oh, he's dropped some tiles.
Of the considered approach, the Harshan approach. You do all the scoring and all the tracking before you distract yourself with your tiles.
Yeah, definitely a good practice. As we see IRWF. Okay, still some chances then for Joanne Craig. The blank is among the 5 unseen tiles. If she plays ooze through that O of Ioli, making all those overlaps,
So in the
not only
bag
will she
is
be getting... Go ahead.
EEST blank.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. So she'll be drawing 3 of those 5 if she finds this nice insertion play for 55. And she'll come within 30 of Noel with 2 in the bag. It's gonna... Yeah, it'll come down to I think the next draw, the next 2 draws. I noticed earlier there is a really sneaky lane between the U of uneared and the N of unbaited. You can end in R, OR, making OUP and URN. That is potentially something Joanne might be thinking about in this position, given that she's at such a deficit. You have to start thinking about weird things. So she's looking at playing just the Z, I think, for 35. And she's trying to see how likely is she to draw a bonus. And it really doesn't feel that great. She keeps those 6 letters. Especially considering Noel might just block the G and greater, or whatever he thinks is the most pressing thing to block next turn. So yeah, huge moment for Joanne Craig. Looking at Fez, she has ooze available for 55. But she's just dropped the Z. This feels like a missed opportunity to me.
Yeah, and there were possibilities of drawing with the blank in the bag. There's possibilities of drawing bingos from the V and from the G with the same rack after ooze.
So Joanne's drawn an E. So SET blank in the bag. So unless Noel Barrett draws ET, actually, even if he draws ET, yeah, he's in great shape. So is outgreet a word? It's definitely what she was thinking about.
It is not.
But it isn't. It isn't valid. So we'll see what happens here. E. Okay. Severing.
Veerings.
Yeah, anything through the G. It feels over.
Yeah, veerings and greasing.
Greasing. Yeah, okay. Noel's up by 76.
One of the 50 spellings for Greece, the flight of steps.
But yeah, this is over, I think, for Joanne Craig. It is not in her interest to block anything right now. There's 2 tiles in the bag. Unseen letters. If you're staring in the barrel of EEGINRSC blank,
yeah,
you have 3 minutes. You have these tiles. I mean, pretty much know that. Yeah, you know that it's over. But Noel could still blow it. I mean, we saw in a previous game, Joanne versus Lewis, some crazy fireworks near the end game where things get extremely tense. So yeah, things could still happen. But we know here
is there a single rack that Noel can have that doesn't bingo in 2 spots?
Resting. Feels like resting doesn't bingo in 2 spots. So she's going for outgreet. And Noel doesn't have to challenge this, but he also can afford to.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he is going to challenge. Because he knows that this
It
is
looks like a
just
hold.
game over. But yeah, it's certainly worth it. Yeah, if you
There we
think
go.
about it. So that's going to come off. And yeah, they're checking it on the phone they're using for the clock. So we see a little bit of funny business there. And we see that part of that X. And Noel, yeah, just back into his seat in relaxation, knowing that this is definitely going his way. So he could even play veerings here if he's unsure of it. But yeah, I think once again,
I had the same thought. I'd also treat this as a free turn almost.
yeah, maybe not like play something insane.
Yeah, of course.
Like you could try something like Jen Scantled Rise. And that would score
for a cool
well over 100.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I wouldn't recommend that. So yeah, good comment in the chat. Now, how am I going to earn a promotion at Walmart if I can't out-greet? It's true. It's true. It should be a word in some subcultures. So, what are we thinking here for Noel? Is he going to play egg? What is this?
Well,
Why does
he
he have
knows that
EG?
he knows T blank's in the bag, so he doesn't even need to bingo.
Yeah, but how do you know for sure that? Well, okay, he's up 76. So if there is somehow a word through the V, like overture but with two T's, I think Noel's still outrunning that. So he's actually home free. I think you're right. There could be a 9 through the CA though. I wouldn't.
You know what
be
you play,
so.
and this is clearly the best play. I'm calling it now. Is you play egg through weight.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking. He's thinking, but why?
Because it's
Why
egg.
would you do this? Oh my god, I quit. Oh, this is the worst thing that's ever happened.
No, because what he's showing is that he watches Scrabble streams, and it's gonna work 100% of the time.
Oh god.
I don't know
I'm
why you don't like it.
suffering. Because do you know why this is a meme in Scrabble streams?
Oh, I've got no idea.
Okay, if you knew why, you would be on my side.
Okay.
But it's okay. You can have it. You guys can have it. You guys can have egg. You guys can enjoy it for what it is. I can't.
Yeah, you'll have to tell me when
I'm
you're
like
off.
that old man yelling at cloud.
Well, I mean, besides the meme aspect, it's just always going to result in an out bingo for Noel.
Yeah, I mean, any play that he made, other than playing off 1E, I think would have done that. But yeah, I mean, it is a good concept to think about. Obviously, the best play would have been veerings for an immediate 89, drawing T blank and going out with like Xylals and ST.
Yeah.
That would maximize his spread, but sometimes there are situations where you can score more now and bingo for more later when you know exactly what you're going to draw. So, very interesting
Yeah, I mean,
play.
another consideration possibly is that Joanne spent a lot of time looking for bingos before she concluded that she'd play out great, and is very low on time. So throwing us straight back into the same position again, that potentially has its merits.
Yeah, definitely. So
Now you just play any bingo from the V.
or you can play Insectary through the CA for style.
Sectory. Very nice. Vintners. Very nice.
Yeah, very nice. That's what I saw too. Vintners for 83. Going to put this game far, far away from what Joanne would have wanted. 512, 346 for the stream newbie. I think this is first time on stream for Noel Barrett, so super well played.
Yeah,
Really hard
overcame
to
a 2-0 bingo deficit at the start.
yeah, he did. He ended up drawing both blanks and fought Joanne struggling with some racks. But yeah, I think the huge impetus here, the huge moment was that Eoin position where Joanne had the opportunity to really make it so difficult for Noel to come back. So definitely, I would say a deserved win for Noel. So yeah, I wonder if we're gonna have time for an interview. No time for interview. Okay.
Don't interview
So
Australians, apparently.
yeah. Josh, how's it going? Here, I'm doing it.
Oh yeah, no, doing great. Love watching Australians win on stream, which is a welcome change from Trans Tasman, where it felt like New Zealand won everything. Yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, this is our last game. Here are the standings for Grade A. After I think they're gonna update that with round 11. Yes,
It's around
this is
11.
after 11 rounds. So this was the 12th round. But after 11 rounds, familiar face Dylan Early, and also familiar face Lewis Hawkins in first place with 8 wins.
Yeah, awesome.
Cool. Well, I think that might be about it for us, Josh. But it's always a pleasure to commentate with you. Really
been
like
great
your
fun.
insights. I like your confidence. You have a yeah, I was gonna say you have a long way to go. I mean, you're on your way up. Can't wait to meet you over the board one of these days. And
Yeah, looking forward to it.
keep it up. And thanks again for having us, I guess. Yeah, thank you to New Zealand Scrabble, everybody putting this together behind the scenes, Jake, especially Alexander, Chris, all the people and volunteers making this a reality. It's really amazing to see and be able to witness and be able to call games from all the way across the ocean. So yeah, great times. Anything else to say, Josh, before we go to break?
I believe we've got a link to plug. Is that right?
I think we do. Yeah. I don't have the link on me. Let me see if the producer wanted to just throw that link in the chat, so that you guys can support what is being done for New Zealand Scrabble and Scrabble worldwide. buymeacoffee.com/NZ Scrabble. And it is really what it looks like. Just every small donation helps if you have any means to do so, supporting the work that is done by all the people behind the scenes. It's much appreciated. So yeah, go ahead and click that link if you can support. Much appreciated. And yeah, that's about it for me, Josh. Thanks so much for commentating.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been
I'm
great
sure
fun.
we'll have you back. Yeah. Alrighty. The next round will be, I think it's sometime in like an hour or two. So yeah, you can go ahead, have some food, play some Scrabble, study some words, but we will be back with more coverage after this break. So thank you, everybody.
Thank
Have
you.
a
See you
good
soon.
rest of your day.
Good afternoon, and good morning, good evening for wherever you happen to be watching us. Welcome to the afternoon session of the 45th New Zealand Scrabble National Championship. My name's Okulicz. I'm coming at you from Melbourne, Australia, and with me to give it even more of an international flair, I've got Shan Abbasi from Canada. How are you, Shan?
I'm great. Good afternoon, everybody, or good evening from here in bright summer of Canada.
Rubbing it in, because I believe it's quite grim in Australasia at the moment. It's cold, it's probably unpleasant. It's a great time to be indoors playing Scrabble, and a great time to be watching it if you're also in the same time zone and time of the year.
Yeah, we could still walk out and enjoy the evenings out here without any trouble as we get closer and closer to the solstice. But I'm really excited for all the Scrabble we're going to be playing this afternoon. We've got some fantastic players performing, and they're doing really well. And our next matchup is no different.
Yeah, we have a match between the person that's showing up as the leader on this, which is a round behind, which is Peter Sinton, and he's playing Chris Tolman. And they're both on 8 wins at the moment. So just ignore what you're seeing on the screen. They both have 8 wins, but they are just a pace behind Lewis Hawkins and Dylan Early on 9 wins. So this is a really crunch game, and it could perhaps just ultimately decide the winner, depending on how the rest of this session and tomorrow go. And Chris, I believe, is a former countryman of yours, Shan. Did you know him before he moved to New Zealand?
Not really, but I'd known the name. He was on the west coast in Vancouver, and I'm here in central Ontario. So therefore, we didn't cross paths per se, but definitely I was aware of Chris, and yes, cheering him on as a fellow countryman in this performance, and he's playing well. And I think as we get on to the rest of the games in this event, leading into the final day tomorrow, we're going to be looking forward to some excellent games.
Yeah, I really enjoyed commentating Chris last time I saw him play. He was very creative, very accurate. But certainly Peter Sinton is no slouch. He's a veteran of got at least 20, maybe 30 years play. I think I first played him about 21, 22 years ago, and hasn't changed a bit at all.
Yeah,
he still looks exactly the same to me.
This is the thing. As the years go by, we've discovered that the Scrabble players are always true to themselves, and you can just look back in time, and it seems like everything's just the way it was yesterday, except for the words.
I think so, but maybe it's also that we tend to keep out of the sun, so our skins and good looks retain throughout the years.
Yeah, it may be that, but I think that there's something in the water in New Zealand.
It's very good water. If you haven't drunk the water out of the tap in the big cities, it's really good.
Okay, I'm going to make a note of that. It's the second key fact about New Zealand that's going to drive me there. But we're part of the Commonwealth here in Canada, so we've got some that thing in common. That's one thing. We had the throne speech from King Charles recently, and
yes.
I thought, well, okay, we're connected in one way or another.
Well, I sort of joke that Canada is the New Zealand of North America.
Perhaps it is.
In that, they're next to us, a country, and are a little bit less of a jerk.
Well, I mean, that could be another type of stream that would keep us on all night long if we were to discuss what's going on in the world. But I think
we would get no viewers.
A little bit of escapism, zero in on what's happening in the Scrabble world. And Scrabble politics are plenty for me, so I think we can enjoy that as well. There's going to be a few big games this afternoon, but I think between Chris and Peter, we're definitely expecting perhaps some fireworks. Maybe we'll see some nice vocab expressed. And otherwise, what I know about Peter, he's a plumber by trade, that he was a runner-up in 24 nationals. But I don't know Peter myself. What else can we tell about him?
He has quite an aggressive play style. Well, every time I played him, I thought he was quite aggressive, not as in over the board. He's not aggressive at all over the board, although he's a big guy, or was last time I saw him. But he has quite an aggressive play style. He's accurate. He knows a lot of words. You can't be, towards the top of the game in any country for 20 plus years if you haven't learned a couple of words and haven't learned how to put them on the board effectively. I think it's one of the things, once you see him, nothing I say will surprise you. He does look a bit like a plumber, and he likes darts and playing pool. And again, that won't come as a surprise. So he is a bit of a multi-talented, multi-threat of a person.
It's interesting about the word plumber. So I recently learned that plumber comes from Latin plumbum, which means lead, because of pipes using lead before. And so literally just somebody who works with pipes is a plumber. So and that's why it's PB on the periodic table. So there, I thought that fact would have some chance to emerge, and it already did. So that's great. I use that when I'm discussing the Mario Brothers, and I can use that in this scenario too. So thanks, Peter.
Oh, well, hopefully we'll get a bit more etymology, because Scrabble players love words. We're having a little bit of a later start, in case you're wondering, because the New Zealand Association was having a meeting, because great tournaments like this don't just happen out of force of will. There has to be people behind the scenes to actually make decisions and implement them. And by the same token, a fantastic stream like this, and I don't think I'm jumping the gun by saying this is a fantastic stream, doesn't just happen out of the goodness of people's hearts. So it's worth thinking about, if you're enjoying the content that you're seeing today or yesterday, to consider going to the buy a coffee link at the top. So it's buymeacoffee.com/NZ Scrabble, and putting in a few New Zealand dollars or two. It 100% goes to the association. Absolutely none of it comes to us.
And none of it will be tariffed. So that's a bonus too.
I thought we're not saying that.
Well, I think that's a really worthwhile cause. And in addition to that, big shout out to the folks playing those planning meetings, the unsung heroes of our game all around the world, who are making sure events like this can happen. Now we're going to be getting into some of these games pretty soon, so it won't be much of a long wait. In the meantime, I can tell you a little bit about Scrabble here in Canada as we plan a little bit. So across North America, we've got players playing, but in Canada, the big scene here happens right here in Ontario. And we had a recent big event in Montreal. So there's still a lot of activity happening across the country. My wife's parents are from the Maritime provinces, which are basically close to the Atlantic coast. So over there, we're trying to cultivate some more Scrabble in less populated provinces, but all across the country, we've got some great activity going on. And but for the New Zealand Championship, you've got folks coming in from a ways away, and it's going to be a really exciting day. So here's some information about your own local Scrabble club. So really important to know where you can play. We've got Auckland, Hamilton, Wellington, Christchurch, and Dunedin, where Peter's from. So this is going to be really good for any of you players who are new players, or you haven't played yet and you're thinking, well, could I even play competitive Scrabble? Like, is that a thing? Well, your local Scrabble club is the place to start. That's where you get to learn the rules and learn some great tips and start to improve your game. And most of us who got into competitive Scrabble little by little were able to do that. It looks like the players are ready to go.
Excellent. And of course, maybe if you're visiting New Zealand, pop into a club while you're there.
Absolutely. That's on my agenda for sure. When I recently got a chance to visit South Africa and check out the clubs over there. So that was really pleasant in Cape Town. They have a couple clubs, and I was able to do that and enrich my experience. In addition to the beautiful country to visit, I was able to get to know the local Scrabble players, and that's something that everybody gets to do. That's why one of the great incentives of playing this game is being able to quickly make friends anywhere in the world. And it looks like Peter's drawn his tiles and is racking them up, so we should be able to get a good sense of what he's going to be doing. And it looks like he's got a few vowels, maybe.
He could have had a bonus. He could have had a bonus, depending on what the last tile was. But he's, I think, is it OIDIAIN on his rack there?
Yeah, he seems to have lined up oidea. Vowel dump play, plural of oidium. So, often when you're on that first turn and you don't see a lot of scoring options, you're debating between what can I do to balance my rack? What can I do to alleviate perhaps the issue of too many vowels, or vowelitis, as we sometimes call it. But on the other hand, if I play too many letters and I'm not scoring that many points, am I going to simply giving more floaters to my opponent for them to?
He doesn't have dianoia, does he? I thought he had two A's. He doesn't have dianoia, does he? Can you read?
It may actually be dianoia. Yeah, I think he does have it.
Oh, is he going to spot it? That's a relatively new addition to the. Oh,
Oh, it
Peter.
looks like a little bit of a quick play. Maybe it's just one of those things where you don't think to look for it because you don't have nice letters. That's one of the things about those vowel heavy bingos. So it's one of the 7s that has surprisingly 5 vowels in it, Dianoia, and it's although it's a word that stands out when you are know it and sure, but if you don't even think to look, right, that sometimes happens, and may be the case here. But in the absence of that word, Aotearoa is a pretty strong play to clean up the rack.
Indeed. And one thing I'll mention is it's a relatively new addition. So if you've been playing for as long as Peter has, sometimes those new words aren't as sticky as the old ones. And it's worth noticing that havening is a word. I think it is. Havened is good. So no doubt Chris probably thought about the possibility, and his eyes has probably gone as big as saucers, seeing the eye on the board, and is now wondering, is he absolutely sure if it's good or not? I think it's good.
Yeah, it's one of those things where when you have an ing word sitting on your rack for a bonus, you often start to think, wait a minute, this is wishful thinking on my part, because it's a common word that could become a verb. Then you doubt yourself because of the fact that you have it, because you know that you're introducing a little bit of bias that you want it to be a word. So that's something that you have to sometimes deal with. So he may be thinking about it, trying to talk himself into having the confidence to play it. And that's one of those things where he looks like he's maybe considering just playing having. So both players with that potential for a bonus. We'll see if Chris is able to overcome that bit of doubt in the brain and put it havening down. Of course, he has 2 eyes where he could play, but the 1 eye is in the double word lane, which will definitely be superior.
I think that this is one of those ones where you watch the game and it's really easy to say when the pressure isn't on you, oh, havening, of course it's a word. But when you're actually in the thick of the game and it's actually your tail on the line, it can be difficult, because if you're sitting there learning words on your computer and that rack comes up, well, it's obvious the answer is havening. But when you actually have to decide in the moment whether it's right or wrong, unless your name happens to be Nigel Richards, you are at some risk of making a mistake. And so he's gone with having.
Speaking as a fellow Canadian, one thing is many of us have switched from a smaller North American dictionary into the international dictionary, and therefore those foundational words that may be easier for players who've always played with the same Collins dictionary may sometimes elude us, because we have to learn words in one way and then eventually relearn things, and that creates gaps or creates areas of gray areas for us. So but Chris has played having, it's taking an S that hangs over the double word score. I'm not sure if he was aware of that when he played it. Realistically, he may be thinking to himself, well, what are the odds that my opponent was holding an S with Aotearoa? So these are important questions to think about, but you'd assume perhaps that you have probably an equal chance of drawing that S. So let's see what comes next.
And Peter is a strong enough player that you can do those kind of inferences. You can assume that he's going to play quite rationally, quite sensibly on any given move. So, I would say he has no greater chance of having an S than any other time. Of course, you can also hook it in front if you aren't so sure, but I think more people would be aware that shavings is a word than havings is a word.
Yes, that's absolutely true. And on this board, of course, the S plural will be more potent, being that you can double both words that are going to be played. It looks like he's holding a somewhat difficult rack with some duplication. We definitely see there's a double A, and I believe it's 2 N's on his rack. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's playing Ian, keeping EN-AD. That seems quite reasonable to me, because AD-EN is a really good keep, and certainly you'd want to play those 3 tiles often and build on the synergy of that AD-EN combination. Yeah,
and when you're holding mostly 1-point tiles, it helps to be able to take away a potentially big scoring spot. If your opponent is holding, if you think your opponent might be holding some big consonants, you might even think that everything was a setup for an X, perhaps. So that is another rationale to play Ian where he did, kind of removing that spot, scoring a few points while also balancing the rack. And when it goes back here to Chris, he's looking at D gum. I don't know if that plays it anywhere too strong, but it might clean up his rack a little bit if he considers it. He might play it under Oidea, forming id.
I tell you, when that Ian came down, he probably would have been praying for a J to have preceded it, because he would have had judgment.
Wow.
That would have been a showstopper. The stuff dreams are made of, really. It's worth thinking.
Indeed.
Here is the problem with this rack is that almost anything you put down is going to open up something better for your opponent. It's not quite as fatal as like being in a Zugzwang in chess, but really the person that puts something down here next is going to be creating an opportunity for someone, unless that thing happens to be a bonus, hooking in or having. And so I don't really know what I would do, but he's sort of arranged MUG. MUGG is okay. So you can just play it across having or mugged or something like that. He can't really play across from Oidea, because the only vowel he has to go before the or after the A is an E, and he'd probably like to hang on to that one. And I don't think D-gum is enough points to justify sort of blowing up the rack. So I think trying to play gum plus one other letter is probably the answer.
Well, playing D-gum, where he's playing at D-gum and mean, I think it's a good enough score. In my opinion, I wouldn't want to sacrifice too many points at this early stage and hunt for a bonus that with a leave that may still be a little far. So I like this play with D-gum.
I think I might have played Mung to keep the E, but I think it's a reasonable choice.
Mung in which spot?
The same spot.
Okay.
Not much to talk about Peter's choice. He's just dumped the Q and kept the strong leaden, which will make bonuses with a couple of letters. So he's looking good to perhaps draw first blood in this game. But Chris has drawn the first S with a rack of rubbish.
Well, at least he has now that S hook on having, if he is aware of it, to be able to score a few points. It's questionable which word he would choose with this difficult combination. Definitely a number of consonants that he would rather not keep together, don't have very much synergy. He might look at spun or funds.
Yeah, or he might, I was thinking if there's anywhere we can put down just TWP that's not ridiculous.
Yeah, it's one of those things where either way you're going to sacrifice a little bit, but
I think I know. I think I play PWNS.
Oh yeah, that would definitely be strong. One of the few words that doesn't have any of the traditional vowels. So all the gamers out there who maybe more so in the knots or the aughts would have said they're going to pwn their opponent. And that's how that got added to the lexicon. But
I feel that word's quite old now.
Yeah, it's almost not used anymore.
Old.
It could be listed as archaic maybe among gamers.
I think it is. I am pretty sure that PWN was a thing back in about 2000.
Yeah, sometimes when they add words, you question whether these words are going to have the staying power, especially when they're new internet verbs that form out of typos or a
I think it's
mockery
a
of
classic.
typos.
It's a classic. It'll always be with us.
Well, he's considering weft, perhaps, or yeah, I don't know what he's starting to do here. He's looking at, he's holding the WFT, so I wonder if he's thinking of weft or trying to do some kind of setup of some kind.
I think with weft, it does leave spun, and there's like an unword. There's quite a lot of ways that could go right.
It's an interesting strategy, a little bit unconventional, I think. He's sacrificing quite a few points in pursuit of perhaps a bonus. Maybe he's thinking he can draw something really strong out of the bag. Maybe he also wants to make the board more difficult.
Yeah, and Peter, did you draw another E? That's absolutely nonsense. That's not how it's supposed to be at all.
Now, speaking of gamer words that are not in the lexicon, unpause, which is a phony, has landed on Chris's rack. So he's even thinking of it. I'm sure Chris is probably pondering that one himself. That's a very common word among gamers, to pause your game and unpause it, but not yet been added to the lexicon. So fortunately, perhaps it doesn't appear like, it does play off of ut potentially, so he'll have to hopefully talk himself out of playing that one. But meanwhile, Peter is trying to come up with a way to clean up his rack, and he just plays DEW for, he's looking at D1. Okay. This is a nice play. Several overlaps being formed. Pretty solid score here. Looks like about 25 points. Oh, more than that.
29?
29
I'm
points,
really
yeah.
good at this.
Yeah.
I think it's a good play. You don't worry too much about a G hook making new or canoe, as people increasingly.
It looks like he's verifying.
I think that's one of about 7 spellings of that word, isn't it?
Yeah. It's definitely
like
one
ruler of an Indian state or something.
Divan, yeah. Divan,
Yeah.
D1, yeah.
Takes an I on the end of it, of course.
Chief or finance minister. Speaking
Good
a little
player.
Hindi, Divana also means kind of crazy. So we'll
How
see
appropriate.
we'll see if it'll be a crazy choice by Chris to try unpause. It's very tempting, I got to tell you. If I didn't know explicitly that it wasn't in the lexicon, I wouldn't. As a gamer, I would think this is an ordinary word.
Yeah,
I think, especially as a retro gamer who used to press the pause button for those original Nintendo games.
How retro are we talking? I think the gaming never really got better than it was in the 16-bit era, showing my age here.
Yep, that I would say 8-bit and 16-bit is where I thrived, and then after that I can't keep up. That's why I switched to Scrabble.
Too many buttons on the controllers, in my opinion. Oh, he's going for it. He's going for gold.
We will see if this affects Peter. Perhaps, if nothing, Chris's lack of a poker face will cause the challenge.
Yeah, you just mentioned something that I think is really salient here is for people who are watching at home, Chris's body language really does not convey confidence with this play. And Peter, like with many North Americans as well, grew up on double challenge, which is what they played in New Zealand. He is not going to be remotely scared of challenging that word and risking 5 points, because losing 5 points is a tiny sacrifice compared to the possibility of taking that off the board and him having to suffer another turn with 2 U's on it.
So they had paused the game to do the challenge, and now they've unpaused.
I don't think that's what we would say. We'd say he stopped the clock and restarted it, or paused it and resumed it. He stopped trying to make unpause happen. But no, it's right. It does sound like a perfectly plausible word. And
plausible.
Indeed. I have to confess I can't see what Peter's rack is. He's got a P as well. I thought he had piloted for a second.
Well,
I do apologize for
for all the gamers with the opposable thumbs. We are gonna move on, and hopefully Chris, when his turn comes back around, will have thought of a more valid option. It's difficult when you've got 2 U's.
He's got DELETPO, so he doesn't have pilot. He's got a second E. I don't know what you'd do, Shan, but I would be very tempted to just drop the OP at the top left corner to keep scoring.
Yeah, that also strikes me as really strong. It looks like exactly what he's going to do. Picking up 28 points right off of that.
He could certainly bingo next turn.
Yeah, 27. So now that it's back to Chris, a little bit deflated from unpause coming off the board, what would be the next best thing he can do? He's looking at Unao, one of the various types of sloths, I believe, potentially forming Ugg.
I think that's all right because he is setting up an S hook. He may be unaware that having already is an S hook. I think if you know havings is good, I think pause is fine. Back in the day, I would have said upas, UPAS would be a play, but now that takes an O as well as a Z, and so that's
Probably
probably too much risk.
sun up if you're willing to simply live with AE as your leave.
Oh, I love it, actually. I love it. That's great. I would certainly do that if I saw it. Oh. Chris, don't telegraph.
Well, he knows all his tiles have been shown already, so maybe that's.
I know, but don't telegraph your
reasonable.
uncertainty. Look at Peter, though. He is just like a model of composure.
Yeah, Peter is dialed in. Unao does come down. It comes down onto the right. That's a little interesting. I guess I was thinking that it would come out on the left side. But it makes more sense if you want the S hook to be more potent, to kind of give it a little bit more room, because usually S appears at the end of the word. So I can see the rationale for that.
And Beetled is on the rack there, and it's coming down in quick
very
time.
quickly.
Look at that. Cool as a cucumber. Certainly someone you would want fixing your pipes when you've got massive leaks that water is coming in every direction in your kitchen or your bathroom.
Absolutely.
Does make the board nice, wide and open, though. But that's what we want, isn't it? Chris is one of the fastest shufflers going.
Yeah, it's quite interesting turn. He's looking at FOP, potentially overlapping Beetled, which would balance his rack pretty well and score some points.
He had EFTPOS showing on his rack before. For those in other parts of the world, EFTPOS is the system used down here for paying with your card at a terminal, electronic funds transfer at point of service, which Australia and New Zealand have had for like a very long time now, 35 years or so. I think if there's a post word here. That's what you want to do. So we've got a kind of a not particularly great rack here for Chris. It does make a bonus. It makes tissue here, but I don't think that's going to show up. Peter, again, dumping some awkward letters in the previous turn with Vibey. Another recent addition. So he's playing
Peter
quickly.
realizing that utilizes was blocked by his own FOP.
I don't know. Would he have noticed? I sort of just stopped looking at that sort of thing. But indeed. But it's not. He must be wondering what he has to do to ditch a U, because he's had all four of them. Not sure what I would do here, actually. If there was a way to dump SUI in a sensible way, you'd look to do that. I don't know that I love playing SUI down next to U now.
If it wasn't, if Chris was in the lead and had a big margin, uveitis would have been nice to clear up some bad luck.
It would be an attractive play. I probably would never do it ever, but it's sometimes it's very difficult to go past a really pretty play. He's set up another ace hook for a powerful play, for a powerful rack here. He does need to make something happen relatively quickly, I think. He can't rely on Peter having rubbish racks. Although that's what he does
true.
have.
And it's one of the things is that, you know, when you're falling behind, you're trying to balance your rack, but you're also realizing you're not scoring enough, and the margin is increasing. By the time you even get the bonus down, you're still far behind, and that's one of the things. But fortunately for Chris, he's now got into a turn where he can actually finally hit a bonus, and now he's going to try to see what's the best one that he can maximize his score with. I'm wondering if there's a ship word.
I was wondering too. It doesn't look likely. And Peter's kept the scoring on, the score pressure on, although he did damage his rack a little bit. There is Aotearoa through the A of U now. Would that work?
Looks pretty interesting. And there's also, it was pretty close to having fetishized, but that doesn't quite fit on the board, I think.
It looks like he's lined up Tasha's.
Right.
But ideally he wants to stick the H on the double, and Hessite is a word. I imagine it's something that's named after a mineral named after that state in Germany, maybe Hesse. I don't know. But Aotearoa gets the extra 2 points from the ace. That's why I would look to play that. And that's a nice, easy word to find as well, which is nice. Oh, a washiest or something like that would also work. And that looks like
that'll last. That washiest is actually fantastic. That's a really nice find. Hooking the S in the right place, putting the H on the double, and that'll cash in big time.
Yeah, that's actually a useful thing for people at home. Is sometimes if you've got lots and lots of opportunities and lots of possibilities, you let the board narrow your possibilities down. If there's 50 words, you want the one, and you know there's one with the H in that position, pop it down, work around that H to give you an anchor. Apparently this blank, though, is an M for mashiest.
Okay. Well, I think that's strong, because washiest would have taken a front S on the double word score, which, he also had options of maybe making it a D for dashiest. So I think he chose one that's perhaps safer. In fact, we do know that Peter has S's, although he doesn't really have a whole lot of good stuff to go along with it, thanks to some triplicate R's.
He does still have a 43-point lead, and he has both remaining S's, although there is another blank out. So he's got a bit of flexibility there.
Yeah, you'd think that maybe if there was a free G, that maybe just getting rack balanced again with GRRL or something would have been helpful. But now he's kind of stuck trying to work through it. Perhaps if he tries to see if there's a S hook that would allow him to score a few points while getting rid of some of the R's. But I don't think he's going to find anything of that nature. He may even consider trying to trade in. I don't know if you think that there's something superior to that could just get him through this clunky rack.
You could always just ditch ERR off the R of mean, because you've got an LESS, which, although not likely to come onto this board, like it's not impossible, because you could certainly hook a less word onto you now. So I would certainly consider playing ERR just off the E of mean. It's
that's potential. It may open up another lane, which I'm not sure if he is ready to do that. Maybe he thinks maybe that'll give a free shot for Chris. But he is looking like he's going to do that. Oh, he's actually putting the S down as well. Very interesting. So erring on the side of scoring points.
He's going hunting for vowels.
But of course, doing so is going to kind of communicate to Chris that, Peter does likely have the other S on his rack. Therefore, now that for Chris, he'll know, okay, the bottom lane, this is not happening for me to hook onto Unau, and I've got to work on some of the other spots. So I feel like not just because of the leave, but maybe because of what it communicates to Chris, perhaps it was not wise to use that S.
Maybe, but also I think if you're telegraphing that you've got the last S or even the last blank or whatever, I'm not really sure what Chris can really do about it. There's not really a lot of scope for him to be able to block.
I'm thinking less about blocking, more about the fact that it allows him to plan that he's not going to be able to use that spot. So he has to kind of really focus in on the other lanes that are available. But he may be looking to try to create a lane, perhaps trying to use the H of Mashiest to open up some new real estate. There's not enough room for things like Chrome or Chromo, but he's looking at home. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. CORE
his leave,
could keep.
Yeah, very strong leave. And fortunately, it looks like that doesn't itself create a play for Peter. So Peter's going to have to work through his duplicates again. But he's getting closer and closer. You've got to think that if he gets another shot, that's quite likely that he'd be able to land a bonus. Meanwhile, Chris has drawn a very useful J to be able to maybe overcome that distance. And now, Chris is not in a position where he's dependent on having a bingo to really make a difference in this game. He just has to battle, and he can kind of wrestle the lead. And just as I say, wrestle.
A W would give him wrestler.
Peter would get wrestler. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, does he just ditch the two R's again with ERR? I don't know. I really don't like L's, and I don't mind who knows it. And particularly when you get a bunch of R's and an L, it's really hard to get rid of them sometimes. In theory, it's a decent enough rack. You could just dump the R, and you probably will bonus a lot of the time.
I wonder if the Luxembourgians and the Lithuanians and Laotians would complain about your aversion to L's.
I think they probably have better things to do with their time.
But they're definitely watching us. That there's nothing better than that.
Probably not. You could consider dumping the R and an E and the T to go with Ret across from underneath the ED of Beetles. LERS is quite decent. It goes well with the M. There's enough vowels left over. But again, there's that 15 vowel, 15 consonants. You may want to keep one more consonant than you ordinarily would here. Oh, he's just done with fur. Yeah, he's going to do well with that if he draws a vowel.
Perhaps an I is perhaps a letter he's thinking about. But I wonder if that's predicating the game on being able to hit a bonus when the board is becoming less and less bonus friendly is the way to go.
I think the bonus the board's not massively unbonus friendly because there is still a tier of weft that an S or a vowel can go in front of, and look what's happened. He's drawn Slenter into that spot.
Oh yeah. Well,
so he would have calculated that. He would have worked out that there's quite a few words that would have given in the bonus.
That has played out according to his plan. So great stuff from
like he
Peter.
would hit something with an A, an I, and he'd hit with quite a few letters, and he's hit with an L. It's, it's not nothing. I mean, it was a bit of a gamble, and maybe one he didn't need to do. But he did it, and he's now looking at a bonus. I don't think he's going to have that spot blocked either.
Yeah, with the J, Chris is trying to see how can I score some points. What would allow me to keep good letters and also close the lead a little bit. I think that in terms of what might be instinctive, like is to say, okay, how can I get that J onto that accessing the triple letter score or triple word score. Just looking into the trenches here to see if he can do something.
You said that the J was helpful. You said the J was helpful. I actually reckon
you'd think it would be.
It's the noose around your neck. The J can be really, it can be helpful at times, but it really does stuff your bonus potential a lot of the time.
Well, when you're looking at a 20 point game and thinking, okay, I just need to gain a little edge, being able to score 30 or 40 points might be good. But the problem is that in this particular board, he doesn't really have one of those plays that just gives you a quick score. He's really looking at some very modest scores with the J, and that's where now it's not only prevented him scoring, it's hampering him from having a bonus with the other letters, which are very bonus friendly.
Yeah, he could do a really very minimalist dump with something like Jap onto the P. If he feels that the M is the likely target of Peter's bonus journey, he could play Joram to at least get some points. He could play Jiao through the Eye of Vibey.
I'd be very reticent to shut down a lane like that on, I guess. He's looking at Raj, looking at scoring at just a few points, getting that J off his rack and hoping that the remaining tiles will be enough. But with Peter poised to hit this bingo right now. Oh, he's looking at...
he's missed Slenter. He's missed Slenter. Because, I mean, that was a really great position because Chris needs a bingo. And by popping Raj there, which is, I'm not a big fan of that play, is because Peter hits Slenter and then he has a free shot at the 6-letter word off the J for a decent score. But that's a costly miss. I mean, he hasn't lost the game for it yet, but it's certainly, he should have spotted that.
Yeah, that is surprising. For a lot of us who came to the International Dictionary later, ST is still a word that doesn't always jump out at us right away. I don't know if you think about words in that spot. Most of the letters you put in front of the T are vowels. Therefore, maybe that's just somehow eluded him. But I'm not sure if that was it.
Is that ANLYIOE?
I believe so, yeah. So while Chris shuffles and shuffles here, trying to make something out of this, he's wishing he had a little more control over the board.
Like an O for control.
Exactly. So that's not happening. So the next best thing, we may look to make a little play with the C. Maybe you could do something that's center triple to open up some more lanes. I'm not so sure.
Difficult there. He could just play to the EU gesture and triple the C with something like center. 28 points. That's not too bad. Ooh.
Oh, he's just cool. Okay, very interesting. Again, another low score for balancing the rack. In this case, he's not going to suffer too much because Peter is still struggling with a difficult rack. So, but I think there's it's a little bit questionable for me to play cold because I feel like it's not making the board more bonus friendly for himself.
No, and what they probably. Yeah, I think that was a bit of an unusual pickup there for Chris as well. He would have been expecting to draw some vowels, but he's doubled a couple of consonants, and a lot of those surplus vowels have ended up on Peter's rack. So he really needs to be playing something, and he's played inlay to take out what he may think is the best bonus spot, and maybe it is. I think I might have gone with Oi, Tok, and Yo at the bottom of the thingo. But the other thing is, he does have the lead, and playing 5 tiles to try to end the game is not that bad a strategy, and it also gives him a higher chance of picking up that blank if he thinks Chris doesn't have it.
Well, inlay takes away possibility for fun 10-letter words like anti-lifer. Actually, anti-lifers would be the 10, but the S's were already gone. So in any event, after inlay, Chris is looking to unduplicate his R's and T's, maybe looking to retweet a little play somewhere. It is becoming more and more of a challenging board for bonuses. Now that inlay really ruins the top right quadrant, aside from maybe just trying to open that very top lane, top row. But there's not an easy way to do that doesn't result in a likely big comeback for Peter. So now he's got to be thinking about what can I do in the bottom left quadrant. He's looking at a rat, so he's going to play it very aggressively.
Yeah, not a fan of that, but I mean, maybe I'm just saying I'm not a fan of it because the G that would go in front of that is sitting on Peter's rack.
Yeah.
Obviously,
it is
trash
definitely
also
kind of throwing caution to the wind and saying, hey, maybe I can just catch him, get lucky, and he doesn't have something that he can do there. He has drawn very well.
He has. He's drawn into a bingo, but he's now going to be perhaps far enough behind that he doesn't get close from doing it.
Yeah, and that's the risk of playing a little bit recklessly. You just make it too easy for your opponent, and they now Peter's just extended that lead, and really that going to make it difficult. There's a challenge going on over here.
Yeah, Grat is from Greet, I believe. I wonder if it's
that. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying Grat, I think, comes from the same root as Greet.
Yeah, I wonder if the challenge was for the main word or for Grat.
All right, now as you can see here, he's played XI. Maybe he's going to play intermix because intermix is the bingo through the M there. And here's where you look at how many tiles are left before you jump. He really needs to score and then bingo.
That's right. So he'll need to intermix is just not a big score as it is, aside from its face value. So he's just putting the X. Oh, wow.
Because there's only one in the bag, right?
Wow, he had no choice. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And it isn't going to work for him because Peter can play a Zoic and take out that T spot. And so that is almost certainly the game. I don't know off the top of my head if there is a bingo that goes onto the M of home. You could go through the alphabet and find it. But I think if he were to play the Z for a decent score, which he certainly can do, he can
bingo through the M, but nothing that will hit the triple. So the score will be very modest.
So what Peter can do is just play the Z off for a good score, and he's fortunate enough that he has the ability to do that, and that will be the end of the game because he's up by 81 points. How did that happen? How did that happen?
Well, plays by plays where it was just kind of clawing ahead, and Chris was leaving a lot of points on the table in the effort of trying to get bonuses, and I think it just wasn't happening. And even though, for example, Peter missed Slenter, just that little difference between when you go punch for punch and one player plays Raj for just a few points, and then the other response is Jester for a much larger score. Those are the things that make that margin quite a lot. And unfortunately for Chris, things just didn't come around early enough for him to actually make that strike. I think he thought perhaps that he could kind of cut in maybe a turn or two ago and then maybe have a shot, but it was just too little too late.
Funnily enough, thinking about it, maybe Jester maybe Slenter, he did see it and opted to play Jester, thinking that a bonus off the M or the L would be quite big and give no real counterplay. Whereas if he hits Slenter, there's the possibility of a massive counterplay off it. Maybe Peter knew. I'm actually walking back saying that was a mistake. I'm not saying that's definitely better, but 42 points and really controlling the board and strangling the high-scoring bingo lanes. I have a suspicion it might be quite close. I mean, I'm really reluctant to sack 20 points like that, but I think there was perhaps a little bit of method going on there.
Well, that would be very astute if he did. I mean, in the sense that, you know, it requires a certain depth of thinking to go, wait, you know what? I don't want to just put down the first bonus I see just because it does, but I'm going to think about lanes and so on. I'm not sure I would make the same play, but the fact that he even would take the time to go through that rationale, if that was the case, would definitely demonstrate a more sophisticated Scrabble mind. So he does actually play ZE, which shouldn't produce any bonuses through the Z for Chris, but little less optimal than Azoic. Trainman is his choice of bonus, and we could have done that, or perhaps Anti-Mirror. But this will conclude the game, and Chris unfortunately was not able to get in that range for that final bonus to become threatening. But it was a very interesting game with a lot of elements, a lot of choices to be made. Both players perhaps making a couple of misses that they would probably want to have back. That said, overall a strong game. I really liked the play of Washiest from Chris, and there was a great level of savvy shown by Peter to kind of control the tempo of the game and stay ahead consistently.
Yeah, I think if you were to say who played the game better, I think Peter certainly played this game better. I think Chris maybe was a bit nervous, a bit nervy after having that havening dilemma early on and picking the wrong way. And I think there were some questions during that game that vexed him a little bit. You can tell that he was a little bit tilted, I suppose. You could see that he was quite nerved and a bit shaky when putting things down. And I mean, as you see, if you've watched him play before, you'll see that there may be no speed greater in the universe than the speed at which he shuffles his tiles. But yeah, he was, moving back and forth and taking the tiles back up and looked like he was not feeling confident in his game.
Yeah, and that one inflection point of the unpause coming down, which could have in another universe been a very completely valid word. So that's one of those things where the game is already a little bit of a struggle, and then you have to use and play doesn't stay on the board. Momentum is one of those things, and Peter just seemed to have a grip on the game throughout, and Chris was not able to change that tide.
Yeah,
a great
so
game
that's
otherwise.
Peter. For Peter, that's a really key win for him because it gets him back up to 9 wins. And so regardless of what happens with Lewis and Dylan, I think it was, he's still going to be at most 1 game off the lead. We're told Peter says he got lucky and he won. Look, I mean, you could say that, but I think even really good players can make mistakes. And I think Peter made fewer mistakes that game than Chris. And so I wouldn't say lucky. I would say he was the deserved winner of that game. And it shows you why he's up there with the leaders. He didn't panic. He just played his game.
Yeah. And to be fair, all players require a little bit of luck to win a game, and they also require a lot more skill. And, definitely Peter showed that he had the skill. And this game was one where there were a lot of word choices and kind of just testing your memory, and maybe a couple of turns where players played a little quick and might have overlooked things that they would otherwise see. Of course, we all know about the pressure of being on a stream. But in addition to that, I think I'd say regardless, both players played a pretty solid game. Just kind of when it came to the strategic elements of when do you strike and what sacrifices you make, the bounces just didn't go in Chris's favor. That he was able to kind of turn it around a little earlier. And eventually, when he did get the blank, it was just falling short.
And well, look, we've got some results up, and we've had some really close games here. So Peter, the last round was on 9 wins, and then has added another win to it. So he's sort of towards the top still. And we've got some results from B. A bit of a surprise here. I mean, Murray Rogers is a name I've seen for a while. Val Mills, certainly good players. Karen Richards can beat anyone on her day. Glenys Hale is certainly one of the longest standing stalwarts in New Zealand Scrabble. And Paul Richards is streaky as you know what. And Scott sometimes looks like an A player when you watch him. And, you know, they're losing games in B. So it shows what a high standard of a high caliber of field we've got.
That's so true. And, you know, I think this is one of the things is that wherever you go, the competition is getting harder and harder. More new players are emerging that can play this game really well. And the top players who've been playing a long time have been refining their game. So there's just a great depth of players. So really anybody has a shot because, you know, there's a lot of opportunity to kind of climb up and be an unknown kind of superstar, but it's also really tough to break through such a field. And it just goes to show how many good players are playing, and we love to see that. And you know, even from the D division, we've got Carolyn in the lead. Well done.
She's a good player. She's played in Australia a few times. And we will actually get a bit of a look. We're showing grade E now. We'll actually get a look at an E grade game with the current leader, Callum Henderson, who looks like he's on a clean sweep. So we'll be getting a game with him. And so that will be a bit of an interesting look. So for those of you who may be watching that haven't been playing for that long, it might be quite a fun game for you to watch and see someone whose game looks a bit more like yours. And you never know, that person who's wins that game, you might not just think of them as a grade E winner. They might be a grade D winner next time, and then a grade C winner, and they could be a future A player.
You know what I always say to players at my Scrabble club is that when you're not winning as much, or when you play against players who are considered the best players in the room, you may think yourself as not a great Scrabble player. But the truth is that we have so many good Scrabble players, and we often just don't have the right point of comparison. So I think that's what we're seeing here all the way to grade E, is that we've got great players all across this tournament, and what a great celebration for Scrabble in New Zealand to have that kind of depth of skill and passion all in one space. Really exciting, you know, for the 45th.
Yeah, and of course, thinking about it, if you've gone and learned the 2-letter words and you know how to put a 7-letter word down, you are a far better player than the millions of players who are playing at their kitchen. That's why we're looking at it. But also, if you are one of those people just playing in your kitchen, if you learn a couple of new words, you can really make massive strides in this game with relatively little effort and have a great deal of fun doing so. So all the more reason to keep watching streams, playing online where you can, or if you're lucky enough to have a Scrabble club in your vicinity, get on down there and have some fun and learn some words and meet some great new people. And yeah, I think it's when you start improving and start seeing the beauty of the game, it's where you get the most value out of it. I'm told we're not getting a break before the next game, which is great, but we do have enough time to once again plug that if you're enjoying the stream, you should consider the Buy Me a Coffee link that's pinned to the top of the chat. And please like and subscribe. If you like and subscribe to this, not only will you get future tournaments that come up in New Zealand, you'll also start getting Scrabble content in your feed. And there's a lot of streamers out there who are giving cool content from around the world, and you'll start getting them in your feed, and you'll get to watch Scrabble on your TV or on your phone all the time.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add that, for those of you who may not have a Scrabble club in your vicinity, not a bad idea to start one, or go to your local library and see if there's a program they'll be willing to support. It usually just takes a few people who are a little bit bold and a little bit creative to start, and you don't have to be the best Scrabble player in the world to start. You can see that there are clubs listed here in Auckland, Hamilton, Wellington, Christchurch, and Dunedin, and many more all across New Zealand. And for those of you joining other parts of the world, Scrabble is played worldwide. So definitely consider, being a person who helps push that forward. And if you will often find very quickly there are other people around you didn't even know were there if you just make the initiative to try to gather. So definitely Club Scrabble is a wonderful way to get into the game and get to learn the ropes. Earlier in the stream, Josh Sokol was mentioning that new players often spend a lot of time looking at their tiles on the rack and not enough time at the board. Now we've got an open board here for our next two players to get us started. And so if you're a beginner level player and checking out the stream, that's great that you've joined us. We're really welcome to have you. And also make sure that today, as you watch the stream, pay attention to the board and the opportunities that are on the board. Look for the plurals and the overlap plays that might be possible on the board, and then look at the tiles and see what might fit there. So what do we have in this next matchup, Edward?
Well, we have Lewis Hawkins. Sorry, I was saying it's confusing with the F1 driver, who he doesn't look a lot like him, but he's been playing for quite a while despite his youthful demeanor, and is continuing to be a consistent presence at the top tables at these events now. And his opponent, Gil, look, if you want to think about racks and think about what's going to happen, is Gil's not going to give you a lot of time to think about that. He is lightning in a bottle. So we'll have to be on our toes.
And he recently became a grandmaster just a few years ago. So in New Zealand, so this is going to be definitely one game of elite skill that we're about to witness here. And similar to Chris, Lewis has 2 U's on his rack, and he has a decision to make about how to deal with that. So he may look at Utu, maybe Unau, and I think he's trying to figure out how to balance his rack and deal with this U problem.
Or he could just change as well, keeping ante. But I think Utu is probably right.
Yeah, my wife often says to me when I complain about something, she'll say, "That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem." This was a you problem, so I unloaded both.
Indeed, and it doesn't give away a lot, even though it takes an S. Of course, it's only 3 points, so it's not really, unless you're getting a double, it's not really it's not gonna break the bank, I suppose.
So this is interesting because with these U's, Gil has drawn the X, and so a natural thing would be to look for overlaps where the XU is formed, because X forms a 2-letter word with every vowel. That's one of the neat things about X, as well as the fact that it's an 8-point tile, so it's really flexible. It's one of the greatest tiles in the game for just picking up some points. But because of the placement of Utu, and because he's trying to also keep his rack very balanced with some very nice tiles, he wasn't able to score a whole lot with that X. So it's sort of a relief to know that if your opponent has a power tile like an X, that they didn't really do that much damage with it. If you look at that and go, okay, not bad. 22 points, considering the X, he walked away a bit more or less unscathed, Lewis did. So now it's back to Lewis, and he's got another U on his rack, and he's got the duplicate A's. How can he get out of this one?
You pray that C transmogrifies into a G for Guardian, but failing that, he could try to stick the A after Cox to get Coxa, and try to play a word like that. Like, I'm not saying I would play ATUA, but that's an option that he's got. Ratu, RATU, isn't too bad.
Yeah, I like both of those options. It's good vision there to see that. Definitely, as long as he's able to undouble his A's and U's, he'll be in a good position. And we'll see, how many letters he really wants to unload. And Atua is the one that he chooses after all. So Atua puts that A next to that triple letter score, which a little bit bold, considering that a player could play on either side of that A, and on the left side reach the triple word score, on the right side use the triple letter score. but it doesn't sound like that's going to be a big problem, given the fact that Gil has some. He has a very bingo friendly rack, but doesn't look like he quite has what he needs.
And it's also worth noting that the worst tile for that on the right hand side is the X, and it's already on the board. So the worst thing that could happen is perhaps a word that has the Z in it or something, or the J. But I think it's probably not really that bad. I probably slightly preferred Ratu, but that's, and now here we go. I said that we wouldn't get a lot of time to think for Gil. He's played U's, and I think that strongly telegraphs that his rack has another S and another E on it to Lewis.
Well, and he blocked Ordinary, so that worked out in his favor as well. And Lewis is probably just thinking, darn, that that would have been a quick and easy decision, but now he's left with it. Much more difficult decision because the board is getting closed quickly. What do you think about Corey? I'm wondering if there's a way that he can unload the R and the Y that would allow him to stay focused there. And then he's also maybe trying to look for 6-letter words from the middle of the board. Oh, he's joined with Dory. Used in Dory. Okay, that looks pretty strong.
Yeah, I think that seems pretty sensible because you could play off the C with something like Corey, but you're kind of boxing yourself in. Like you're setting yourself up for a bonus that you may never be able to put on the board.
Yeah, and it kind of depends on whether you want to have that sort of trench warfare or kind of battle with the board being very short of opportunities. Arisate appears to be the bonuses for Gil for 7s. And do any of those play?
I don't think so. And I think it only makes rarities through the R. So,
which is not quite in the right position for that.
So this pretty bleak here. He's been fishing to really strong keeps, and he's just been getting not quite. Satire, of course, is one of the most well-known stems, and it makes a lot of 7s and a lot of 8s. But sometimes you just get one that doesn't fit on the board, or sometimes you're sitting with a board where there are no S hooks. So you may just play OI or change one.
Oh, it looks like he just exchanged the I. All right, that sounds reasonable given how strong his leaf was, and now he has the alternative 7 of Ariest, the other Ariest, AER, IEST, and Seriate. So that
which will go through that R. He will be able to go through that R this time. And Lewis is probably wishing that he had a bit more open board because he has a pair of 7s on his rack. I know he definitely spotted Prydian because he had it on his rack before. And there's also Pindari, which could be spelled with 2 E's instead of the second I.
Yeah, but neither of those plays.
No, and I don't think he's not obviously sitting on a 6-letter word that starts with D or N that would go down to the triple. And I don't think he's got anything through the C either. He's close.
Yeah, this is one of those turns where you're not going to score too much once you've eliminated the bonus possibilities, and you're just trying to bide your time a little bit, hopefully not make the board too dangerous, because even if you keep some nice bonus letters, it's not so strong that you're confident that 100% you're going to land a bingo. Unlike Gil, who traded that I with a lot of likelihood of being able to bingo next turn. And now if he finds Resteer, or he now has options for the hook on Yip. So this is going to mean that he's got just to choose from which bonus feels the best for both scoring and board layout.
Yeah, and the thing with Yip, that's like it's a double-edged sword. Like it hooks for an S and an E, neither of which he has. But he also knows that Gil's rack is dynamite because he only changed 1 letter. So that really says that he's holding a strong 6-letter stem or a blank. And yeah, I think this Ariest play is the sort of play that you make when you're thinking perhaps moving a little bit too quickly, because it really I think Ristia put him into a lead, and I don't know. I mean, I guess from one perspective is that he is opening up 2 spots. So
Yeah, I don't mind Arias so much, not just because of the 2 spots, but also because after Yip, the danger of that spot between the triple to the double, I feel like there's so many potential plays over there that there's going to be danger either way. But now it looks like with Zati coming down, he may be thinking to himself, "Ooh, maybe that was a little bit reckless."
All right, we've got MILF. Scores a bit more than film. We won't cover the etymology of that word, but we'll cover the etymology of others.
Yeah. So now, after all of those quick back and forth plays, Lewis is now dealing with consonant-heavy rack and not a lot of vowels that are open on the board to use. So he's going to be a little bit challenged on this turn, I believe.
I think if he just plays dripped, pal, and tef, even though it keeps 2 ends, I think that's quite acceptable. And that looks like
it's a good score. That's a really good score, considering what he has on his rack and being able to do that. I think it's definitely going to stand out above everything else. U2 does take the front T. I don't think it's that helpful right now, but when you're short on vowels to use, you definitely would at least look at that spot and think, okay, is there a word that will play through OT? But I don't think from his letters that he had anything that would make that extremely attractive.
Oh, and just as you say that, he's going to put blot down.
Okay, that's how Gil benefits from that spot. So good job from Gil, but also another quick play. No hesitation at all, and perhaps he didn't have a whole lot of options given that he was sitting on 6 constants in the blank.
Well, it's cute. He's holding on to the last F. Is he going to pick up Sforzati, Sforzati at some point? I can't not ask the question.
It's given that I would say worthwhile to at least keep that in the back pocket as an idea. One of the S's is 2 of the S's have been played, so that might be a little bit discouraging. And so both players still playing quick with Nurk coming down.
I don't know the etymology of that one, but my dad used to call me that. He used to say, "You little Nurk." Nope, he wasn't fishing for it.
Wow, another fast play of Fob.
Yeah, I don't know.
I really gotta wonder if that was a little bit questionable, given the fact that with these two ends and the W on the rack, you really want to be able to do more. I even scoring 16 points, I'm not really sure that's worth it. I'd rather play Fond off of Drip and undouble my ends. At least then I feel like you're gaining a little bit more ground. And the B as an open spot is extremely dangerous. Now, realistically, Lewis is also going to have some challenges, and he's looking at Tegs potentially hooking Fobs.
I think he's looking at Yegs hooking Fobs.
He should.
He had Yegs on his rack before.
Oh, he did line it up. Okay, I didn't see that. He did. And he's looking at playing Eggy.
Maybe he wasn't 100% sure of it. I would, or maybe he wants to hang on to that S, but I don't know. I think Yegs is quite a lot of points, and I would have done it.
Correct. Yeah, I think the score would have definitely. I'm guessing he was not 100% sure on the validity because it's a big point sacrifice. Okay, well, that double ends kind of are hanging his rack up. I think that he's going to be seeing the EW there. Oh, he's playing Web, still hanging out to 2 ends. See, if he had just had 1 end, then maybe we'd be looking at something like Webinar. But in reality, I think this is an okay play. I might have just tried to use the EW spot. Not sure if he had anything really good there. Perhaps not. But Web is fairly solid as long as he can finally gets something to go with it, and he does. So finally, I think we're going to see another bonus come down for Gil. But before that, what can Lewis do?
Well, he certainly can take that spot if he wants to use that fob with something like elves. His rack is good enough that you might start thinking about a bonus because there are multiple S hooks on the board. There's the hook on blot, the hook on tutu, and of course there's now a nice juicy bonus line above web if you happen to have an O, of which there are 5 unseen.
Well, there are also hooks for Eggy, which are just fun, just for the fun of it. And he's played vet. Okay.
That is the last T. It opens an E hook, of course.
Yeah, I wonder if it would have been worth it to use the S and just score points off of fob, maybe playing vents or something. But now we're seeing your Danny's come down.
I would imagine so. That's
there weren't
a good
that many
choice,
choices for options for bonuses. I think you could either hook a E onto vet and play vertically over there, but otherwise Danny's and blots would not have been better. He's looking at playing it with tutus. I kind of liked where you had it.
I prefer it too. No,
he just wants to look at it. Sometimes you just want the visual comparison and just putting it down there just to think it through. I think he may send it back. Oh, looks like he's counted it out.
I mean, I think if you're going to play there, you want to get the most points available, and that's why I play along that drip, but I would play Fannied or Jannied.
Right. That would have been a better score for sure.
And that's the Q spot might be someone's famous last words but well, he's bingoed. He's probably hoping to pick up that Q or something. And Lewis is, I feel like there's been so many N's in this game, but I think it's just that people have been retaining them on their rack because there wasn't really a great choice.
Maybe we play Enos?
What?
In Fox? That seems to be.
No, you don't do that. You play Lowndes.
Lowndes? How do you spell Lowndes?
Lows.
I think he wants to. Well, I think he wants to land the W onto the double letter score.
All right. Oh, I'm worried about that. I'm being a bit dogmatic here, but I just don't like the LN keep.
Yeah.
But I can see it, but I might just be one of those people that hates N's and L's together, and I just don't like L's to begin with. And I think I've said it about 6 times on that stream this weekend. And just Lowndes keeps EN, which I think is really much better. But if you're going to play E nows, it's okay.
The other thing about the E hook right now, of course, E is always a valuable letter, but because of that hook on vet, you definitely be considering that. And he's just going to do now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, point sacrifice, but perhaps great for his leave. Definitely opens some very interesting options and makes the board more volatile. So with this right column being something to consider.
Yeah, LENS is a good keep, despite my reservations. And he's still got the EVET hook. And again, he's pulled out a not that helpful J, but he could do some good stuff with it because certainly he's got the potential to score 40 points with it on the next turn, which
you
is
could
good.
play Jetes and burn both E's. That might be a choice at this point if he just wants to score some points and put some pressure on as the game continues, becomes less about bonuses.
Or he could play Jeans or Jeets through the A of Danny's if he wants to hang on to that E. Oh, Cloud. What a fascinating choice that one is. Possibly trying to hang on to the E for because I mean
I don't have a clue why you played that.
I mean, you could ditch the V as well and play Sive or Vice or Cove, or I think he had Vocule lined up, but I wouldn't play that. Yeah, it seems like throwing away a lot of points. I suppose the thing with that is that it does block both sides of the triple. It blocks the top right triple and the middle right triple. But I think if you play something like Vice or Cove or whatnot, you're not looking at a huge score down from that bottom right.
Well, both players are being stingy with the E, and maybe they feel that that's going to become the tourniquet in this game, perhaps to hit a late bonus that the other player might not be able to overcome just because of the tile pool.
I just don't think I would have been able to look past Vice because there are so many eyes to come. I feel
I agree, and I think giving up too many points is not necessarily usually a recipe for victory. Oh, Jete in the top where he's found it in that spot. It's going to be a nice big score.
And he's going to go into the bag and put I. I mean, he may not, but it just feels like that's what happens sometimes. Are we getting Ave? Quick as you like. No stuffing around.
Oh, 2 R's. Okay. So I thought for a moment we'd see the word Arsenal, but no, he's drawn another 2 R's and 2 A's. So that's going to definitely not be a rah-rah moment for him, but instead problematic.
And Ave keeps the score ticking along quite nicely. And here come the more vowels here. 2 I's and 2 O's. He does fortunately have a spot to dump Hioi.
Ave or Ave was very quick as well, but it was reasonable play. Lawrence finally hooking the S onto Fob.
He really needs that blank. He needs that blank or an E.
Perhaps both. Highway, cleaning up the rack there.
At a bit of a risk, I think. Like it does risk some quite profitable counterplays going across.
Ooh, and Lewis is not able to draw the blank. He does have drawn the Q, and now with Highway, he could do some things there. He could play Kadi or Chi. So maybe this will work out fine for him to be able to put some extra pressure on there, while Gil has drawn that blank and probably will be able to hit something like Sonora. So now this is going to become really a tight set of choices here, and I'm not really sure if Lewis can do very much.
No, I think he's definitely in trouble here because there are 9 tiles left. His best dump for the Q is just to play QI for 31 and hope. But certainly it's not impossible. I'm thinking there might be some bonuses from his perspective that he could draw. But yeah, that bonus that plays in multiple positions, I'm fairly sure we could find one parallel to Hioi, but he can certainly play, Sonora or Rishon or something like that through the Yvette. He can play a bonus onto the L or near the L. I can see Hornfells. I can't imagine if there's one that ends in L, but there might be. And of course, the blot hook. So he's certainly he's certainly in the driver's seat. Lewis's only chance to win really is to draw the blank.
So so unfortunately, perhaps playing off just a QI would have been for 31 would have allowed him to keep the bag.
Did he miscount? Did he possibly miscount? Because he'll win the game if we get a phony here because he's drawn into Marigold, hasn't he? Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
But He needed
Unfortunately,
to.
I'll leave a tile in the bag.
He needed to not play. He needed to not empty the bag. I mean, I don't think he was going to win the game, but it gave him at least a fighter's chance. So that's a bit of a miss. So for those of you watching at home who aren't sort of familiar with the niceties of endgame strategy, unless you have a really compelling reason to do so, don't empty the bag, because it means your opponent's making their next move from 100% knowledge of your rack. And if they play a bonus, you don't get any counter play. And what the heck is that blank, people? I think we need to know what this blank is before we call this game over.
Heroines? Oh, no, not quite.
It's not, because
Haroons. No, it's an
okay.
O.
I hope it's an O.
Temple or monument dedicated to a hero.
I hope it's an O.
That's a new word for me. I didn't know that.
Okay, yes, they're confirming it is an O. Okay. That's the sort of thing you could do if you're trolling your opponent a bit, like making it look like you're going to play heroines and then changing at the moment for Haroons. Yeah, interesting game.
See,
I think.
Yeah, if he had left one tile in the bag, and maybe he would retain that A that he played with Cade, then he might have landed with Diagram, which in this case would overlap like a play like Haroons. I'm sure that if there was a tile in the bag, then Gil would have taken a little more time about which bonus to choose, and then perhaps not have opened a spot for him. But so it's quite likely that the outcome was not going to change. But other than that, this game was full of choices, and both players had options of when to be aggressive and when to be defensive and when to go for point sacrifices and when to jump for the points. And it made a really interesting set of choices here. And ultimately, Gil came out victorious on the strength of the second blank.
Yeah, I think for all we're saying that Gil is fast as lightning, and looking at the clock, you can see that he is. I think even though he was up against it, Lewis definitely should have taken an extra couple of minutes on that second to last turn, because emptying the bag is sort of waving the white flag. Maybe he just didn't see the QI spot, because he's just picked the Q back up and is looking at putting it somewhere else, but he's not plopping it in the most logical spot. So it's possibly some board blindness. I've been told we are going to get an interview with Gil. I predict it'll take about 60 seconds.
Excellent. A meet and greet with Gil. I've been waiting for this moment.
Oh, yeah.
There's definitely a few turns that I'm more curious about, and I think Ariest was, the choice of to play that aggressively versus Riestier. I wonder if he was spotted that one.
We're talking about him, not to him at the moment, right? Gil, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Congratulations on the win. This is Edward and Shan here.
Yep.
Well done on the game, and you must have been pretty happy to draw that blank, but a number of interesting choices that we want to ask you about. So I'll let Shan ask about some of his favorites.
Well, I definitely thought you were working your way to a bingo, and then you played Ariest. And there was a choice between Ariest and Riestier. Did you spot Riestier?
I did.
And what was your thinking when choosing Ariest, which is much more aggressive?
Well, I think they're like if I put areas, that means there are two open ways. So basically, there's a T there and there's an A on the other end. It's good that Lewis has the letter Z, which maximizes the T. Yeah, but then I drew like a lot of like odd letters. I played milk though, so yeah. I thought for me it was like I've seen Riestier, but I thought there's a yip there, which like basically it can hook an S or an E. So I think I put that one just in case Lewis doesn't have a word with the R ending on Riestier. Yeah,
and I think Edward even pointed out that was probably the reason that the two spots being created. So that was fantastic. Overall, this game required a lot of choices around taking points or sacrificing and when to be aggressive. Even the turn where you traded in the eye previous to playing Ariest was an interesting one. What for you was the most difficult point in this game?
Well, the thing is, like, I thought I might have missed other words, when I have the nice letters like E and an S and an I, and there's a C opening there. And I could have erased an areas, but I could not play it because Tutu can only take an S. So basically, that's why. For me, that's the most challenging one. You guys, like, for example, I really respect all of you because that I've been watching most of these Scrabble games on YouTube, and sometimes you really get I don't know, just say it as it is. You don't mince the words basically. So I'm kind of scared, like if I play something not a good word, I might be like blasted and something like that. So this one here for me, like having to do this what do you call this, live streaming, it was like a no-no for me before because I'm really like scared. I'm apprehensive about the idea of like my games getting like
Well, your nerves didn't show, Gil. You looked very confident and you didn't miss any big play when you were holding those racks. So you held yourself very well in this live stream. You should be very proud. And next time you'll watch this recording back and you'll say, hey, you know what? They don't know what they're talking about. I'm the pro anyway.
Thank you for the kind words. I really, I don't know. I just not used to the idea of like somebody like watching or like judging basically my games. But now I found the merit. Like for me, like yes, before I don't see the validity of like having it on screen. But when I watch it like a lot of like times on YouTube, I said, oh, maybe I could do this as well. So in the end, I thought like it was a good idea.
People are fewer people are judging your game than they are learning from your game. So well done.
Thank you.
And good luck the rest of the way. I think we're going to be looking forward to more excellent Scrabble from you, Gil.
Oh, cool. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
One thing I was thinking about that game is if Gil was nervous, he didn't show it. I think if anything, Lewis showed a bit more nerve, and he's usually pretty cool. He plays each game and each move as if it was his last, as in it was the same as the one before it, and he doesn't get hot under the collar or anything like that. But I think in that one, he was possibly a little shaken, maybe by the very fast play of Gil. And I've seen Gil play faster than that. So he finished that game in under 10 minutes, which might qualify as a bit of a slow one for him. And I think possibly, even if you've got 10 minutes left on your clock, if you're kind of keep hitting you with blows and every minute or so, sometimes you have that little cognitive panic, which is what I think Lewis showed occasionally in there. For all of that, I don't think Lewis played a bad game. It's just sometimes it doesn't go your way, and that second blank, if it had landed on his rack, I think he would have been the victor.
Yeah, absolutely. That second blank, of course, was the decisive factor in this particular game, and both players played well. I think, talking to Gil and understanding his humility and even shyness and about playing on the stream, it goes to show that behind every player, even the ones when they win and they think it looks like they're really confident, it's a factor that sits in the back of your mind and may affect certain choices, may affect your speed, and if it did have an influence on Lewis in this game, I think the real factor is ultimately that the tiles did not quite bounce his way at the moment that he needed it near the end. But game well played by both players, and definitely was full of lots of options for us to consider. And they made some really nice plays.
And with that, we're going to a short break before the next game. So the option I'll be considering is having a quick bite to eat and having a look how my slow cooker is going. So we'll see you in a few minutes.
All right.
Welcome back to the afternoon session of the 45th New Zealand Scrabble National Championship. I'm still Edward Okulicz, and I still have Shan Abbasi with me.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for being with us.
And we've had a little bit of a break that was a bit longer than expected because, as you might have noticed, the previous game was extremely fast, with the winner Gill still having more than 15 minutes left on his clock and Lewis still having a good 10 minutes on his clock, which meant that the match that we were hoping to follow didn't follow seamlessly from that one because there was still a good 25 minutes available to play in. And there was also a bit of a break in the session so players could have a bit of a snack or a drink and otherwise not play Scrabble.
That's what happens when fast players come down and they quickly make decisions with their tiles. They play a lot of instinct. I found many a time people would say that I'm a fast player, but I found that it was often because I felt if I just slowed it down, I wasn't playing better. I was simply second guessing my decisions. So some players, are more comfortable with just going with their gut feeling and taking their instincts and making decisions quickly. But we definitely saw the effect of that in that last game, but Gill played very well and won the game nevertheless. So I think we're going to take a look a little bit at how the standings are shaping up after round 14.
Yeah, so Peter Sinton retains the lead, and in particular there, he's solid. He's made it a bit more solid by gaining spread with a big win over Chris Tolman. So even though Lewis in second place there had a moderate win over Aotearoa, he's still 160 spread points behind, which could be decisive.
Yeah, and it was a great game by Peter to get that bit of a margin. And now, as you get into the later stages of the tournament, spread is going to be more of a factor. And we're going to sort of see which players are going to really be in contention for this thing. But I think it's still enough time for a few more players to kind of get into the mix. And that's why in our next game, we're going to be seeing a few others who are looking to gain some ground on Peter.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's not so far ahead that he couldn't be caught. And bearing in mind, as you might be familiar, that's actually a round behind because you're thinking, oh, I thought Peter already played Chris. Yes, you have. You did see it. Your eyes do not deceive you. We just don't have all the results in from round 15 on the screen yet. But, as the tournament gets to the pointy end, I will keep you updated on who's playing who and who's beating who. So as you can actually see, there's actually a bit of a split here. We've got a couple of players on 10, 10, 9, 8, 8, and then a little bit of a jump down to 6. And one of the players that's in that second half but looking to maybe make a bit of a jump upwards is Blue Thorogood, who we saw on the stream yesterday, having a really good match that he was able to win quite comfortably. So will he be successful again? His opponent for this game is Aotearoa McClean, who hasn't been on the stream before. She's a librarian from Wanganui and has said that one of her favourite things is playing unusual words that she's picked up. So she loves compound words, obscure words, Maori words, and words that she's learnt from reading or from song lyrics. Absolutely with you there, Aotearoa. And she's also a player that's continuing to wear a mask. And I think it's worth pointing out that COVID-19 is not in the rearview mirror. So, if you feel that you need to take precautions to protect your health and the health of other Scrabble players or your other friends, please do so. It's a responsible thing to do.
And Blue, on the other hand, is a fairly experienced player. And in fact, he scored a 721 in 2021. So during that pandemic time, at least from a Scrabble perspective, he had one moment where he was really thriving and scored a 721. I have had a 700 game in a club after quite a few 5-point challenges went in my favor. So I eked up to a 700, but a 721 is very impressive. And I think both players can definitely put on a great fireworks show for us today. But with the opening draw,
he's got irony error.
Blue. He's drawn irony error. It didn't look so positive when I saw the double 2 I's and 2 R's. There he goes with irony error.
Where do you play it? I think he's playing it in the right spot. This is where I think I would put it. And it's probably worth pointing out that we've had a couple of awkward racks in the last couple of games with duplicate N's and L's and things like that. where we don't have any of that going on here, in the sense that the duplicates have still yielded a bonus, and well, Aotearoa is going to respond to that bonus with a bonus of her own, which is great.
So just like we were saying, possible fireworks is coming up. So maybe inornate is what we're going to look at probably.
I hope that I see inornate. I don't think Nation
it should be-
fits. Does it fit actually?
I think she's trying to see if there's any way to overlap them. But I don't think the R's will make that too possible.
If IE were a word. Oh. What are you doing to us, Blue? Oh, he's got upside down. Oh, no, is it?
Yeah, they're trying to match it to the orientation of the board.
Right.
Of course, the board is symmetrical horizontally and vertically, but after the first turn, the rules permit the orientation to be corrected if desired. But then after that, they just keep going. If you played 2 turns already, don't bother trying to match it to the text on the board. Irony is still the play, and the positioning has not changed. It's just a matter of that. It looks like she's lining up inornate. I don't expect it to take much longer for that to come down.
A player as experienced as Aotearoa would certainly be able to look at that rack immediately and find the word that's in it.
And
that's
they're going to be tied up
being
at
a good
66. Yeah, and they're both going to have the equal score here. So now it's almost like that's a wash. And with their new racks, that's kind of like playing on a slightly modified starting board. Good job by both players, though, not to miss that. I mean, I would think that, yes, these are common words for players of this caliber, but as I was saying, with irony or with the 2 I's and 2 R's, sometimes you might look at it and just instinctively just play a little quick and try to balance your rack or trade something in, and all of a sudden you've missed something that otherwise seems obvious. So good job.
And of course, the other opportunities with that rack, anoint and re-anoint, needlessly open a triple file. So Aotearoa has played the right play and been a bit rewarded. But let's go over to Blue's rack, where he's got a V and a Q, which we love to see together. Often we don't love to see them at all. And no U, but he's got a number of different spots where he can plunk the Q down, such as playing Cade through one of the I's, or just plonking down QI. I don't think that the letters are worth it for the points that you'd be sacrificing to do it. So I think I probably would play Cade through the first I of Aotearoa.
Yeah, this is interesting. It sort of comes down to what do you feel comfortable with in terms of your remaining letters. I could see a play like NV coming down or Davy, because one factor for me was the fact that there were 2 solid places in which to unload the queue, maybe 3 arguably. So I might have been less likely than normal to hold on to the queue a little longer. But Cade is a perfectly justifiable play. It's 34 points. With a half decent draw, Blue will be able to still do a lot of good work with the V and the Y in the upcoming turn. Meanwhile, looks like Aotearoa has drawn into some very positive tiles that are very bingo prone, and she's just trying to have to choose which bingo she wants to play.
Yeah, so she's got a couple of choices here. Certainly, she's got all the floaters that you'd like to see. She does have at least 1 7 on her rack. She can play Agarix, which would pop down from the other side of inornate, or she could play it on the left-hand side of Cade. But she also has a number of different 8-letter words, some of which...
I see carriage, I see canegra, gratiate. So, there's...
the last one?
There's definitely... Oh, gratiate is no good.
Oh, no. She could play Garcinia through the I for points, but I wouldn't necessarily do it. So, I think you could play a Garrix, which is probably going to be the best score. Or you could be a bit more... I was going to say, you can be a bit more conservative and kind of block the board.
She lands a C on the double. She landed on the C on the double, which is a nice little nuanced thing about that spot. So good vocabulary from Vanderina.
Yeah, so the blank is an E, in case you're not familiar with that word, and it does anagram to Aotearoa, A-C-I-E-A-R-A-G-E. So it's a well-known double in Scrabble. Sometimes if a word looks a bit weird, it may have another one, and sometimes you learn them as a pair, which means that it's easy to hold on to them in your memory.
Yep, and if you're flirting with anagrams, and that's sort of what agassery is, it's defined as coquetry. So being a little bit flirty, coquettish.
And so Blue wastes no point in time in finding the hotspot for his Y and extending all the way there to get the Y scored 6 times and score very nicely with Veni. He's
That's
also
pretty much
keeping the F and the W as well, which is worth pointing out. But
he may very well have considered that possibility when he played Cade, because he was keeping four of those tiles and he just drew the E. So that worked out as well as you could actually ask for, given keeping a V and a Y of the leftovers is a big score. And they look like they're double checking this one, and it'll come back good. And Vinny being meaning the word thrust, synonym for thrust, and it's also an anagram for Yevon.
I was glad you was about to say that, because we should try to come up with anagrams every time they pop up. The FW keep again, but at least we've got something to start with. A nice word that might start making nef or whatnot. But there's also the IN, and that also goes there with fin and win. But Aotearoa is drawing some really what's that word, like synergistic pickups, and she's drawn right into another bonus.
Wow. Yes, she's been the tile drawing seems to be on fire, very hot for both players. Like the scoring is come quick in this game.
I'll give you a minute to see if you can find it in there. Oh, the chat's
So
already pointed out.
for those of you thinking at home about what would this bonus be, especially if you're a newer player, one of the things to often identify are your prefixes and suffixes. So an intermediate Scrabble player would definitely be able to recognize that with an I and a G on the rack, that if there's an open N, then you will look for ING words. And so there is an open N. So words ending with ING sometimes also take an S. So then INGS is also a suffix that you might look at. And once you've done that, then the remaining letters are a little bit easier to anagram. So you sort of break up your search for the bonus by finding prefixes or suffixes and using that to make your work a little bit easier. And if she sees that, then it's quite likely that she'll find the bonus as well.
I hope she'll find it. A fatling, of course, is an animal that is killed, a young animal. Oh, like a calf could be a fatling. She has missed it. And I was going to say, perhaps if you are doing that, maybe you use a catling to do it, which is a knife. But I don't think so. But so she has, she's not seen it. It's actually, you think it's quite easy, but that you might think that it's going to be an ing word that is a verb, whereas fatling doesn't come from a verb. It's like fat and ling for little. So in that sense, it's understandable that you might look at that N and go, oh, there's no flasting, there's no faltings and that sort of stuff, because the L is on the wrong side of the T for it to be a regular verb. So yeah, a bit of a reprieve there for Blue, and he needs it because his rack is a rack of contrasts in that he's got the lovely S, but he's got 2 W's and a U. But he's made the best of it with war, the letter. He also could have considered swum and cades to do that, but given that he could ditch both U's, a sage choice. And it also sets him up for fum next turn above it, which will give a good score if nothing else.
Yeah, and whenever you have multiple heavy consonants, you're often looking at a situation where you're trying to unload 2 of them and figure out which ones that would remain. would be synergistic with each other or less of a problem. In this case, unloading out 2 W's is definitely worthwhile.
Yeah, and sort of like in Never Rains, It Pours, Andorina has drawn more nice letters, but she doesn't really have anything great to do it with, unless she's got the possibility of INGS word. Would she have slittings, if that was a word? Or stiltings?
Stiltings is good. Stiltings is good. Slittings is not. It might be tough to know among those, but stiltings will play if she sees it. She seems to be thinking about slittings right now. Oh, she's trying slittings. Oh, right idea, just not the right word. Difficult. Oh, she's keeping the S. She's not actually playing a phony. Okay, this is more positive than attempting the S. Maybe she is wondering about it.
Whoa! Look at Blues Rack. He's got Umfazis. I was going to say you love to see it, but is it going to go down on this board? I
don't believe so.
I'm shocked. I'm shook. To look at Andorina's rack, I probably think that maybe what she's done is probably blown up that rack a little bit too much, and I might have considered Gist alongside of Inonate pluralizing Agaceres. But I have no words at all here.
And he's going for Fusil. Reasonable. He also had the ZA play option in the overlapping Agacery. Fusil will score.
Or Fizz, I think, would have been better.
54. Yeah. Sorry, where?
Fizz and Za.
Oh, yeah. Fizz and Za, yeah. Yeah. I also thought about just if you wanted to burn the S, you could do Zaz and Saw and Za. But yeah, definitely this is a play that is going to keep his rack nice and balanced. So it's just a matter of deciding what's worthwhile enough in terms of points.
And Alec in the chat has pointed out, because I actually can get the chat up now, it's now working for me, that had Stilting or Stiltings been played, Umfazis would have actually fit on the board because it would have formed ST in that middle column. Anyway, that was a bit too much excitement. The blood's gone to my head a bit, so we need to sort of pop down to earth a little bit with Andorina's rack, which does make us an 8 with an R that's not available for you rookies, but not anything that is going to actually work.
Yeah, and now maybe that spot that was left open over Agacery will be helpful for Andorina to do something. Not a whole lot of options, but EUK for NK might be a simple play that would clean up the rack a little bit. I'd look at that for sure, and then beyond that, you're kind of looking in the tight spots to see if you can come up with anything else that can be similarly beneficial in terms of rack balance.
I think I would certainly be looking at EUK making core and EA.
Oh, that's what she's playing
it. She's playing it not where I would have put it. She's moved it 2 spaces over.
Right.
And that is something that's interesting here, is that Blue has a bonus with the F, and he has his choice of Fs to go across to the triple foramens, which I think only came in 1 or 2 updates ago. The pluralized, didn't it just used to only be foramina? Or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, and the thing is about foramen is often you'll see 4 men first, of course, which is not pluralized with an S, but then it reminds you of foramen. So
I feel like maybe it just used to be foramina. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Foramens is certainly good, and he's picked, well, he couldn't have picked a bad spot to put it because both Fs are equivalent, but that one is the more defensive choice in that the S is dead, whereas if you played it down the bottom, there would be a lane for a bonus to end an S, and you don't really want to do that if you can avoid it.
Okay, we're seeing a challenge here. This may be partly in the fact that Andorina might be feeling that the game is getting away from her, given the fact that, if this stays on the board, which it will, the margin will become really difficult to surmount, especially given that she has a pretty bad rack with holding six vowels. So not like she's going to be able to quickly bounce back. She'll have to unload some tiles. So checking out the 5 points, probably worth it if you have any question about whether it's good or not.
Always worth it.
So far, Blue is managing to take a commanding lead with that combination of Fusel and followed by Foreman's.
Yeah, and Antarina, what is she going to do with her rack? I mean, she could just dump a couple of vowels and try and maybe putting the A or the E on the end of war to make Wawi or Wawa. I'm not sure if that's actually going to work, but it's a thought.
Yeah, the idea of trading in is really difficult when you're far behind, but there's not a whole lot of upside to playing even 2 or 3 tiles and then still having a hard time, getting to a bonus. She really may have to consider some of the trading exchanging options that are there just to and hope to get a little bit lucky and draw into a bonus.
Yeah, she could be a couple of turns away from a bonus at this rate, and she's got an 139-point deficit despite opening with 2 bonuses herself.
The other thing is that this board is not providing very conducive plays to simply unloading vowels. Like you can play a couple of vowels but not score a whole lot of points in the process. She's choosing Dei, which it's not particularly beneficial, I think, to take 10 points in this scenario. Yes, the leave could work out okay if she draws 2 consonants, but frankly, the D line was, it's just one lane that's been covered. She's drawn 2 consonants, so that's the best thing about what's happened so far for her is that's a positive, but that may not be enough for at this stage. Blue, meanwhile, has a consonant-heavy rack, and he'll have quite a few choices on how he wants to approach this one.
Yeah, he's got quite a few choices here. He's got... I mean, they're not great consonants, but they don't hate each other. I mean, he certainly can play something quite conservative here, like glob and cab, or he can use the E to dump some of the consonants as well. It would be quite nice to hang on to the N to hook uke into nuke, if he has that capacity, which he probably does. Something to think about.
Yeah, with the large lead, you may also think about just making plays that make the board more difficult. For example, if you just played belong through the E, it's not a very high scoring play, but it really does limit what can happen on this board. So there's that consideration. I'd also be looking at plays hooking onto KA. Maybe he could make glob and cab.
Someone in the chat has come up with a cute suggestion of girl and wall, or WAWL, which is quite aesthetically pleasing. So yeah, with that rack, even though it looks bad, the board makes it quite easy for him to dump letters, and he's not in any trouble at all there because he's got a number of reasonable choices where he can score 20 or so points and keep the score moving. And
so do blog and reb and oil, but he is going with belong after all. I think what this does is it lets him turn over a lot of tiles, and all at the same time it also makes the board just unfavorable in the bottom left corner, and that's now you see the shape of the board is going from one kind of moving along the diagonal, and that's going to make it more and more challenging for Andorina to kind of mount a meaningful comeback. Even if she's able to hit one bonus in the next turn or two, she'll still have to come up with another big play in order to be able to sort of start catching up to blue. So a strong play there, I think, from blue.
Yeah, he didn't really have any bad choices. As long as he keeps the score ticking along and burns a couple of consonants, he's doing well, because there's not that many vowels left, particularly given that 4 of them are in Andorina's rack. And RT is probably about the best consonant combination you could have kept there. So, yeah, all of those choices that we've gone through and some that have popped up into the chat are all good choices. And I think here, I think Andorina has 2 major choices. Is it worth playing 8 through the G of belong, floating the E, which is good for ending words, or should she play 8, AIGHT, which the E is better, but the A is less good for finishing words?
I would play with the E. There are 4 unseen E's from her perspective. So an E as the last letter will definitely make that lane more positive. Also, the A can also be useful for hooking onto AB. So all of those reasons make the playing the E in this case more preferable, when in other situations it wouldn't be. In most situations, you retain an E over an A. So this seems like the right play. And at least, finally she's able to put some points up to start to chip away at that big lead.
She really does need to bingo soon, and perhaps then pick up the other blank, or I think the game is going to slip away from her. She's turned over 4 tiles, kept an okay leave. So, she's behind, but she hasn't been knocked to the ground just yet. Oh. It's an interesting pickup.
So for blue, this is going to be a little bit of a complex turn. I mean, J doesn't play anywhere super obvious to me.
I think Jawa at the top is at least worth.
Yeah, that's the best play. He's got Jour, and Or. And that should deal with the duplicates and also score half decently. And it takes away the Z line, which could be considered, one of the more potent, places for a bonus to land. So that kind of satisfies all criteria. So
been pointed out in the chat that Joy in the second column, making UK really closes down. So do you want to close down at all costs? What do you want to close down? I think that is an attractive ally in some ways, but also that Z is, if not attractive all of the time, if you do hit a bonus there, it's going to score a lot of points. Or do you think that they're more likely to hit a triple onto the E, which could score as little as 74 or 77 points? And what do you put the most emphasis on, trying to undouble the O and the R? The Y could be a helpful tile to keep there because it can give you some scoring points. So Jour is a good option, Joy is a good option, and it may just come down to what you feel most comfortable.
Yeah, between those 2 options, I think there's arguments to be made, but I like what he chose of Jour. I think that Z line was, enough of a threat that somebody would be working on it for a little while. And Oxtail, very nice find from Andorina to make good use of that double word score for that X, and she's going to score very well.
This is an interesting bit here. I think blue could, I don't know if there's a 9 timer here. Probably worth thinking for a little bit about whether it is. It's one of those ones where you don't need it. I think blue just needs to stay calm here and not let the blood rush to his head. And as long as he plays something that takes out that L, he is going to be okay. But the better choice there is there is a bonus sitting there through the I of Oxtail. Oh, and someone in the chat has pointed out that it's sobriety, using the blank as an R and hooking OY S. So there is a bonus there. Not easy to see.
Somewhat difficult to spot that when your eyeballs are especially focused on the L, and once you kind of remove the thought of, okay, if you eliminated the possibility of a bonus to the L, you might just be thinking, well, it's a dangerous spot. Either play a big play from the triple letter score through the I to the double word score, or play through to the triple word score and try to put your Y next to that L. So those are kind of like the default things when you start to move into kind of looking at some of the shorter play options. You're also maybe looking at things like suffixes like ORY or BYTE, and thinking about what might be some of those kinds of possibilities. And, sobriety would be an impressive find, especially having to put the blank as the first tile.
If you give that rack to somebody, it's really easy for a top player to find it, but actually spotting it on this board, it's not an absolute lay down to find it. But if you don't see it, you're still in a really strong position because you do have the capacity to just play a triple word, score, and probably double the Y while you're at it. And so you don't need to worry about it because you're nearly 100 points up. You play a decent score and then you're 130 points up, and you're holding the blank. You're not in a position where you're going to lose this game. Particularly with 20 tiles unseen, you're running out of time.
Yeah, unfortunately, Andrina, although she may have her heads up play, she's not going to be able
That's
to
not a word, is it?
an 8-letter heads up is not a word, no.
Yeah. Blue is teasing that it looks like he's almost got free booty, which is a 9-letter word. Which is, he's teasing me, I know, which is funny because we had Picaroon
free body would fit if he had a D instead of a T, but
free body, 4 body, are you thinking of?
Probably. I'm thinking of my grade 11 physics class where we did free body diagrams.
Okay. Well, 4 body is a word that's very similar to that. Re-body, or body, 4 body. Oh, I don't like that, what she just had on her rack there. Puss head. Cup heads is okay. Yeah, trebly, if you don't see sobriety, I think that's almost certainly the best play. And in fact, with 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 11, 15, 45 points keeping the blank on your rack, you're probably not losing very much equity at all. And you're probably not losing any win percentage on that. So if you're thinking they're thinking, oh, blue, he missed sobriety. What a fool. No, he's barely lost anything because he's kept that blank on the rack. And he scored really well. 45 points is nothing to shake a stick at.
Yeah, very nice.
Because the blank's worth 30 points. It's worth pointing out. But is he going to be rewarded? Still could happen.
Meanwhile, you can tell that Andrina is just looking for something to see if there's something she's missed that might get her back into this game. But unfortunately, there's not very much she can do right now.
Yeah, she's just 1 tile away from stuff. It's worth reflecting that I guess the complexion of this game really was changed quite a lot by not seeing fatlings. Because she hasn't bingoed. She was keeping reasonably good letters and just hasn't managed to hit the bingo, which you just wouldn't have picked. After, I guess, I mean, not knowing slitting's taking an S, fair, absolutely fair. I mean, I think the number of people that be absolutely confident stilting is a noun that takes an S. There wouldn't be more than a couple of dozen of them that would be absolutely sure about that. I wouldn't have had a clue.
Yeah, I wonder if the kind of approach will change a little bit. She's going with Puha here and Ja. It sort of balances the rack, doesn't really do very much. It does sort of open a little bit of a line through the U.
Yeah, well, it's not going to end up well for her because I think auto cues fits, doesn't it? We lost Blue's rack, but I think it was ACEOUS blank, and that goes through the O to make auto cues.
Mm-hmm.
No, Alex does not take an S.
Well, I think Andorina, looking at her tiles now, is going to be pretty sure this game is over, regardless of a bonus coming down from Blue. But with that bonus, he would be able to cross the 500 mark and really be able to pick up some significant spread in this game. So let's see if he's able to spot that. The letters themselves look really bingo prone with like things like carouse.
Oh, he's got Lacunos as well. Oh no, he's playing Lacunos, but it's Agaseri, so it's Ewa. It's not Awa. He's playing Lacteus. I thought he was going to be Lacunos, but that's false. That's a phony. Oh, Blue. I hope Andorina doesn't accept that. Because there's that blank blindness. Sometimes you see the blank and your brain tells you that it's whatever it needs to be to make a valid word, but that's not it. Oh, Andorina has pounced. She's spotted it.
Okay, so a bit of a careless error. Well, for Blue, that's might result in loss of some spread, but doesn't really seem like Andorina can do anything about the outcome of this game. Despite that, her tiles are just so too inflexible, and that's a bit painful that she cannot do much more. But at least for her benefit, she'll be able to avoid getting crushed. So Lacteus is withdrawn. It's heading back to, I don't see a clock started yet, so I'm not sure if they're waiting for her or something, or if it's just been a matter of pushing the button. There it goes.
It's probably worth noting that her pickup of PDDV has got to be about the worst possible pickup she could have got. Even if you knew what Blue was sitting there on his rack, PDDV was the absolute pits of what she could have drawn. So that's like fate slapping her hard in the face.
Yeah, that was definitely a harsh draw. But, I find that in tournaments, if you're going to lose or get bad tiles, it's better to get them all at once and get a bad game out where and hope that the next game, you're able to get some reasonable tiles and put up a fight. In this game, I think she would have been hard pressed to really get back into this game. She's not down by so much, but given the last blank is with Blue, this now is just a matter of kind of playing this out respectably and trying to salvage a little bit of the spread. She could play something up top. She's choosing to play Port and Law.
I think that's pretty good because she may not know for sure whether there's an actually valid play off the L or whether there's another valid play off the F. She's not likely to like what's coming out of the bag, because there's 4 vowels sitting on Blue's rack and not very many vowels sitting in the pool.
Yeah. And she didn't even have the kind of letters that would allow you to kind of set up something. And when you're late in the game and your opponent has played a phony and you know their tiles, sometimes that makes you go, oh, okay, great, now I can play aggressively and do a setup because I know what they have. But when you know that your opponent has excellent flexible tiles and tiles that will likely produce a bonus, then it's very difficult to do anything like that because you just realize that that's going to mean more points for them. So good choice by Andrina to play Pord.
And I guess with Blue's rack of A, C, E, O, U, S blank, the U is actually not the most natural floater to go through. So it's possible that Andrina hasn't spotted auto cues herself.
Yeah, it could be that, or she may be also thinking, well, perhaps my opponent will miss it, and I'd rather score a few points if they didn't see it the first time, then maybe they wouldn't see it this time. Although, more than anything, Blue's error was just one of carelessness, not of perhaps missing auto cues so much as it is that he simply looked through the L and saw whether it was otherwise a high-scoring play.
And depending on what Blue does next, he may fumble the bonus, and she may actually get within surprisingly close when the final score tally is there. Because he could miss. He could miss getting a bonus here if he doesn't see auto cues. He's only got one more play left. I mean, is he going to go for broke and try to open up something? Assuming he hasn't seen auto cues. Because he must surely know that it's very unlikely that Andrina herself has a bonus if he's tracked. But he only has 5 minutes left, so...
Well, while Blue ponders what's in this rack and kind of looking at the leftovers and thinking, is there, merit to playing off a tile? Maybe he's considering that as point if he's kind of made the determination in his mind that there's no playable bonus. But I think he may still be just looking for a bonus, seeing if just double checking he didn't miss anything. If he doesn't see the bonus, what do you think would be his likely play? I was thinking that maybe he'll try to find, several tile underlap under Puha.
Yeah, I mean, even just something as simple as Co's to keep the scoring going. I don't know if it's worth trying to get something on the S of K's, even something as simple as Boas. But he just needs to play something at some point. He can afford to go a couple of minutes over time.
Good call. He's looking at Boas now.
He probably will draw an outplay.
Points.
He probably thinks he'll probably draw an outplay, but I believe it's an M coming out of the bag because Andrina's last rack is DDEOSTV, which is not altogether helpful. Only one tile of having something Voddies. And with that M coming out, Blue does have outplays. Or at least one outplay. He's got a couple. He actually has a couple of outplays that I can see. So Andrina will just want to play as many tiles as possible, even if it's something as simple as vote or vose or veto underneath puha. But I don't think it's possible for all the outplays to be blocked because, or maybe it is, because there's CAUMED through the A of Cades, using the blank as a D.
Yeah, so I think vote is probably kind of instinctive for most players to see because it's overlapping in kind of a potent area of the board. And the other plays require a little bit more looking in the tight spots. She does have the S, so maybe she's looking at to see if there's any other plurals that would be beneficial for her. She's also probably thinking, wait, what are the outplays for blue, and how can I stop them such that I could get 2 turns? If she had that confidence, she could get 2 turns, and a play like Tased and a Gasseries would be interesting. But in all likelihood, she's going to make the conclusion that she should just unload as many of those heavy tiles as she can now so that she doesn't get stuck with it when blue goes out.
Yeah, and actually someone in the chat, finally, I missed it, pointed out that Cord does block a valid word that went across that I hadn't spotted, which was leucomas. But you'd have to assume that she hadn't spotted that either. I don't think she would have spotted. It's not easy, and it can be hard to find on your rack, but when it's on someone else's rack and the game is over, basically, it's difficult to find the right word. So it does turn out blue did have a second choice there. But she's played to vote to try to play as many tiles as possible. I'm sort of not sure why that's the best choice, because I don't think it is, because it still allows blue's most obvious outplay of pumice, and also it still allows the more flashy outplay of cormed. It's been pointed out doubted through the U. If you know DOUT to be a verb, we'll block both of those spots.
So after this big win, blue will kind of try to edge his way back into that contention with some of the top leaders of the division so far. And I think, with his remaining time, he's going to try to look at how he can go out potentially, or whatever he can do to maximize the point differential in this game. So he's using his clock up, which is a worthwhile thing to do, to use your time to think through as many options as you can.
If you can't find an outplay, if you miss pumice, you could just play something like chem across CHEM or crem under puha to get some points.
He's
Okay,
declaring his blank, making creme after all. Good call, Edward. So that's 32 points.
And Andorina at least will go out with something like Das and Agassiris or something similar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, rough trot, really, because you open with 2 bonuses, you think I'm going to be competitive, and in the event, not really competitive at all in the end. So after those early, I guess minor inaccuracies, and the big one of missing fatlings, Andorina's probably towards the end of this game done about as much as she really could have done, which is not very much.
Yeah,
She gave herself a chance. Oxtail's a great find. Certainly kept her in the go.
Yeah, it just Blue just had too much in the tank, too many good options late. Even with that hitting Jure with the J at the end, really kind of removed much of any likelihood of comebacks. And then, of course, getting the last blank was the dagger. So, she did catch him in kind of a simple error when he mistakenly hooked an E onto EW, or hooked an A onto EW, and that was a very common, easy mistake to make. Those kind of mistakes happen all the time, but had that not happened, most likely he would have had a much bigger point differential in this game. Nevertheless, Blue played a really strong game, making the most of his opportunities.
All right, we are not having a break after this one. We're going straight on to the next game. We're not getting an interview, which is a pity because always love to talk to Blue. We've got one more game for the day, and so we're having a little bit of a move. We're not doing an A division game. Actually, we're getting a game from one of the lower divisions, but it is a game from the E division with the runaway leader there, who I'm not sure if he's dropped any games, at least no more than one or two, which is Callum Henderson. So I don't know anything about Callum. I literally know absolutely nothing. So I'm prepared to be dazzled and inspired.
Well, apparently,
there's a change to the running order now. All right. Hopefully we'll get I'll be able to just forget I said that. Oh, we're going to get Gill again versus Lawson Sue. So that will be fast again. So for people who are commentating from a late time zone like you are, Shan, you might get to bed in the next 30 minutes.
Well, then I'll get to get a better night's sleep and then wake up early to tune in for more games in the morning. But no, in fact, this has been a real treat for what we've seen so far. The players have been really excellent, and I'm sure getting another view of Gill's play after our chat with him and seeing how humble a winner he was, I think now we can see how he performs against Lawson.
And actually, something I want to note is that a couple of years ago, people didn't even like having their tiles watched or annotated for the game to be looked at later. And there does seem to be a bit of a groundswell of people saying, yeah, I am willing to go on the stream. I am willing to have people watch. And I think it's a good thing because it does not make a difference to the game if you lose it. You only lose it once. Whether or not people watch it or not, it's irrelevant. No one will remember, unless it's like a Nigel Richards game where he pulls out a 15-letter word or something. No matter what happens, people aren't going to remember some minor mistake you made on the stream because you weren't expecting to be on the stream. People will, forget that in time, and it shows that people are feeling a lot more positive about being on camera, positive about thinking about improving their game, going back and watching it afterwards, and that's a massively positive thing that people are reflecting on their games and getting a chance to watch other people and learn from them. To improve their practice as well, rather than just turning up, playing a game, and then, well, that's it. There's nothing more I can learn from that game I just played. Trying to squeeze everything out of the lemon or the orange or whatever. Someone please stop
indeed. And I think it's also showing that as people are more aware of, live stream Scrabble, they're seeing the fun of, the opportunity to be on the stream, the ability to grow the game, which, we all support, and then in addition to that, the opportunity to learn, because I've been on the stream a few times and been able to say, oh, okay, I can now kind of look at my game from a different perspective, or noticing the things that times I play too quickly or overlook things, and it's another way to kind of get some analysis in and so on. So there's a lot of benefits to being on the stream, as much as it can be daunting or make you a little bit nervous. There are more players that are getting comfortable with that idea and seeing the upside of it. So I know that in our next game, we're going to really get to enjoy two excellent players coming together who have both been doing well, and we see them frequently at tournaments because of the fact that they're very proficient and experienced players, and they're just going to be getting the tiles away, and then we'll get underway for this game. In addition to that, I think we talked a little bit about Gil earlier, but Lawson Sue is also representing New Zealand in the World Championships in Perth and Nairobi. I met Lawson in Nairobi, and in Goa in 2019. Also has a side hustle of selling Scrabble T-shirts.
You've seen some of them on the stream. Some of them appear on other people are wearing those T-shirts. So it is not just him making them for himself. He has sold them to other players. So he is a successful entrepreneur.
Very nice.
And he was also obviously, as noted player from the Philippines, Roland Credo pointed out in the stream, I think yesterday, he's a former Philippine champion before he moved to New Zealand.
Mm-hmm. Lawson giving the bag.
Sorry, no, that's Gil. My brain is going off. My brain is not working here. That's Gil.
Yeah, I thought you were.
I wanted to say that about Law. Sorry, my brain is just not with it today. It's only 3:00 here in Melbourne, so it's like I wanted to get that fact out because I wanted to acknowledge Roland on the stream yesterday, and it just
Well, there's no doubt that they're both excellent players, and I think when it comes down to it, they're going to impress us with their word knowledge. They're going to impress us with their play. But every game is unique, in the sense that you're drawing a whole set of new tiles and have new situations, and that's something that I look forward to. And so, for example, look at this opening rack for Gil. He's got a lot of things that are almost words, and he's kind of quickly making a decision. Wow, he didn't hesitate even with this complicated rack. He doesn't waste that much time, and the speed continues. He's played Vatu. And I don't even know if Lawson got around to starting Gil's clock, because there was no time taken off at all.
I don't know about that. Like, I mean, the JOI combination doesn't do a lot for me, and I think he could have considered playing Jut or Ouija. I think the J can be much more of a problem than the V at times, so I think it's worth maybe having a bit of a think about that one. Certainly.
Well, depending on what happens in this next turn, Jaxi would play as an overlap, forming Ja, At, and Zoo. I don't think that that's likely to remain that way, given the fact that Lawson doesn't have, wide variety of locations to play. Whatever he plays is likely to muck up that particular option. But what should he play? Maybe play Peng. I'm not exactly sure if that's the right play to do.
I don't hate Peng, because Cot's not a bad leave. Because you really are forced to play sort of a vertical play to the left or to the right. The V, there doesn't seem to be a lot to play through the V. I wouldn't play Covent or anything like that. It's just too few points, and there are plenty of E's to come. So I think Peng's a reasonable starter.
Yeah, I mean, I think intuitively one would hope that they could use the O instead of the E, but I'm not seeing.
Because I was thinking it keeps the O as the hook, because Peng is an adjective. It's a very British slang word that. But Pengo is a hook, so you're leaving the hook as well.
Wow, that makes it much more attractive knowing that hook.
Of course, if he does do it and Gil's wise to it, he can certainly do it himself. He can hit that spot himself.
Yeah. I think that is what's happening here. Slowly but surely. Kind of perhaps looking at those overlaps, making sure he's not missing anything. Oh, he's choosing peg, keeping the N. That's an interesting choice. Actually, the N definitely combines well with the other three tiles. So I like this from a synergy perspective. I don't know if it's enough that I would kind of like taking a couple extra points, but still reasonable.
It does make it quite tricky to play on if you don't happen to have an S or an H for peg or an O for opa. It's kind of an awkward board. And he's certainly not keeping any obvious hooking synergy himself. Oh.
What is happening here? Oh, okay.
JIAO or something? JIAO.
Okay, so then this is a little bit kind of I don't know if he just didn't have enough options now at this point, just the board being not very helpful. But, I think it's a bit of a tough one for Gil to have to deal with that, because after having the J and looking at it like, oh, there might be some big plays for the J, now to just take a pretty low score and for the J not to land anywhere beneficial.
Yeah, he's certainly not giving a lot up. And it's worth saying copa is not a word, it's capo, so connate is not going to go down on this board. It's very close to being able to bingo off the J. It's only one tile away from Jackanets or John Canoe. But unfortunately, that's not come to pass, and he's sitting there with a homeless connate.
You're seeing kind of the difference where Lawson is taking his time and kind of thinking through some of these complex turns, and time could be a factor as we get deeper into this game if that trend continues where Gil plays really quick and Lawson it takes a little bit more of a methodical approach.
Yeah, if he had a bonus to start with AN or just N, he'd be able to put it down on this board. But he just doesn't happen to have it. Is there something that he can do with the J? No, hang on. Yeah, it's kind of that J, those plays in succession have kind of made it, it's a bit of a no-go land if you don't happen to have a bonus that starts with the right letter, more of which in a minute.
I mean, there's an option of playing for only 24 points, so maybe it's not worth it, but just playing contain and blowing up the rack. It's pretty aggressive, puts the C in the triple lane. I'm not sure I would do it, but when you're looking at these letters and trying to figure out what to do, this is a pretty difficult turn. It's not really obvious. There's no simple play that kind of does everything. You could just play coin for 12 points or take a low score like that, but I'm not sure I would feel good about those options.
I would probably write coin than contain because you are blowing up the rack a little bit too much there. There doesn't seem to be anything obviously off the V that I'd consider doing. Oh, Nocent. Is that what it's going to be? Yeah, there's a few choices there that could have used that gun hook that he had there.
If I was going to play in that spot, I would probably have chosen Ancon instead of
Ancon or
Nocent.
Ancone, yeah.
Yeah, but so Nocent sort of does blow up the rack. It's maybe less dangerous than Contain, so I think it's a better play than Contain. But yeah, I think Ancon may have been the play because it would have landed the C on the double letter score, formed Eta, and and look, because of the way the E is positioned, this just worked out just so nice for what Gil was looking for. So Gil will have another fast play. In fact, adding it up takes longer than it does to actually put the word down because Bo is just such a simple fit right there.
Well, I mean, it wasn't what he really wanted because what he actually wanted on the rack was to get X-Urban on the board.
Exurban, yeah, that would have been beautiful as a 7. In fact, it would have played if Lawson had played elsewhere on the board, forming GUE. So as out of Exurbia, but this is not a bad consolation prize.
It's a very good consolation prize because, again, I guess he didn't score a huge amount of points, but no, Sinton also didn't score a lot of points.
Lawson
I was
draws
thinking
into anti-war, but doesn't look like that's going to fit either.
Yeah, that's a bit hard to take. I don't know if there's any a 7-letter double through the BE. Always worth having a look, even though it's not necessarily what you'd be looking for.
Sorry, you're referring to anti-war?
Yeah, no, anti-war. But is there a BE play? You could make a 7-letter. I don't know, but it's always worth. Oh, Ant-Bear, if you don't mind keeping the W.
Yeah, Ant-Bear. Oh, yeah. Ant-Bear, yeah. So if you go you might see that going from anti-war to anti-wear, and seeing that anti-wear doesn't play, and going, oh, well, anti-wear doesn't play, but anti-wear sort of almost rhymes with Ant-Bear. So you might see that. That would be 36 points, keeping WA, probably worth it. That being said, if he doesn't see that, there are still other ways to unload the W and do decently. Even a play like Vout. Actually, that's not going to play, actually. But you could just do Wait, WAIT, or WAI. Wait would allow for create a front A hook. But that may not be that important if you just want to play off AW. You could even do something like Jaw, I suppose. Maybe not. But so they're all kinds of little options for just when it comes to unloading the W and an A in the interest of trying to go for a bonus the following turn.
Or you could play Wayne, setting up Twain. He's doing a Twain. Is that what this is?
Okay, this is an interesting choice. I feel like it's probably not necessary to play so many tiles if this is going to be like the kind of the range when you're in those sub 20 point score.
All right, we might just hold that thought because Gil is popping down florins. I was going to try to make an old money joke. He doesn't look like he's from old money. Anyway, so florin, of course, is an old coin. And it was pointed out in the chat that rack plays quite simply through the AT to make the simple flat irons. But I just to pick up that point, a Twain, it probably is sacrificing too many points compared to what's possible and playing more tiles. So I think you're right there. And it doesn't take a hook or anything like that, so it's kind of doesn't really open up the board meaningfully. But with that in mind, he has drawn up Uistral Alestra, and that is going to play in a couple of spots here. So he's drawn into the bonus, and he will be able to play this bonus on this board, which is great for him. And great for us too. He can have refloats through the F or Soterial through the I. He's got a couple of choices here.
Yeah, I mean, Soterial seems like likely one to be played. I'm not sure if there's anything else that I would strongly consider.
He's getting sort of back into contention, so I think refloats is too much asking for it. Because you're a lot of the time just getting it smacked really badly. And it isn't that many more points than Soterial.
Yeah, the game is still early enough that it's not really necessary to play super aggressive. You can if you play your bingo, you can cut the lead and work your way back into instantly just for making some solid plays. So I definitely would think Soterial would be the one when he spots it.
I was thinking I need to keep more of an eye on the chat, but then just seeing what Alex been popping into the chat, I'm going to start ignoring the chat.
After Florence, I think Gil's clock is still running. Is he not committed to play yet?
I think he may have just failed to press it.
Okay. Well, this may be a bit of a respite then for Lawson, because otherwise Gil was playing super fast, and these many minutes could have been ticking off of. Oh, he's choosing refloats, so that may be not so great from the standpoint that Mob or Bop or something is going to come down, or Moped. I'm not sure which one.
Pombi is going to come down, surely. Well, I mean, if he spots Pombi, that's the one.
Right.
But Moped is certainly fine if you don't spot Pombi, which is a bit tricky.
He does see it. So yeah, this is kind of the downside of refloats, was even though it opens 2 spots, but one is definitely easier to use than the other. And he didn't even have Gil didn't even have like an incredible rack, but just with making sure, as long as you have a vowel that can go above the R, which most of the vowels can, and some consonants to increase the score, you're going to be able to do something there that is going to be really beneficial for you. So Pombe comes down.
And just for the benefit of the people in the chat, the organizers and us, we can't tell them to start the clock. So you can will them to do it, but the organizers won't start people's clocks if they have been failing to make sure that the clock is on their opponent's time.
Rules indicate that as long as somebody's clock is running, then outsiders should not interfere to point that out. If no clock is running, then they can inform them that no clock is running, because that can affect the tournament flow. So now Lawson has drawn again some nice tiles with the second blank, and you will be able to find a bingo, because there's an O floating out there for outswear and outwears, and so I wonder if there's anything else.
Well, he's got 2. He's got Outwars and Tulwars. Quite straightforward. Well, Outwars, you have to know.
Where do those play?
They do go into peg, but I mean, so I think that your suggestion of the O is better by a mile, but he's got some options.
Yeah, I missed the peg hook. Yeah, so Outwars and those Tulwars. So
he also has draw tubes through the BE.
So a Talwar is an Indian saber. I have some family who live in Karachi, and there's an area, a neighborhood called Teen Talwar, which means 3 swords. And so they have a little architecture of 3 very abstract-looking swords that stand up into a bit of a monument. So he's choosing Outwars, or is he choosing? Yeah, it looks like he's choosing out. Oh, he's choosing Talwars after all. So a bit
of an inaccuracy. I think he should have played out.
It might work out in his favor, given what Gil is sitting on his rack with. He can maybe do some things, but not anything. Won't be easy to just kind of deal with this. He can play Dits. He's probably going to play Dits for 48 points, or he might not. I'm not 100% sure if he'll do that. But so Talwar, so the opening of Talwars where the T is quite likely that it's going to remain there for Lawson to benefit from, while Gil tries to work through this very consonant heavy rack where he should be able to pick up some points, but not likely to be able to balance his rack at the same time.
Well, let's look at what he can do. And he's looking like he's going to play Dits, which keeps scoring. It's hanging on to the Q, but again, that's not the world's worst thing. It's a pity, given that he has the Q and the Z. My mind is locked onto the new spelling of Camise, Qameez, but he doesn't have that. So Dits is a pretty good choice. And
Yeah, I like Dits because the points are there, and you may think, okay, well, I might give my opponent another play through the Z, but then that means that they'll have to leave the triple line open. So you're just kind of making the whole board overall more dangerous, and while you score points. So what this means is really like where this game goes from here is very still very open. There's still a lot of opportunity for both players.
Look at what Lawson's drawn into. He has drawn into a bingo
Deserted.
T. Yeah. That's outrageous and great for us if we're looking for an exciting game. So
if he spots it, I mean, the way he's alphagrammed the letters, I think he will, because you kind of work through deserted. It's with the ED word, you kind of think you're looking for that. I would expect that he'll find this one.
I would think he would find it. If he doesn't, he does the option of just dumping Zs, which is not great, but it would be fine. But hang on, there are 1, 2, 3. He also, there's too many A's out, because I'd be so tempted to just play Z, but there are too many A's out, I believe, for Zeta. But if you were a long way down, you'd consider it, but he's not far enough down. Deserted is going to get him right back into contention. And I think Gil having the Q is really a bit of a shame for him, because otherwise he's got 6 letters that go really nicely together.
Well, I mean, with keeping the Q, he can just play sickled or slicked in the top right corner and probably be pretty content with that. Sickled would be better score than slicked. So will these two players each see their respective plays, which are on opposite ends of the board?
I'm going to be very upset if Deserter doesn't come down. There, I said it.
Just through a change in pronunciation, you cannot desert to abandon, or desert as a dry place. He seems to be getting closer as he's put the prefixes or suffixes together here.
He's spotted demersed, so I think he's going to see deserted.
Almost looks like he's looking to dump ED here, the way he's holding the 2 tiles.
Gil's got a bit of a smile on his face.
If you didn't see a bonus, would you consider playing Zeds and simply...
Yes, I would.
The way that he was holding the 2 tiles made it appear that he was looking to just play off ED and try again next turn. But
he doesn't need to try again. Come on, Lawson. He's going to kick himself so badly after this match, because his clock is starting to tick down.
Yeah, and that's where, when you're thinking on your time is ticking, and you just think, okay, I guess I'll just stop looking and make the play that I see.
Here we go. He's got it right. He's got it. But has he got it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He got it. Well deserved, which is, their option if the V had been on the board. He worked for it. He took time. He pondered through, and that's, it's easy to see when you're sitting at home. But when you're kind of playing the game and you've got the pressure and you've been playing a lot of games in a row and fatigue is kicking in and whatnot, it takes extra effort to dig deep. And even for words that might be common words, sometimes you can risk missing them. And so it's really great to see that he had the patience to keep looking and eventually got it down.
And I think at this point, the Q is really starting to be a real problem for Gill. So he's sensibly opting for Cade here.
Yeah, I still kind of like Sickled more just because it's such a big score.
It is
and
a big score, yeah.
I think he would have, given the fact that there are several A's remaining and N's remaining and so on, I think that he would have been able to work through getting that Q down.
Yeah, Sickled is actually too many points. It's too many points. But,
yeah, like a cut play or kanat or talak, like these are all plays that probably would have eventually been possible. And there's lots of eyes to draw as well if you needed to really play QI somewhere just to get rid of it. So would have liked to see that happen. But Cade is the choice. And meanwhile,
Wowza.
He's got a great rack here. He's got Variol sitting on his rack. Will that play? Variol will play.
And also, he also has overlane onto the end. So he's got choices.
Wow. So Lawson is becoming the pro of the post bingo draw.
Yeah.
You have to draw all 7 tiles and make them good. And the shift in power here is going to be interesting, but it looks like Gill is considering whether coal-like is a word. Those like words are really tough to know all of them.
Nah. Coat-like is okay, but no coal-like.
Yeah, but he may be looking at that L in Talwars and wondering if it coal-like could be a thing, or taco-like.
No,
I like tacos, but I don't know if it's anything is taco-like.
Well, nothing really is quite like a taco. He's got a couple of choices here. Sack-like off the S, or just Zach in the bottom right corner. Both score extremely well. You'd have to worry about Lawson picking up another bonus.
So, he chose Talwars instead of playing from the O of refloats for outwears or outswear, and that created a T spot where he used to play deserted, and it left open the O spot, which he used to play Ovarial. So it kind of looks like, you make one decision, which seems like, okay, maybe it's not the number one choice, and then you get rewarded with 2 other bonuses after that. This is really interesting. What's the choice here? Zach is a big scorer, so that's 57 nice points for Gill.
Oh, challenging.
Checking it out.
It's the second old coin we've had today. We had Florence, and now we've had a Zach.
So Zach is an Australian 5-cent piece. I didn't know that. That was not in my lexicon. I'm sure that's an ordinary word for you guys.
No, we haven't used it in a long time, but you might say something's not worth a Zach.
Okay. Well, Zach is not worth a Zach. Exactly. That's it. 5 cents that he's adding to his score.
Yeah, no, it's really old. It's like a trifling amount of money. It's hasn't been any use in my lifetime.
We need to get a graphic of the Zach so we can show it whenever there's a 5-point challenge.
Yeah, and actually, funnily enough, what you just said is that it's an old 5-cent piece, so it actually is quite a good word for a challenge, because you might say a nickel.
That's right.
But we might say we should start saying Zach.
Mm-hmm. I like it. Let's make that a thing.
I don't know. It's a bit hard. I don't think we can make that happen. We stop trying to make Zach happen. It's not going to happen.
One can dream.
And Lawson's actually drawn pretty close to a bonus himself.
Yeah, if an N had been free.
Yeah, or if he had drawn an N himself, a ring it. But unfortunately not. But he's only a dump away from something really good if he can do it. He could just play Jig and Erg if he's feeling really ballsy.
I mean, I don't know if this is too low of a score, but like IGG and ID kind of balances the rack. I'm not sure at this point in the game how much you predicate your game on the possibility of additional bonuses coming down. The remaining tile pool does not look very bonus friendly. So, but, you know, at the same time, what is this board offering that's really promising? I'm not seeing a whole lot, so you could play this in differently. But I think your suggestion of jig and erg is fairly reasonable.
And as has been pointed out, the clock's still not going. And again, the organisers aren't going to start the clock because of player error.
Okay.
But again, you can try to use, telekinesis to start the clock if you'd like. But if you do have that ability, I suggest you may be wasting it. Two ends to come. I don't mind jig. I guess it's that I don't really see anything really great.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Giga in the top left corner to give you probably your best possible leave of RIT. Because it's not really feasible to use that S up in any meaningful way. Oh, here we go, Giga. I think that's a reasonable choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's not likely that it can even give anything back, except for UH, which theoretically scores were possible with those two letters elsewhere.
Yeah, like Huey in the top corner.
He's going with
coming right down.
This is an interesting choice.
Looks pretty
31.
to me. Looks pretty good to me.
Balance the rack fairly well.
It's in the laps of the gods, this one. There's the possibility of a bonus is there for both of them. And we are left tantalizingly unsure as what Lawson's drawn.
Yeah, I just have a feeling that with what's remaining, that Lawson may in fact draw one more bonus, which will be really a tough pill for Gil to swallow given everything. Almost Fettider, almost 4-time, almost a lot of things. I don't think there's anything through the L, right?
No.
Okay.
But if he wants, it's a very easy dump. Actually,
That's true.
He's got off and F, and he could play beef. Ideally, you try to play foe somewhere.
Yeah, 3-tile play would leave one in the bag, which is really much what you want to do to limit your opponent's flexibility without emptying the bag.
But the bag's kind of rubbish. I think he's got some of the best bonus tiles that are there. So maybe he only wants to play 2 tiles, because he could do something like VOE, Heo, and Ute is another option, or Love.
Yeah, you can pretty much conclusively say that from the unseen pool that my opponent is not going to come up with a bonus. So emptying the bag may not be a big concern. That being said, you're trying to look at the pacing to in a close game to be able to get the last turn if you can. And so those are factors that are going to be coming into play here. But, overlapping Ovariol and playing FOE could be one such option, because what it also does is it creates a T spot and you have the last T. So
where are you playing FOE? Are you playing it down from starting from the E and then down?
I was thinking above that, OF.
Well, you're not really creating much of a spot because you haven't got anything that goes after EE.
Mm-hmm.
So I probably wouldn't do that. I mean, you could even play Life if you wanted. really like make a bit of panic going on there. Yeah, it does score some points, which is good. But it is kind of putting all your eggs in the basket of getting through the L. But it does score. I just think it's not the bonusy play, but it is like a median scoring play. He's going to draw something pretty okay, I think, isn't he? Isn't he going to draw a couple of N's and a Y? Maybe. Could draw an H.
Commits the play of foe. So
he
for
plays
Dill
that
here, you're looking at what's left. Oh, he's playing still really quick. No hesitation for Wooly. That's a nice play.
I think Gloomy might be better because it scores more points.
Oh, yeah. But it's also a case where with what you get out of the bag, you want to also be able to score again well. So given the fact that there's only one tile in the bag, that M may be helpful. So he pulls off a Y, though. Not if he had pulled an N, maybe then that would have given him some options for the outplay. But now he's not likely to be able to go out. And Lawson has the word thinner on his rack, which will not play, but still the fact that he drew into another bonus.
Not too much of a shock.
Yeah.
Can he use that SH spot and set up an unblockable out in 2 is the question that comes to my mind. Or can he play something like Hen, something down the side of Woolly, which again is probably why I think Gloomy was better. It blocked the hotspots, and Woolly didn't block those hotspots next to Desert and actually creates one of his own. Because he can now play something like Hent, leaving himself with Rin as an out, Rin, which goes out in a couple of places. And there may be something even better than that. But like Hent is going to score 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 5, 6, 7, 8, 33 points. I think that's far too many points to have given up there. That's why Gloomy, I think, I'm not sure, but Gloomy certainly looks like the better choice there. And he's lined up Hent. And I think he knows. There's not really a lot in the way of choices here for those last 4 letters.
Yeah, Hint will do it. Provides multiple outplays in different parts of the board, so that's pretty solid. And Lawson's going to come out with this game, which is impressive considering he was quite a distance away, and he put that series of bonuses down, changed the outcome of this game, moved it pretty substantially. 28 points there for Maya.
But I just don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough to overcome Rin or Grin or...
Yeah, I'm sure probably doesn't go overtime.
Yeah, well, he needs to put down something very, very quickly. But Rin will do it. Even Grin will do it. Oh, but it's pretty close. I hope they haven't got different scores to what we have, because that could be a really painful recount. Because that's a 1-point win, isn't it?
Was it 1 or 3? 3.
Oh, 3, yes, sorry. Even so, he could have got a couple of extra points for Rin.
Well, I mean, didn't we have a 5-point challenge in this game for Zach?
Did we? Was that challenged? Wow. Yeah, well, it looks like that has turned on it. But I think if he hadn't got the extra 5 points for Zach, I think you can probably count him to have found Rin.
I think it was Gil who got the extra 5, right? So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But otherwise, this game was pretty close. Could have gone to either player. Lawson comes up big with those 3 bonuses of Pilwars, Deserted, and Ovariol. Very interesting. Adding to the our collective vocabulary, and also showing that under the pressure, he was able to not miss on any of those. So great job. Well done to Gil as well. It was a close game. Could have gone either way with if he had just had slightly different draw near the end, but that'll be a tough one for him, given that he had a little bit of the advantage, and Lawson was able to storm back. And when your opponent is drawing a bingo right out of the bag after another one after the other, it can be very difficult to address that. But I think that was a wonderful game, and was a wonderful afternoon Scrabble.
All right, I agree. We'll wrap up the stream for the day. So you can see the standings, and also there's a link to the standings on the chat, and also you can see a link to the Buy Me a Coffee link. All the proceeds go to the organisers and the association, so you can show thanks for this high quality stream that you've been able to enjoy. So we're signing off, and you'll have new commentators tomorrow and for the denouement of this exciting tournament. Thanks, Shan. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Edward. Thanks everybody for watching, and see you tomorrow.